We are live here on Facebook and Zoom and YouTube and all the places. Welcome. I'm Joy Anderson. So glad to be able to spend the next 11 hours with you, teaching you how to start your preschool. So, here's what we're going to be doing during this time. I'm going to be answering your questions, and we're going to make sure that you know exactly how a preschool business can bless your life. We're going to tell you the differences between online preschool and local preschool, how to, do you need to be licensed? We're going to talk to you about how to set up your class times and tuition rates. Honestly, we're just going to make sure that you know exactly how this is going to work for you, because so many of you have come into my world this past couple weeks and you're brand new. And so I'm excited to be able to share this with you. Let me make sure this is pinned everywhere. Go ahead and post your questions in the chat because I need to answer your questions. So go ahead and post your questions in the chat, and then I'll be answering all of them. Okay, just finding all of my lives here. Perfect. So the very first thing I'd like to talk to you about is obviously what a preschool is. So many people, when they come into my world, they're like, oh, how's your daycare going, right? Back when I had my preschool, I was like, it's not a daycare. Honestly, the term of daycare just is like nails on a chalkboard. Anybody else feel that way? I can't stand it. Daycare. Daycare is one of those things that just rubs me the wrong way, I think. Here, let me go check the comments. There we go. Hey, everyone. Okay. Yes. Someone was asking from the earlier live, 5 love languages. Cindy Jeffords. Thanks for asking what that was. 5 love languages. Okay. So hashtag live, hashtag replay, so we can get this message out to everybody. Here we go. Yes, keep those questions in the chat because I'm going to be coming to your questions. So keep those questions coming and we're going to be answering them. So what's the difference between daycare and preschool? Well, my friends, when you start a daycare, which most people know is the concept of if you want to be, if you're a mom and you want to stay home and make money, cool, just start a daycare. I hate that. Who wants to be with other people's kids for 12 hours a day, always on, always spot on and so excited and happy? I can't keep my energy up for 12 hours. I'm sorry, especially not with a bunch of kids in the house. 12-hour days, no breaks, can't do it. So that's what daycare is. It's like you help people with who have full-time jobs, and they drop off their kids to you and you watch them during the day while they go to their job. And then it's all ages. It's babies, it's diapers, it's toddlers, it's school age kiddos after school. And it's 12 hours. And sometimes it's longer. I think of Valerie Renee, who she had her daycare program, but it didn't stop at 12 hours, friends, because at 12 hours, maybe she opened her preschool or her daycare at 6 a.m. and maybe she closed it at 6 p.m. But then it keeps going because you got the late people, you got the early drop-offs, you got the late people who forgot, work went late today. I had to go to the grocery store after work or whatever it was, and she's spending 14 hours in her daycare. Then she still had her family on top of that she's got to provide for. And then what about herself? She's going to bed. She's exhausted. She has no time for herself or her family, and it has nothing left to give. And then she goes to sleep and she wakes up. She does it all over again. Okay. That is what the daycare world is like. And for those women who have been told you want to stay home, make money, just start a daycare. That is honestly, I will say it's one of the worst advices you could ever give a woman, because what woman deserves to work for 12 hours a day without any breaks? Okay. Nobody. But that is the scenario that you are going into when you start a home childcare. Now, of course, if you're doing a daycare center or blah, 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 all those other things are different because there's other people that work there and you can have breaks and whatever. I'm talking about a home daycare. Do not like it. Do not like that model at all. And so let's just give a quick recap here, because many of you are so new into my world, you probably don't even know who I am. So let me give you a quick recap of who I am and why I'm doing this, because then it's going to help you understand the concept of how daycare is different than preschool. And I'll introduce that in just a second. So I am Joy Anderson. Welcome. Hello to all my new friends. Hashtag brand new if you are brand new to me. Hashtag PAS if you are a preschool all-star. I'm going live I've already been live for an hour and now I'm going live for another 11 hours. So it is an epic 12-hour Coach-a-Thon. You do not need to be here for the whole 12 hours. Apparently I will be here for the whole 12 hours, but you don't need to be. So pop in and out, ask your questions, get some nuggets of advice, go spend some time with your family, go do your Saturday events, pop in when you can. I'll be here. Okay. Let me set the groundwork real quick, and then we're going to go into your questions. And so how did I come into this world about preschool? Well, back in 2008, I was a stay-at-home mom. of 3 young kids, and they were ages 6, 4, and 2. I was doing all the things at home to try to make money. Like, let me know in the comments what you guys have done at home to try to make money, right? So back in the day, for me, the network marketing was Pampered Chef. Maybe you know it today as LuLaRoe or Scentsy or any other, network marketing opportunity. But back then it was like home parties, and I would sell stuff. I would also do eBay. I would sell things on eBay. I would do consignment. I'd go to like little consignment shops and fill a bag for $1 and come home and put all the listings on eBay. I know it dates me, I know. And then I would, make a little bit of money on every single item. Yes. And I'd ship it, and I'd have all these boxes, and my kids would be coloring on shipping boxes because, mom's on the computer all the time. And the whole experience, like, I was spending like almost all my time doing this as a stay-at-home mom, because that's all you have is time. But I wasn't really spending a lot of time with my kids. And I was only making about $300 a day, or $300 a month. I'm sorry, $300 a day would be pretty darn good. $300 a month. So here I was only making $300 a month. And it was like, for what, right? Like, as a stay-at-home mom, that's all I could make. But I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. I made $300. I mean, not cool in the sense that I never spent any time with my kids, while I was working all those hours. But, it helped to pay for a couple of the extra things we needed in our life, whether it was an extra bill that came up, a debt, or, medical thing that came up, or I wanted a new couch, whatever it was just some kind of extra money. And, that was working out okay, I suppose, until finally, like 8 years into the marriage, it was like, oh crap, this marriage isn't going to last. And I always assumed things would get better in the future, but they weren't getting better. And I wonder, have you ever been there? Like, where you think things are going to get better in the future? You think your life's going to improve. You think, so-and-so is going to change. Things are going to get better in the future. Well, the reality was, in that situation, I had this moment of clarity where on the last night in May in 2008, I had this moment of just insane clarity, which was, Joy, this is your life and it will not change. And I knew in that moment that the next day I was going to take my 3 kids and leave. And I had no clue what I was going to do. This wasn't anything I planned. This was just something that just hit me so hard that I knew I had to make a change. I knew I had to change my life. I want you to think about those times in your life when you have known that you had to make a change in your life, right? And I want you to think back to those moments. It's such like you are full of like commitment, but you also don't know the solution. You don't know the answer. You don't know how it's going to work out. You just know that you have to do the thing, right? Think about those times in your life. That was one of those times. I had no clue. I was a stay-at-home mom. I hadn't worked for 8 years outside of the home. I had never had a job outside of those 8 years. And like, who was going to hire me, right? Like, I had a degree in English. What was I going to do with that, right? I couldn't even teach. It was not a teaching degree. And I had no clue how I was going to support them, right? I've got 3 kiddos. What am I going to do? How am I going to provide for them? But I took them to a park that night because I wanted to give them one last opportunity to just be a kid. And I took them to the park. And so as I was sitting there on the park bench, watching them play over there, looking at them and saying, honestly, just praying, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I know I'm supposed to do this, but I don't know how I'm supposed to provide for them. Like, and then I thought there's only 2 options. Like, 1, put your kids in daycare, or 2, go get a job. Get a job and put your kids in daycare, or 2, start a daycare. Because that's what everybody tells you. Oh, you want to stay home with your kids, make money, start a daycare. And I thought about those 2 options. And I'm like, looking at my kids and I'm like, I've been with them for 8 years. There's no way I'm going to stick them in daycare, right? Like, they need me right now more than ever. And then I was thinking about, doing a home daycare and like 12-hour days and everyone around me and like my kids over there, like needing me, but they're trying to vie for my attention from all these other daycare kids. And I'm like, oh, I can't do that either. Like, and I'm going through some stuff, right? Like, I'm going through some emotional stuff. I can't be on for 12 hours. It's like, those aren't options. I was praying for like, what is the solution? Like, how am I supposed to stay home with these guys? But like, I need to make money. I got to provide for them. I was blessed with a memory. I was blessed with the memory of thinking a couple years earlier, my oldest daughter at the time was getting ready for kindergarten. And I knew she needed, it's like my oldest kid. Like, I think they're supposed to like know their letters and stuff. And I think they're supposed to know how to count. Like, we should probably help her do that. And we should probably put her in preschool. And I was searching all over in the town for preschool options. There was nothing. There was like daycare with preschool classes. In other words, like bring your kid for an hour or two and they'll do worksheets at the table. And I'm like, I don't want her to do that. Like I stayed home with her. She didn't need to go to daycare. And so me and a couple of their moms got together in the neighborhood who also had preschool age kids. And we are like, hey, let's just teach our kids, right? Like we could do that. And we'll just rotate home so that the other moms will get a break while the other person's teaching, right? And so they'd come to my home every couple of days, every couple of weeks, etc. And it was fun. Like I didn't really know how to teach preschool. I don't have a degree in preschool or a degree in early child education or a degree in anything other than English. And so, but I did know how to have fun with kids. Like, okay, cool. Let's like sit in a circle and we'll like talk and let's come up to the table and we'll have snack and let's go outside and we'll go to playtime and here's a bunch of toys and let's play, you know? And really and here's some flashcards because I didn't know really how to teach preschool. But it was fun and let's sing some songs, right? And what I realized though in this memory, I was starting to remember that the other women weren't like wanting to teach all the time. Like maybe they got sick or they're going out of town and they would ask me a lot of times, hey, will you teach? And I love to teach. I was like, yeah, sure, that's fine, you know? And so I was teaching more and more often and they were teaching less and less often. And this memory, I was like, wait a second. I want to stay home with my kids. I need to make money. What if they didn't want to teach? What if I taught their kiddos? What if I taught preschool age kiddos? They came to my house and I taught them for a couple hours every day and the moms paid me to do it. What if that, right? I could, instead of starting a daycare, I could start a preschool instead. I was like, wait a second. This just might work, right? Like this might be crazy, but this might work. And I was realizing like it'd be the opposite of daycare. Whatever I didn't like with daycare, I'd do the opposite. So instead of having kids for 12 hours a day, I'd only have them for like 2.5 hours, then they'd go home. Instead of helping, people who needed full-time care because they worked, I wouldn't help them. Other people can help them. I would help people who were like stay-at-home moms or part-time working moms. And they only wanted their kiddo, to be gone for a couple hours every day because they didn't want their kid to be in daycare, full-time care. I was like, I'll work with them. What if instead of all ages, right? Like babies and diapers and school age and all the gamut, what if instead of that, what if I only taught children ages 3 to 5, right? No diapers. I don't have to worry about, potty training. Like, this is cool. And I'm like starting to like do the opposite of everything, right? And instead of like being month to month where daycares are like, oh, well, just, you pay me for the next month. And then you're just constantly assuming that they're going to keep paying you every month. Instead of that, what if I did contracts where it was a school year? So instead of me wondering if I'm going to make money next month, I'll just enroll them in a contract where it's a full school year because it's a preschool year. Awesome. So now all of a sudden I've got guaranteed income for 9 to 10 months. Okay. And then in the summertime, when I'm not doing preschool, I could do a summer camp. And there's my other 2 to 3 months of tuition. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like, I think this can work. And I'm sitting there on the park bench, like watching my kids play. They have no clue what's going to happen to them the next day. And I'm like, this could work. And I was given this, with this memory, I was given hope. I was given an opportunity if I was but to walk the steps to do it. Now, knowledge, that was knowledge, right? Knowledge without action is nothing. It's just knowledge. It's useless, honestly. Knowledge with action, that is what creates the results. I was given an opportunity, a moment of clarity of something that could change my life if I chose to do it. But I would still have to show up. I would still have to do the work. And so there I was, like, I was behind, like I was between a rock and a hard place. My back was up against the wall in the sense that I had to do this because I did not want to put them in daycare. I refused to do that. I refused to start a daycare at my house. Those were not options. This was my only option. It had to work. Now, there is a different mentality there, my friends, between it has to work and I'm going to try this out, right? You get that? Try. Go try to open the door. Don't open it. Just try. Nothing changes. Yeah? So it's a different mentality. Like, I had to do it. I want you to think back to times in your life when you had to make that change. You had to change your life. Whether it was for your health, whether it was for your family, whether it was for a job that you absolutely had to exit from because it was killing you, whatever it is, friends, I want you to draw back on moments that you have had experiences in your life where you have been resolute, where you have said, I will never do that again. I will only do this, right? Draw back on those moments, because that is the kind of internal commitment that you need to have as you go through this process. Now, many of you are just coming into my world for the first time, and that's awesome. I'm glad you're here. And you're here to just kind of like see how's this going to work for you, etc. But the great thing is I'm going to be offering you an opportunity to come into a free challenge. It starts on Monday. And this challenge is going to be able to help you to learn how a preschool can work for you, to see what the difference is between online and local preschool, to actually put yourself out there and take steps toward this dream, to making it a reality. In fact, many of you who take these steps will earn your first money to be able to pay for your startup costs. Many of you who take these steps during the challenge will be able to sign up your very first students. Not like you have to start teaching right now, but they're signed up for the future, right? You could start preschool in the summer. You could do summer camp. You could start preschool in the fall. You could start preschool in January, right? So taking you back to that park bench, I had this seed of hope. I had this knowledge, this opportunity, but would I take it? That was always the question. You're being offered that same opportunity right now. I'm presenting you with this opportunity that says, hey, here's what you could do if you choose to take it, right? I went home with my kiddos, having a little bit more peace in my heart, knowing that even though I did not know the steps, because nobody back then was teaching how to start a preschool, I hadn't become the Joy Anderson I am today. Even though none of that had happened, I did believe in my heart that this was the right thing to do. And at the very least, I would be able to provide for my kids if I but took the steps. So I went to sleep that next morning, took my kids and left. And we had 30 days to pay for our mortgage, 30 days to start our preschool, 30 days to find success. It was not easy. Back in the day, the internet was not what it is now. And I went to the library. I looked online. All I could find was the dummies book on how to start a daycare. All these books about how to start a daycare. I was like, fine, I'm going to do everything the opposite. Whatever they do, they zig, I'm going to zag. And so I did. And I figured it out on my own. It was incredibly hard. I wasted so much money on poor curriculum choices, on marketing that didn't go anywhere, that produced no signups, on time of going this way for a really long time before realizing it was the wrong way. So much time and energy wasted, so many sleepless nights, so much stress, wondering, will this ever work for me? Will I actually have to start a daycare? Will I actually have to put my kids in daycare and go get a job? But that fear kept me going. And I want you to lean into this. As you learn about starting your preschool and, growing it, you are going to have these feelings of overwhelm, of fear, of confusion, and like, this is so new to me, but I'm going to ask you to lean into it, because it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's different. It's unknown. That's all it means. And I kept going. I didn't give up because I was committed. I was resolute. I had to make this work. I am asking you, as you go through this process, to find that within you, that if you have the opportunity in front of you, like you do with this next 7-day challenge, if you have that right there, you have the possibility to not only make it work, but to make it work right now. Many people have been on my email list since 2009. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go back a second. So start after much trial and error, many failed attempts. I finally did start my preschool after 30 days, and I was able to put that money in registration fees into the bank account, pay the mortgage, and take a sigh of relief that, oh my gosh, this worked. And had 24 students enrolled in the very first school in the very first year. And then after that, every year we kept growing. And after a year of doing this, I realized, wait a second, this is so helpful for me. I'm staying home with my kids. I'm able to provide for them. I'm able to play with them while they're doing preschool with me, and I'm making a full-time income. Like, I wish somebody had been on that park bench with me to tell me that starting a preschool may just have been the perfect choice for me. And perhaps I'll help you do it. Of course, my inspiration at that time was God, who gave me that memory to help me on this path. But not everybody knows that this is a possibility. And so I felt it within me of like, this is my mission. Like, I need to share this with people. Like, this is blessing my life. It's going to bless other people's lives too. Um, Hashtag prayer. If you have been praying for an opportunity like this, something to be able to stay home, something to be able to create that income to provide for your family in a way that works with your family, not in a way where you have to be away from your kids for daycare, not in a way where, um, you know, I just want it to be a situation where at the end of every day, you're like, wow, I get to do this, right? And for many of you, this will be an answer to your prayer. I know that because it was an answer to my prayer. And over the many years that I've taught women how to start preschools, it's been an answer to their prayer as well. So over the next 10 years, I grew my preschool into multiple locations. We enrolled over 1,000 students into my school. I personally enrolled every single one of them. Hired many teachers. I could not teach all of them, obviously. So we hired many teachers and eventually grew it so large that after 10 years, we sold it. In that 10-year period, me as a stay-at-home mom with the 3 kids, starting this business, without a degree in business, without a degree in marketing, without ever having made more than $300 a month in any previous business opportunity, over that 10-year period, I made $1.75 million with my preschool. Like, it blows me away still to this day that was possible for me. But it was possible for me because I didn't give up. I didn't give up when I didn't understand it. I didn't give up when I ran into roadblocks. I didn't give up when I went the wrong way, did the wrong thing. I put on this little scientist hat. I want to give every one of you a scientist hat right now. I want you to view yourself as a scientist. View yourself as a scientist who is not going to try things out, but is going to test things out. I want you, because scientists, they view themselves as like, hey, there are many wrong ways to get to do this, but there is one right way, right? And sometimes there are many right ways to do this. And instead of like being upset that every time they try something, it doesn't work, they're testing out many hypotheses. They're testing out many different scenarios to see which ones work. That's all I want you to do. I want you to grab this knowledge. We're going to answer some questions in just a second. I want you to put on your scientist hat and say, hey, I'm going to go through this process and I'm going to test out what Joy says. I'm going to test out. She's going to tell me some stuff to do. I'm going to go test it out. I'm going to see what the results are, right? Without any inclination about, what that really matters is the result or not. Some of you will have insane results. Some of you will have amazing results. Some of you will have the result. Well, all of you will have the result of putting yourself out there and overcoming your fear, right? 100% of you will get that who take action. So view yourself as a scientist, and it is not about failing. It is not about, this not working or not. I want you to put my methods to test this next week during our challenge. That's why it's called a challenge. Yes. And prove to yourself that this does work, and prove to yourself how this will work for your family. That's my goal for you. So you can see on the screen here, it says go to preschoolchallengehome.com to register for our free challenge and to get my free book. I'm also going to drop the link really quick in the chat here for registering for that challenge, just really quick. So be sure you're registered for the challenge. It starts Monday. It is free. It's going to help you to start and grow your preschool in the fastest, quickest, easiest way ever with our help. Okay. Let's go back though now. So I grew my preschool, I sold it. And like I said, in that very first year of having my preschool, I wanted to help other women start their preschools too. And so I created Preschool in a Box, which is right there, with all of my training, my step-by-step business steps of how to actually start your business, how to enroll kiddos, how to price your classes, how to market, how to do your teaching, how, your curriculum, your forms, everything I put together all in there so that it was literally like a business in a box. And I started, going around Idaho in different seminars around different colleges. And I would host a little seminar and say, hey, this is, my experience. And this is the other women's experience that have been able to do this. And now it's your turn that you can do this. And sold Preschool in a Box that way. I did that for a couple of years while my preschool was growing. But then honestly, my business just got so big with my own preschool that it was like, I am unable to keep all of my efforts on preschool in a box over here because my own personal preschool was growing so big and I was learning so many new things all the time. Eventually, when I got it after 10 years and sold it, I said, okay, I have learned so much in the past 10 years. It is now time to take all of this knowledge, right, and go share it with everyone. And so in 2019, I set out to write my book. There it is. Start Your Preschool. And so here is the link to go grab the book, freepreschoolbook.com. It's a free book. We just ask that you help pay for shipping and handling of $7.95, and we'll get it in your hands. And in fact, I've got one of mine right here. I'm going to open with you live in just a second. And I'm going to answer your questions in just a sec. Just want to share my last bit of my story. Over the past, I don't even know how long we've been doing this, since 2009. So I think 14 years now. Over the past 14 years, we have helped thousands of women start their own preschools locally and then also online. We helped them once COVID happened. We helped all of our local preschools get online within a week and have been teaching women how to start online preschools as well. And so it is our turn now to help you. This next 7 days is going to be our 7-day challenge. It starts on Monday, where myself, my launch team, our entire Preschool All-Stars are coming over to support you because they want to go through the challenge too. To help you start and grow your preschool faster, quicker, and easier than ever before. It is literally this week that lives are changed. You remember how we talked about me sitting on that park bench, and there was an opportunity for me to change my life if I chose it. It wasn't going to be easy, but it was absolutely the right choice. That is what I hope to prove to you this next week. So with that, I am going to open up my book for you and show you what you guys can get when you get my freepreschoolbook.com. The book is the first step into like reading my story and learning how this will work for you. It gives you honestly the entire step-by-step system of how I set up these preschools. So it is not a fluff book. You know how some books are like fluff and they kind of like hint at things and like, this is kind of how I did this thing. And now you got to pay me to like learn everything else. No, it's the exact step-by-step system. Of course, I can't put like done for you files in the book. It is paper. But it is my entire system of how I set up preschools, online and local. And so get my book. It's free, $7.95 shipping and handling just to get it in your hands. Let me drop the link again really quick. Okay, freepreschoolbook.com. Let's open it up. So it comes in this giant package is what it comes in, okay? It comes in this giant package here. And let me see if we got any messages. Let's see. We're good. Okay. And so then you come to your mailbox, or maybe I don't even know if it'll fit in your mailbox, but anyways, maybe it shows up on your doorstep. And let's go ahead and open it, okay? So I wrote this book in, I think it was a week, 2 weeks. I don't even remember. It was back in 2019. It was an insane amount of time. I was just like, I'm writing it. Maybe it was a month. I don't know. Anyways, I wrote it super fast because all my knowledge was already up here. I just had to get it into written form. And what I love about this book is it also shares like probably 20 other women's stories about their experiences, because it's not just my story. It's everybody else's stories too. Okay, let's open it. So you got to really get your muscles in here. Of course, I'm not going to bring a giant knife to do this either. But here it is inside. Okay. And so you guys are going to get your book as well. And if you already ordered, it usually takes anywhere between like 5 to 7 days to get to you business shipping, business days, 5 to 7 business days. But there it is. Okay. So we pull out the book. Dun, 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 and there it is. Look at that, baby. How shiny it is. It's brand new. I love it. And then inside, you're also going to learn, you got some really cool, fun little inserts in here. The first insert is this one right here. And it says, yay, you got your book. Here's what to do next. And so you can, follow me on the podcast and #podcast. Do you guys love our podcast? It is the podcast called Preschool All-Stars. So if you go into your podcast app, okay, you open up your podcast app, and these are some of my podcasts that I follow. But let's go ahead and then find Preschool All-Stars. And it's Preschool All-Stars. You can just search preschool and it'll pop right up. Preschool All-Stars. There are 328 5-star reviews. So I think it's a good podcast. And then there are so far 235 episodes. We launched this podcast. Was it 2021? 2021. Yes. So it's been 2 full years now. And we have over 100,000 downloads. You're going to love the podcast. So anyways, That's the podcast. Also, our YouTube channel. Who loves our YouTube channel? That way you can like see the interviews, and we do some really cool master classes. So hashtag YouTube if you love YouTube. And then, of course, post your picture. That's our Rita Farina. You guys probably know her. Post your picture, and there's Dina. Post your picture in our All Stars group or in the free group. Okay, there's our link to the free group right there. Dun, 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 of you holding your book. Okay, and then on the backs, oh look, there's all of our amazing women who've gotten the book so far. So you can get your book too. Just go to freepreschoolbook.com. Be answering your questions in just a second. Perfect. And then it will also tell you about Preschool All Stars. Okay, so get everything you need to start, run, and grow your preschool. Tells you all about Preschool All Stars. We'll talk about that more at the end of the challenge. But for right now, just go get your book and start reading. So super fun. If you're wondering, like, should I read the book at the same time I'm doing the challenge? If you have time, that's great. But if you don't have time, then I would suggest you just do the challenge, because the challenge will make sure that you know what you need to know at the right time. Okay, now I'm going to take questions. So let's go to some of these questions here. And I apologize if sometimes my stomach is going to growl a little bit. 12 hours as an epic Q&A coach-a-thon for 12 hours. It's going to be a long time. But I did bring my water. Do you guys have, I cannot do the huge jugs of water. Like, it just feels so wrong to me. So I like these little 33 ounces. We got lots of water. Okay, good question. And by the way, I can't see everybody's name. So, but if you are asking this question, good question. Okay, you have a dog at home. Can you still open an in-home daycare? Now, remember, we're not doing daycare. So we're only going to be doing preschool. So the difference between daycare is that the kiddos are there for all day, right? And that would be serving working parents, but we're not going to serve working parents. We're going to serve stay-at-home parents. We're going to serve part-time working parents, people who only want their kiddo to be gone for like 2.5 hours. That's who we're serving, okay? And so in that regard, and we're only teaching ages 3 to 5. Okay. So preschool classes. And of course, I'll answer the question too about how does a preschool class look, right? So post any of your questions in here and we'll answer all of them. You have a dog at home. I think of Charisse Ellison. Charisse Ellison is a preschool all-star, and she also had a beautiful pit bull at home. She loved this pit bull, loves. He was a rescue, and she absolutely loves him. And she wanted to always have a preschool, but she felt like I could never have a preschool in my home because I have this dog. And he's not, vicious or anything, but she just was worried about the, children being in the home just in case, right? She just always wanted to, just in case. And so, and of course, like I have a golden doodle, and things like that. And he gets really excited when people come over. So I get the concept of, if you have a dog at home, how does that work with preschool? Well, the concept is of course, they're only going to be there for 2.5 hours. So it's not like you have to have your dog away from you for 12 hours a day with daycare, because we don't want that. But for, a couple hours a day, do you think your dog would be okay to be in another room away from the kiddos? That's the concept. So Charisse puts her beautiful little dog in her bedroom and shuts the door, and the dog just isn't around the kiddos during preschool time. There's no reason for the kiddos to be in her bedroom. And then also, if that doesn't work out, if it's maybe winter time, because we are here in Arizona, she is too, and it's a beautiful day outside, maybe in the wintertime, then she'll have the dog go outside, because because the preschoolers don't go outside in her preschool program. And so you see, there's options. So an option is to have your dog in another area where the preschoolers are not allowed. If you're like, but what if they get into the door? What if somebody accidentally opens the door and the dog runs through? I mean, I'm just running through scenarios. You can put the little child lock things on the doors. If you're still uber concerned, you could kennel your dog in a home crate kennel, like you buy those at the store, the metal ones. That's totally fine for a dog to be in for a couple hours as well, resting or whatever while you're doing preschool time. That's totally fine. Or, you could always have, you could always board your dog, at a boarding facility for a couple hours. So, or have them go to like doggy daycare for a couple hours. Like, seriously, like there is always options. The truth is like, sometimes when we have this thing come in our head, we're like, but I have a dog, I can't do it. And that's where Charisse was, where she's like, I have a dog at home, I can't have a home preschool. I'm like, Consider the possibility that you could have a home preschool with your dog at home. What would that look like? I like to shift the mentality from like saying I can't to how can I? So I want everybody to write that down, put it in the comments right now. How can I? Right? Because when we start saying how, our brain loves to answer questions, but we got to ask it the right questions. Okay. So saying I can't, that's like a fixed mentality, right? Saying how can I, that's a growth mentality. I can already tell it's going to be really hard for me to talk for the next 11 hours. My mouth is already tired. So, how can I do this? Right. And that's what Sharice did. She said, how can I do this? And then she figured it out. And now she has a beautiful preschool. Her morning classes are full. And she's even envisioning an even grander opportunity to be able to do an even larger preschool for her entire community, which would be like more of a building. So exciting options, but none of it would have ever been possible had she kept saying, I have a dog and this just won't work. Okay. Great question. Okay. Next question. Let's see. Oh, a lot of time people will call, like if they're saying that they need a babysitter, or hey, will you watch my kiddo? Or hey, I need full time care, or I need daycare. People will still call you for that, even though you are a preschool, even though it says everywhere, not a daycare, not a daycare, and all your marketing says not a daycare, and your website says not a daycare. People will still call you for that. And they'll still say, hey, I'm looking, how about 6 to 6? And you're like, no, I'm not a daycare. And so the truth is, yes, there are a lot of people out there looking for daycare, but it doesn't mean that that all the people are looking for daycare. There are many people who are not looking for daycare. Okay. So the whole goal for this next 11 hours is for me to like dispel all the questions that you have about, well, I thought that this was the case. Like I thought I couldn't have a dog and have a local preschool. Actually, okay, we're here to like dispel it all because I've seen it all. We've helped like thousands and thousands of women start successful preschools. And of course, I've seen even more than that, of their stories as well. Okay, so, oh, I love this. Yes, thank you for Erica reminding us. Guys, I only print a limited number of free books for my launches. I launch 2 times a year. Okay, if you're barely new to my world, you're probably like, oh, wow, so much is going on. Joy must do this all the time. I'll just check her out in another couple weeks. Guys, I'll be gone. We only show up in this world for like 2 weeks out of every 6 months. What we call is launch. And so at this time, I buy a certain number. I buy 2,000 free books. Okay, 2,000, and I'm down to my last 100. Okay, and which is why I wanted to go live and say, look, guys, you got to get my free book now because we're down to the last quantities. And so for the last month, you've been seeing my Facebook ads, hashtag ads. If you've been seeing my Facebook ads about my book, right? Start Your Preschool everywhere. The books go like hotcakes, right? But when they're gone, they're gone. And it takes me a month before I can restock. So make sure you get your copy now. I'm down to the last 100. So I'm going to put in the chat again. And if you see the order form, I still have a book. Okay. So there's the link to go grab your book, freepreschoolbook.com. I love this. Erica says she's going to get another one for a friend. Thank you so much. I'd like you to also think about like, who might this be a good opportunity for that might want to stay home, that might want to create income at home, but doesn't want to start a daycare and doesn't want to, put her kids in daycare. I guarantee if you start asking your brain, who else do I know that might want to do this, that might be needing something like this? I guarantee you will find people, whether it is your sister, your aunt, your neighbor, your long lost friend, whoever it is, somebody who you don't even know yet. But if you share it on your social media, they're going to find it. Okay. And they're going to say, oh my gosh, that's me. Like I've been looking for something. Thank you so much. I think about how many women have been brought into our world because somebody shared it with them. Okay. Not necessarily the book, but just even our challenge. So I'm going to drop the link really quick here to our challenge. And that way, I don't know if if my links are even showing up. So let me post them in here as well. Okay, there we go. Try to get in all the places here. Okay, here is the link for registering for the challenge. And after you register, you're going to be able to earn points to earn prizes. Okay, let's ask another question. Here we go. This is a great question. Okay, can you share your thoughts on how I can approach local libraries to advertise there? Give me 1 second. I'm actually going to go find in my All Stars group because we literally just had one of our all-stars talk about this, where she said, oh my gosh, I just had a local library tell me that I can do a program there. And she can't, let's see, it was, yes, Erica Dorsey. Can I share my screen? That would be so cool if I could do that. Can I? Can I? Of course I can. There we go. Okay. Whoa, I have a lot of tabs. That's crazy. I'm gonna get. Oh, I gotta close out some tabs. It's like asking me which tab would you like to share, and there's like 50. Be very careful not to close this tab out, though. So careful, don't do it, Joy. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we can do it. Okay, and present. You guys are so patient with me. Thank you so much. Okay, so it's going to be the Preschool All-Stars. That's the one I want to share. There we go. Erica Dorsey. So she says, let me read her post. She says, hey, sisters. So our Preschool All-Stars is our private membership community here. And she says, hey, sisters, I'm excited about being included in the summer reading program at my local library. She just posted this like about a month ago. I'll be introducing Kids Prosper Preschool Online and Kids Prosper Enrichment programs to families, all while marketing. She's ordering her banners, her flyers, and business cards. Families will be able to register their children at the local library and come in to experience fun-filled activities from my preschool. I'll be spreading the word about our premier curriculum and enrichment program, making it available in person and online. I'm currently searching for a space to do in-person sessions. So she says, this is a great opportunity for me to spread the word about our programs, and show families what we're all about. I feel like I'm heading in the right direction. Also, I finally received a sign up with paid registration with my music and movement class. And then she says, like, I've been reading Joy's perfect sign-up formula, which is filled with golden nuggets and it's tremendous help. Okay, now I said, hey, what a great idea. Could you let us know what you said and did with the library to make that happen? So here's what Erica said. She says, sure. I called around to so listen up. Here's your answer. This is how you can do the local library. She says, I called around to local libraries asking when their summer reading program begins. I introduced myself, my preschool, and how we help preschoolers get prepared for kindergarten. I mentioned how I would like to give back to the community and help families in need of developmentally appropriate learning. I asked if I could use a space to set up activities in the library promoting learning for ages 3 to 5-year-olds. They emailed me back stating they were very interested in my program for the summer and would need my clearances, like a background check. Thankfully, I have all my clearances up to date. The local library is a nonprofit organization, so I can't charge families a fee. But I'm okay with that because it's an opportunity for me to market my business. So let's pause really quick. I want you guys to think, where are the children? Where are the families hanging out? Where are the moms? Where are the stay-at-home moms hanging out that have the children that would like to come to my preschool? I bet a lot of them hang out at the library. I remember numerous trips, hundreds, thousands of trips to the local library with me and my kids, right? And had I seen someone there who had a preschool, I would have enrolled my kid in her preschool because I was looking for a preschool, right? There was no such thing, so I had to start my own. But you get what I'm saying, okay? So these are women who care about educating their child. That's why they're getting books at the library for their child. These are your prime customers. So it says, okay, the library is also providing some supplies for me. Think of crayons, paper, glue, markers. I really appreciate that. The other items I need, I already have. So I'm grateful and want to make the best of this opportunity. My suggestion is that you call and inquire now before April, or, like now, because they'll be planning for fall activities soon. Okay, now check this out. Connie's like, I've always wanted to read books to kids for their programs at the library. Think about their story time, people, my friends. Do you think you could read books at the library? Yeah, you could. What do they typically do after story time? They do an art and craft. What if you showed up and you were their story time person and you wore your t-shirt that had the name of your preschool on it and you brought in fun activities and the moms literally saw you every single time they came to the library, like sharing stories. I mean, this could be on your off times when you're not teaching a preschool class, sharing stories. You're so animated. You're so fun. You're happy. You're smiley. You're warm. You're caring, whatever your personality is. You don't have to be all of it. You're doing arts and crafts. You're interacting. You're getting to know these parents. Like right there, that alone is marketing, okay? And then Bethany says, Um, I've asked my local library about doing story times. They told me I need to be specially trained. I went to a library story time. It was the most boring time ever. So this is again, this is another way where you can talk to your library. I think too, let me stop sharing really quick. Stop. Okay. I think too, there was a time like my kiddos are older now, so they're not preschool age, but my son was wanting to do like Pokemon get togethers with people. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I called the library and it's like, hey, I'd like to do a Pokemon class and like a homeschool enrichment class because we were doing homeschool at the time. I was like, I want to do a homeschool enrichment class like every Thursday at this time or whatever, and every week. And they're like, awesome, we would love for you to do that. Thanks so much. And so we were starting to get it organized. We were going to do like Legos and Pokemon and Dungeons and Dragons or just whatever else my 9-year-old son wanted to do at the time. Now we did move, so it never worked out. But like libraries want your activities. They would love to have something like that. And like they said, you can't have people pay you there, but you can have you can market. You can wear your t-shirts, you can give away stuff for free. Okay. Hey, here's an activity to take home with you. And what could you add? You could add a postcard for your preschool, right? So you can totally do that. Okay. And of course, you just need clearance. Let me go ahead and through at the next questions here. Keep posting your questions because don't worry, guys. Even if I'm not getting to it yet, I will get to it soon. I'm just going through all of the ones here. By the way, thank you for being here. I love this. Faith without works is dead. 100%. That's why I believe in knowledge with action. Love this. Okay. Oh, I love this. She says it was a huge answer to her prayers. Nice. Oh, I love this. I'm on the fence, especially because I'm multi-passionate, right? Oh, hashtag multi-passionate. That's a big word. But I love that. Like, we're not meant to only do one thing, right? Like, yes, my world has been preschool, but I've been teaching preschoolers. I've been teaching you how to start preschools. I've been doing curriculum. Like, I love all sorts. I'm writing a book. Like, I love all sorts of things too. How do I gain clarity on the right choice? Running a preschool versus tutoring business versus a membership? Great question. So I actually view preschool as a membership because it is recurring revenue. So if you're thinking about just doing a membership, like literally a preschool is a membership. And you'll have them for multiple years plus multiple students in the same class, same family. But let's talk preschool versus tutoring. There's two paths you could go down. Okay. One is to do the one that you're most passionate about. Okay. And that's the one where you're like, I love ages 3 to 5. I just love everything about it. And whether it's online or local, I just want to help them. Or if you're like, you know what? When I'm tutoring one-on-one or in a small group setting with these kiddos, and like I am finally able to help them overcome a block in their head that they have had for so long, that's when I like light up. Like, what lights you up? Okay. So think about that. Is it preschool or is it tutoring? Because I'll tell you this, if you choose the path, and this is for anybody. So don't just think, by the way, anytime you see a question, don't think it's like only for them. Okay. This might apply to you, but it might apply to you in a different way. So always be thinking about like, how does this question apply to me? Right. I'll try to answer it in such a way too that it will work for you too. But it's a concept of like, which direction should I go? Should I go online or should I go local? Should I do preschool or tutoring? Should I do, a micro school or like an enrichment program? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of choices, but the truth is what are you most passionate about? Because when you are most passionate about something, you will get behind it and you will spend time in it like it's a hobby, right? So me, guys, I'm passionate about all things marketing and business. Yes, I started a preschool, but I really got excited about the marketing and business side, hence signing up 1,000 preschoolers, hence helping you worldwide to learn about this opportunity, right? If I didn't care about marketing and business, this would be a very tiny little business right now, right? So that's my point. Like, what are you passionate about? Because if you can do stuff that feels like a hobby, like when I'm doing like marketing and business stuff, it feels like a hobby. Like I'd love to do it all the time. Seriously, if I had no other responsibilities in life, then it's a hobby. Then you love putting time into it and you love seeing the fruits of your labor come out. Right. Versus when it's something you're like, not sure that I'm like, I don't know, like what feels easy to you? That's another question. So number one, what are you most passionate about? Number two, what feels light and easy to you? If you're like preschool's a whole other ballgame. I've never taught preschool before, but I've done tutoring before or vice versa. What one feels like, oh, I don't know a couple things, but at least I know that, right? At least like I know how to tutor, I know how to do preschool. So those are the two things I'd like you to think about. And honestly, sometimes you just got to do it. Okay, case in point, I'm writing a memoir right now. And I have been like, "Oh, these bangs, guys. Clearly, I needed to give these bangs a trim before I went on live here for 11 hours to be all crazy in my bangs here. Next time you see me, these bangs will be cut. Okay. Anyways, back to it. So I'm writing a memoir, and I'll tell you, there are many times when I'm in my head and I'm just like trying to work stuff out. I'm like, should I do this? Should I do that? Like, what do I think about this? What do I think about that? Versus if I just start doing it, if I just start writing, I'll figure it out along the way. If I am like, I was building a new brand, a new business, and I'm like, what should I call it? What should I sell? Like all these different things. And then it's like, just do it. Because when it's in the doing that you figure the stuff out. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. All right, cool. Next up. Let's see here. Somebody asked, how do you get preschool in a box? It's not for sale right now. At the end of the challenge, we'll communicate to you more about all that. So we're not going to really talk about that during the challenge, but obviously after the challenge, we'll certainly share. Let's see here. Love this. You want to learn more about tutoring and enrichment programs, especially to offer to homeschooling families. Oh, I will say one more thing. As you go through this next week, and I want you to keep your ears and eyes open all the time, because you may come across situations where people might be looking for things that you're not offering. And you will just, okay, imagine you're walking in a room and you're like, there's a pile of money like across the room for you. And you're like looking at that pile of money, you're walking toward it. But along the way, there are other piles of money and you're like literally skipping over them. You're just walking right over them to get to the other pile of money, which is across the room from you, so far away. And you're just like walking over all these piles of money that you could have stopped and said, oh, hey, wait a second. How can I serve this niche? I want you to ponder that, because as you do this, as you might put out, a post on day 5 for preschool or for tutoring or for whatever you choose, whatever you're excited about, as you put that out there, you might start getting comments. What if you do a local preschool and you put it out there? And then you might start getting comments on your post. And I've seen these comments, my friends, so I know they exist. And the comments say things like, oh my gosh, I would have loved to enroll Johnny if I lived closer to you. Well, that makes sense because it's a local preschool and you can't do that if you're in the state over. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this for Susie, but shoot, why did we have to move away? Oh, I wish I was in your town. They are literally telling you they're interested. Now, if you can't do a local preschool because their state's over, what could you do? You could do an online preschool. So you could do your local preschool still. You could still sign up your local preschoolers, but you could look for these people who are making comments to you, telling you what they want. And you could do an online preschool class just for them. A little online preschool class for these 6 students and a local preschool class of 6 students. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, don't walk over the piles of money just because you're so headstrong on one thing. This is a testing period. Remember, we talked about being scientists? Guys, we can change things at any time. We can change our programs, our models, our class times, our tuition rates. Now, we can't necessarily change them in the moment, right? If somebody's paying like $100 a month, you certainly don't want to tell them, surprise, you're now paying $150. But for future students, you can always enroll them at a higher price. You can change your class times after the semester is over. Okay. You can add a program, and after it's done, you can say, that was an interesting program. I don't think I'll do that again, but it was fun at the moment. It's a testing period. Okay. We're scientists. Literally, I want a hat for every one of you that says preschool scientist. Okay. Are we getting it? Hashtag getting this. Okay. So, and again, I want you to this isn't just about this one comment or question. This is a whole concept to think about, right? Like, these are just like little principles I want to instill in you. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, link for the book. Great. I think you got that there. So, I was like, why is everybody asking, how can I? Like the whole comments was like, how can I? And I'm like, oh, it's because I told you that's a good question to ask. Some people will come into my world and say, I don't know how to start a business. Like, I've never run a business before. How can I start a business? Right? Then your brain will start giving you answers, right? Start pointing you into directions of mentors and people who can help you. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, I love this. When I had a childcare, 90% of people who called me called for infant care, which I didn't take. Having a preschool eliminated all those infant care calls. And you still might have some, like even me, who had, a huge preschool. My entire community knew exactly what I did, but I still got calls for daycare. And I would still say, "Oh, I'm sorry, we're not a daycare, but let me point you to somebody who can have your child go to their daycare during the day, and they will actually transport to my preschool for free." So I had a relationship with the daycare, a partnership, not really a partnership, but it was like, "Hey, I get all these calls for daycare, guys. And like, you probably would appreciate people calling you for daycare, right? What if we work together? You want to fill your spots." Okay. And it was a daycare that I felt like I could refer to. So I'm going to send people to you, and people will be able to you can fill a spot over there, and you just take one staff member and one of your buses or vans or whatever, and you transport the kids who want to go to my preschool during that time period in my class, because I want to fill my spots. And then those parents will pay me for preschool and they'll pay you for daycare. So the parents were paying double, but they weren't having to figure out the transportation. Both businesses were successful because we filled our spots. Parents were happy because they not only got full-time care, but they wanted our premium preschool education during those 2.5 hours. And they knew that the daycare wasn't offering it. And also, the daycare was happy because the daycare could still get kiddos into the program and say, "Yes, we'll take your kiddo. Would you also like this preschool education over here? We'll transport, and all you have to do is pay X amount extra to Joy, and we'll take care of it." So you see how you can partner there. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Next up. All righty. Yeah. Cindy's got her book. I love this. The book that started it all for you. That's awesome. Someone asked, "How do you join All Stars?" It's been closed for 6 months. Sorry, I keep hitting the mic. It's been closed for 6 months. We only open it 2 times a year, October and April. You will learn all about it at the end of the challenge. I love this. Yeah, hey, we were talking about the library. She says, "This is true. I'm doing story times at the library right now. The parents are absolutely raving about my story times. High fives. Wear your t-shirt with your preschool logo. Be passing out business cards, little goodie bags, whatever. Like, oh, that's amazing." Okay. Yay, you live in Philadelphia and you want to get started ASAP, but I don't know how. How can I start my preschool? I love this. So, first off, the question is, should you do local or online? Let's talk about that now that we've kind of gotten going. Let's talk about the difference of local versus online, and also what each one looks like with their class times. I'm going to be chugging water here, guys. So, one sec. Wow. You got that on the mic too. Okay. By the way, you hang with me for these 11 hours, you're going to get all the joy, all the crazy, all the kooky, everything. So, let's talk about local versus online. With local preschool, it is going to be in your home or in a church or in a separate building, or get this, you can even do an outdoor preschool. I mean, we've seen it everywhere. We've seen it done all sorts of ways. The majority of people do it in their home. All you need is a kitchen table and a living room couches. Okay. I guarantee you have a kitchen table and living room couches. You don't even need a big home. You can have it in an apartment. I think of Charisse, and she has a smaller area for her preschool, but she makes it work. And what I love about it is you can get it started immediately, right? Like, you don't have to have a location. In fact, I recommend that you don't get a location first. You don't want the liability of having to pay a lease for a school you haven't even filled yet. My suggestion is always to start in your home first. And then once you grow to capacity where you're like, I've got all these people who want to sign up and I can't fill them because, my preschool's full at home, then you look for a location because you're like bulging at the whatever the phrase is called, and you're like ready to grow. That's when you get a location. Now, some people do it a little bit differently, where maybe they just really don't want it at home. They really want to separate the home and the business. That's totally fine. You can do that too. Our biggest suggestion there is to go to a church to do your preschool in a church. I think of Quinn Cooper. She had this vision for her preschool, like Q&A preschools is what it's called, Q&A preschool. And she always had this vision of what she wanted, and it was not in her home, and I think too, again, about what are you passionate about? What's your vision, right? Sometimes we got to take that vision, we got to step it back, and we got to say, but what's possible right now? Maybe it's not possible for me to get a location right now. Maybe I will start in my home. I think of Charisse, who has a bigger vision for something outside of her home, but she's starting in her home right now to start. Okay. But Quinn's like, I'm gonna go all in. I'm gonna go big, go home, go big or go home. And so she found a church to partner with. And inside of Preschool All Stars, we teach you exactly what to say to the churches to be able to get that contract. And what's great is that most of the times, they're so grateful to have a preschool program, giving them a little bit of money during the week where they're not even using their building. And it elevates them as the status. It gets people into their doors because it's a church, and that always will help on their Sunday attendance as well. And no different than if you get anybody into a business and let them see it around. They're like, oh, okay, right? So they're always happy about it. They're excited about it. In our book, also, we talk about Becky Reed and Jamie Radford, who started their preschool in a church, and they were able to grow it to over 600 students in the entire time they had their preschool there. They made over $700,000 in their preschool program. So the concept of it being at a church is like, don't think it can be small or it can be big. It's really however you want to make it. And in our book, let's make sure that we drop the link really quick again. Obviously, I've been giving away these book copies, so I can't say that I only have 100 left because I guarantee I have less than when I started. But let me make sure that I drop that link for everybody here. So freepreschoolbook.com, make sure you go grab your book. At the time when I started this, I only had 100 books left. So if you still see the sales page there, I still have books left, and it automatically toggles off the what do you call it, the order form when I lose the 100 when they're all gone. So if you see it, you can still get it. Okay, let's go back to that. So we're kind of talking about locations and stuff, right? And okay, so we talked about in a church. Let's talk about Geetha. Geetha is in our Preschool All Stars, and many people in their local home, they're like, but wait a second, I have an HOA. And so she had read through her HOA, documents, like, because you live in a neighborhood, you have an HOA. She read through her documents and it said no businesses in the home. And she got so down. And in fact, I'm going to share the screen really quick from Geetha, because I want to share her exact words. It was literally just so beautiful to see this whole process come through. 1 second here while I find her. There we go. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, here we go. So we're going to go share my screen. So Geetha came to us, and she was so frustrated because she saw that she couldn't do a business in her home. She's like, my HOA won't let me. Okay. So watch the process of how we walked her through it in Preschool All Stars. Okay. So she says right here, she says, All Stars, I called the HOA. Sorry, it's right here. I called the HOA, and they said home businesses are not allowed. I got disappointed with the news. What is the solution? Does anyone else have the same experience? And then we said, contact the HOA and ask what the concerns are and talk to them. Okay. Like, don't take no for an answer, friends. That's what I want you to come across with right now. Don't take no for an answer, because sometimes they might just not know what you're actually asking. Okay. And so she writes back after the very next day. That was March 23rd. The very next day, she writes back and she says, All Stars, I want to share good news with you. My HOA approved my business proposal. 2 days ago, I had sent some mail to the HOA that I wanted to start a childcare at home. Now, again, it's a preschool at home, but she has to use the words childcare because it falls under that childcare umbrella that HOAs would understand, or that licensing understands, etc. Okay. And so it says, they said any businesses are not allowed to do it at home. And then remember, though, she had asked in the All Stars, but what do? I called them again today and explained everything today. And she said, oh, we have an exception for registered childcare. I was crying yesterday, but today I'm happy to hear there's an exception. So she says, so All Stars, don't get disappointed if businesses are not allowed in your community. You always have to check with them for exceptions and explain how it works. I love that. So Geetha is a perfect example of when, you think that something might not work out for you. All you have to do is say, how can this work out for me? Right. And of course, in Preschool All Stars, ask us, right? And we'll give you solutions to get out, to fix it too. Start your preschool in your home, start your preschool in a church, start your preschool with an HOA, start your preschool outside. I think of one of our all-stars. She created a outdoor, I need chapstick. I also brought two things I brought with me. These are the two things that make me most happy, chapstick and water. I called this heaven on a stick the other day to my son because we had been at my parents, like moving them for a week. And it's Idaho. And I don't know why, but we were living in Arizona, which you would think is super dry. But we come up to Idaho, and for some reason, it is so dry, and my lips are just like on fire all day. And I pulled out my chapstick, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is heaven. It's heaven on a stick. And I said, I'm going to brand it heaven on a stick. Anyways, those two things make me happy. Okay, so back to it. Oh, she does her preschool. It's an outdoor preschool. Okay, it's just like an all weather, all nature preschool, a nature preschool. And then we have other people who do their preschool in their garage. I converted my garage as well. So hashtag garage if you have a garage. You can convert your garage. You can put a little mini split or a little air conditioning unit in there to make it cooler, or you can even, put a heater in there as well. Add a door to the garage. And before I even really converted it, I put up a heavy curtain rod, where the doors go up and down. I left everything as is, but I put a heavy curtain rod in front of the doors on the inside with heavy curtains that were hanging down. I'm talking thick, heavy curtains. You can buy them on Amazon. Just look up movie curtains. And that they went all the way from the top to the bottom. And that helped to insulate it just a little bit, I mean, it wasn't perfect. And then a couple years later, that's when I actually walled in the wall to my garage. So it didn't look like curtains anymore. But it worked. You know what I'm saying? You got to do what you got to do. So yeah. So that's local. And I'm sure there's other questions. So keep asking your questions. I'll get to them. And then online, now local is 2.5 hours. So it's basically they'll come in and this is how your day could go. And of course, I talk about this in my book, my free book, right? So freepreschoolbook.com, go grab your copy. But I give you the schedule in my book. So they'll come in and they will, I usually like to have them take off their coats and backpacks. And it's 2.5 hours. They'll take off their coats and backpacks. They'll come to circle time first. Oh, no, sorry, not circle time. I used to do that. Then I would actually have them come over to table time. So they would go to the tables, they'd sign in with their little name card, and there'd be activities to do on the table for their fine motor. Then we'd go to circle time once everybody was there. Circle time, we did story, calendar, sharing. We talked about what we're going to do that day. And then we opened it up to Centers. Centers was about an hour of our time. As you know, the best thing for children to do and learn at this age is play. And so they would be playing and learning in their centers. And the whole room would be open and they'd go do their fun things in all the rooms, whether this was a room or our living room or whatever. And they do like science, and they do, there's books, there's dramatic play, there's water play, there's sensory, there's math, there's just all these different things. And then we'd clean everything up. And at that point we would go outside. I always like to put like clean up next to the fun stuff because you always want them to be excited to go outside. So hurry and clean up so we can go outside. And then we'd line up, we'd go outside and play outside. You don't have to have them play outside for the 2.5 hours. But if you have a playground area or if you have your backyard, like it doesn't have to be a special area. And again, you don't have to have them go outside if you don't want them. It's only a 2.5 hour period. But anyways, we'd go outside and do outside play. Then we'd come back in for what? Snack time, because that was the only way to get them off the playground because they were so excited to play, but they all wanted snack. So a little hint there on your timing. So we brought them in from play, and then we would do snack time, and then we would clean up snacks and we'd go to quiet reading while everybody was finishing their snack time, and I'd be cleaning up the little kitchen area of their snacks and stuff. And then I would read a final story. We'd talk about what we learned that day and then get their backpacks on. It was time to go home. And so it was just 2.5 hours, and they came every couple of days. So again, like every Tuesday, Thursday, they would come. That was one class of 6 kiddos, or every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they would come. That's one class of 6 kiddos, whether it was a morning or afternoon class. They did not stay for both. Some people would go to a Tuesday, Thursday class and a Monday, Wednesday, Friday class. So they would actually be there from Monday through Friday, but only in the morning or only in the afternoon. And of course, if they did that, then they paid for 2 tuitions, right? They paid for the Tuesday, Thursday tuition and the Monday, Wednesday, Friday tuition because they came to both classes. So then you get, that's a great way to like upsell people to say like, oh, you're going Tuesday, Thursday. Would you like to add the Monday, Wednesday, Friday class? And they're like, oh yeah, that actually would work because of blah, blah, blah. And then after they are going Monday through Friday there, or whatever. So that's your local class. Online is different. Okay. Online, of course, all you need is a laptop. Now, some people ask, but what if I just have an iPad? You can't create businesses on an iPad. I'm just going to be straight up. And Beth, who is our resident tech expert and will help you on Tech Wednesdays in Preschool All Stars, she'll be the first to tell you we don't do businesses on an iPad and we don't do businesses on a phone. This is great for like checking on stuff, but you can't build a business on a phone or an iPad. You do need a laptop or just a computer. Either of those is fine. Now, she also likes Chromebooks. So Chromebooks are fine also. But do consider that in the future, that is your path. If you do not have a computer in your home or a laptop in your home or a Chromebook in your home to build a business, we're going to need you to get one of those things. Okay. Otherwise, it's like, we're sitting on a chair with one missing leg, right? And we're kind of like, I can't really do this. Okay. So you need the right tools. An online preschool, you just need access to a Zoom account. And in fact, your Zoom account can be free. It gives you up to 100 people in one Zoom session for free. And so you can have up to 100 students at one time. And if you mute everybody, you can have up to 100 students at one time. Not a big deal. However, if you want to have some interaction with them, right, you could still have 100 students at one time, but you would just unmute certain people at certain times and let them talk, which they still feel like they're part of it. Or if you wanted to be more close-knit, where you only have, 6 to 12 students in your online preschool class at a time, that's also a good idea. Because then in that situation, they are able to get more friendships with each other and they feel like it's just them, right? They can only see 6 faces or they can only see 12 faces or whatever it is on Zoom. And they feel like it's their little class. But either way, I've seen both models work and it works great. The other thing you can also do with online preschool is you can do pre-recorded classes. So when I'm talking Zoom, I'm talking live. And I'm going to tell something, and I hope my preschool all-stars are listening, because some of you have gotten it in your heads that you have to have perfect videos. And I remember, I'm going to take you back. I'm going to take you back to COVID days, right when the world shut down and, we had to get our local preschool online within 1 week. And I'll tell you exactly how I did it. I said, we're just going to go live on Zoom, or we're just going to get all the kids. We're going to give them the Zoom link. We're going to get them in there. We're going to teach them. Okay. And there was no editing. There was no Canva. There was no tech. It was like, give the kid a link, let the parents, click the link so they can get the kid on Zoom. And then you just start talking to them. Okay. You just start having fun. No different than if they were in a classroom. Pardon me. I think too, like if they came into your classroom, guys, you're not going to be perfect. Like you're going to make mistakes. You're going to forget that the glue is in the other room and you got to go run and grab it. You're going to have to, use a restroom break. You're going to have to do all these different things that are just like not perfection. Okay. Because it's just life. And I'm going to ask all my preschool all-stars right now, which we haven't had to talk about this in a bit, but I'm going to ask you to bring it back to real life. Okay. I think a lot of you are getting stuck on the perfectionism of like, I'm going to make pre-recorded videos and they're going to be so amazing. And you kind of get lost in the art instead of putting it out into the world. Right. So what happens then is you're stuck in Canva or you're stuck editing and you're like trying to make every video perfect. And oh crap, I said that one thing and now I got to re-record the whole segment. And then I really messed up the second time. So now I got to do it a third time. And before you know it, days have gone by and you still don't have a video produced. There's a problem with that. So you have 2 options. I'm going to tell you this right now. Forget Canva, forget editing. Go back to real life, guys. I guarantee you, your parents will still love you 100% of the time. Okay, they don't need all the amazing, whiz bang things, all the bells and whistles. They just need you. Kids just want you, right? You can change it up. You can put your hands up here. You can, come out of the camera. You can surprise, you can change it up on your own. You don't have to have all these edits and cuts and whatevers and the pops on the screens. And sure, those are fun. And if you're making these videos for long-term use, where it's like these are going to be the 26 videos I ever make, and I'll never make another video again. I can understand where you might want to go a little bit more technical there. But to start your online preschool, we're not going to do any of that. We're going to show up on Zoom one of two ways. We can either go live like this, where the kids are on Zoom and I'm saying hi and, hey, Johnny, go look out your window. What's the weather like today over in California? Let us know, Johnny. Go look out the window and come back. We'll wait for you. And Susie, you go check that too. Okay. Okay. And we just have real life conversations. Or you can do a pre-recorded where you're the only one on Zoom and you just click record. Okay. You click record and there it goes with being able to, I lost my train of thought. Anyways, and then you're recording and you do your thing and you make mistakes, but it's okay. And when you make a mistake, you said, I made a mistake. What do we do when we make mistakes? I got to take a drink. I get so excited. And then hold on. So loud with the mic and I totally spilled my water. All right. We might get some cough drops too. I feel like I might need that. Can you guys wait for a sec? Okay, 60 people on my live. I'm gonna go get some cough drops. And if this drops down to 59, oh, there it went. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't leave, guys. Anybody in the comments, like in the next minute, just tell people, oh, she went to get cough drops. She'll be right back. Be right back. Let's see who's stuck with me today. All right, who's still here? You did it. Good job. Whoa. I just dumped out 30 cough drops. I got them. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging with me. Where were we talking about? Online preschool. Okay. Back in COVID days when we were doing online preschool, this is exactly how I said to do it. I said, show up on Zoom and just teach, just have fun. And when you make a mistake, call it out. I made a mistake. Oh my goodness. Friends, what do we do when we make mistakes? Right? And talk about it. Make it a thing. Make it a thing in your classroom of your culture. A thing in our family is if somebody spilled something, it's common for everyone to spill stuff in our house, right? Or break something. So, it's as easy as if somebody made a spill, I'd say, oh, what do we do when we make a spill? We clean it up. Okay. So just make a conversation in your group of your classroom that this is what we do. Yeah. Okay. Online preschool is not as long as local preschool. And of course, I explain this all in my free book, which I'll also talk about, of course, during our challenge, but freepreschoolbook.com. I'll drop that again real quick. I don't know how many copies we have, but we only had 100 when I went live today. So if it's still there, it's still available. That link really quick. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So, and if you go to preschoolchallengehome.com, that's where you're going to find all my links. You'll find the link to register for our free challenge, get the free book, stuff like that. Online preschool is not 2.5 hours. It's only 30 minutes. It can be up to 45 minutes. But if you start pushing 60 minutes, I really feel like that's too long. 30 minutes is just perfect. It keeps their attention span ready. It keeps you on live. If you were going for 12 hours, you'd be tired at the end of the day too, right? So 30 minutes is the perfect time for everybody, you, them, just everybody. And parents don't want it to be a ridiculous time too. Because if they're realizing that their kiddo isn't sitting through, even 30 minutes, how are they going to sit through 60 minutes? Yeah. And if then parents say, hey, they're not really caring to watch this whole 60-minute video, then the parents are probably going to pull them from your preschool. So we want to keep it jam packed in, goodness for 30 minutes. Got it? Okay. Sounds good. So let's keep looking here. Great question. Must I have a DBA or can I just have an LLC? I live in New Jersey. I'm going to give a caveat really quick. I'm not a lawyer. So anything I say should be taken with a grain of salt and always talk to your state about it. But this is what I will say. When you go through Preschool All Stars, we have an entire business guide section that you will have an access to a place that'll say, here's New Jersey's requirements, whether that's DBA or LLC, and it will actually give you the exact answers that you're supposed to do. If you still have questions at that point, then you talk to your state, because I can't give out like specific things. I will say this because some people are like, what is DBA? What is LLC? A DBA stands for doing business as. So let's say that I have a business called Preschool System, right? So I am Joy Anderson doing business as Preschool System. That means that I can have the Preschool System brand as a bank account. I can have it as a Stripe account, all these different things. Okay. That's what a DBA allows you to do. You're registering your business basically. And there's different words and states call it different things and whatever, but generally that's what it is. It probably costs, 20 to 40 bucks to do a DBA. Now, that just allows you to use a different name and collect money under a different name. Okay. When you're like doing tax time and stuff, you will tell the IRS that that business of Preschool System or whatever your business is did this much in income and this much in expenses, right? Now, LLC is a little bit different. LLC is more of and again, we talk about this in Preschool All Stars, all the dynamics, but generally an LLC is going to protect you against people who might sue you, against people who might get injured in your in your care, and you need to have the protection of an LLC so that your business doesn't go under if somebody sues you in that situation. And here's why an LLC is important. So let's say in a local preschool, okay? I can't tell you how many times a kiddo bumped his knee or got a little, scrape, needed a band-aid, stuff like that. That stuff happens all the time in preschool. But what happens less frequently in preschool is the big stuff, right? And thankfully so, right? But sometimes it might happen. I remember in our schoolhouse, which we had, we have a rule, and the rule is before preschool or after preschool, if you don't have a teacher, nobody's running, right? Well, everybody stands outside of the schoolhouse before they come into the preschool day, and they're with their parents. And it's my rule, no running. Like if you don't have a teacher out here, no one's allowed to run. And so anyways, all of a sudden we heard, knock on the door. It was before preschool was starting, just a few minutes. We heard a knock on the door and a crying child. And I opened the door. Of course, we have all of our other preschool families out there waiting for preschool to start. I'm like, oh, what happened? Thinking someone just got a bump or a bruise or somehow. Well, they said, oh my gosh, I don't know what happened. He tripped and his arm just, he's really said his arm hurts. I said, oh no, be sure to take him to go check on his arm and let us know what happened. Anyways, he had broken his arm there on our schoolhouse property. Now, was it our fault? Well, there was a little dip in the grass, apparently, that he had kind of tripped in. And then when he had fallen, because he was running, and when he had fallen, he had landed on his arm wrong and broken his arm. Now, we had built so much goodwill with all of our families that they realized, it was maybe we could have filled in a little bit more grass there or something. I didn't even know it was a problem. But also they realized that it was against one of our rules was we weren't supposed to run, right? Not for that specific situation, but just general good practice, period. And so they also loved us regardless. So, but they just took care of their kiddo. They got the arm fixed. He came back in a cast. And what did we do? We immediately went and filled in that little hole, which we didn't know was there, a little dip, and with some more dirt and seed. Okay. And again, reminded everybody we don't run unless a teacher is out here. Well, anyways, that could have been a scenario where if the parent had gotten really upset at us, they could have sued us. Sure, it could have, I mean, most families won't sue you because most families love that you're teaching their kid. But you never know. And so anytime you got people with their children's health and their children's, safety involved, you just want to protect yourself. And that's why you get an LLC. And so when you're saying, can I get a DBA or just an LLC? That's a state specific question because I'm glad that you're going to go get that LLC. It's usually a couple $100s. But again, this is further down the process and it is truly setting up a real business. I would like to stress this. I will stress this. If you're in my world just to like make a bunch of money and then bounce out and go do something different, this is probably not the business for you. Like, we are not helping you to, this is not a fly by the night kind of thing. This is not like, This is building a business. And honestly, we're here for the long term. Like I had my preschool for 10 years, making $1.75 million. That was with me not knowing how to do a lot of it and figuring it out on my own. Our preschool all-stars who are now going through our programs and have been going through for several years, they're close to hitting their $1 million mark, and they've only been in business for 3 to 4 years. And so you can see the time gets compressed a when you're in a step-by-step program that like really compresses time and makes it only the most valuable things for you to do. And of course, you can have a small preschool, you can have big preschool, whatever you want. But I just want to impress that like we're here for the long term, right? So right now you may be like thinking about this. This is interesting. I'm brand new in Joy's world. This is interesting. Hashtag brand new, by the way, if you're brand new to us. Hashtag PAS if I got my preschool all-stars in the house. But really what you want to do is just make sure that when you do set out on this path, right? And when yes, you're going to be a scientist. Yes, you're going to test things out, but you're going to make a decision at this time. At the end of the challenge, we're going to invite you to join Preschool All Stars, which, will help you to start your preschool at that time. My suggestion to you is to go all in, like go all in, commit to yourself that this is what you're doing, because those who commit, those who go all in, they're the ones that gets the results. They're the ones that aren't on the fence. Like, I don't know about this. Should I do this or not? This feels a little new and unsure and difficult. Anything in life can feel difficult if it's new, right? But it's worth doing. Yes. So good question. So think of this as a business. Don't think of this as like a fly by the night. How much money can I make? I'm going to fly in, fly out kind of a thing. We're building a business that not only can you produce enough income to provide a full-time income and then some, pay off your debts, set aside money for retirement, all those good things, make investments, but also at the end of it, you can sell it. Guys, this is an asset that you can sell at the end of your preschool, which is really cool. Okay, let's continue. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I love this. She said she posted about starting her online preschool, but she got begged to do an online homeschool class. So that's what I started with 2 months before I started my preschool. And you can go do that for a while and you can say, oh my gosh, I love this. I want to go all in on the homeschool component. Or you could say, that was fun. And now I'm going to continue with my preschool. That's a great opportunity. Yes, this is a good question. Can you run online and local at the same time? You can, but I don't recommend it when you start. So I feel like I'm going to need a barrette to put my bangs up. Oh, do you know how good that feels? Ah, not having your bangs in your eyes. It feels so good. Ah, they're hitting like literally like in the middle of my eyes. You know that, right? Okay. So anyways, let's continue. Can you have online and local at the same time? Yes, but I don't recommend it when you're starting. So the point is this is a new business. And when it's a new business, it's like there's stuff to learn and there's different paths for either one of them, where online's going to be a little bit different. You're doing Zoom, you're doing 30-minute classes. You have a different market that you're trying to attract. Local, you're trying to attract your local crowd for 2.5-hour classes. Like they're different languaging, different messaging. And yes, they're very similar because they're both preschool businesses, but the people you're attracting and the way that you're fulfilling it is two totally different things. And so I would prefer that you choose one and go with that until you figure it out and you start enrolling kiddos and you start getting it like, oh, I totally know how to do this. I got this, right? When it feels like I got this, then I give you permission to go build your other one. Because otherwise what's going to happen is you're going to dabble in both and you're going to be like, neither of them are working. Well, because you're not putting all your effort into one of them. Okay. It's like you can't have split focus like that on this kind of a concept. Like you're going to go all in on one. Now, some of you are like, oh, that makes me nervous to go all in on one of them, because what if it's the wrong one? There's neither a wrong nor a right answer. Okay. There is a now answer. Write that one down. There's neither a wrong nor a right answer. There's just a now answer. This is not set in stone. This is not in concrete. You do not have to do this for the rest of your life. What you're doing is you're choosing the one that makes the most sense to you right now for your family. The cool thing about local is you can have it work with your family schedule. If you have a little baby at home and you know that baby always sleeps from like 1 to 2:30 p.m. every day, like clockwork, great. Do an afternoon preschool class. If you are like, oh my gosh, I am working from 9 to 5 every day, but I want to start building an online preschool on the side so that I can uh, be able to like have an exit strategy. Awesome. Cool. That's going to work for your family best. Like figure out what works best for you right now. Work toward that. Okay. Do that. As you're doing it, you may realize, oh, I actually kind of like this. Like being on Zoom and talking to the kids and it just being my little laptop and I can do it anywhere. Oh my gosh, I want to talk about one of our amazing all-stars. She was in the middle of I don't know if it was like in between homes or something, but she was doing preschool classes at what do you call them? Like when rest stops. She was holding preschool classes at rest stops in the parking lot in between her drives. So she would have an online preschool and she's like, "Hey, oh, I got to stop driving, got to do my 30-minute class, do my hotspot or whatever and pull up Zoom and hold a preschool class and then keep driving." And she could do it anywhere. She could do it in the Walmart parking lot. She could do it in the rest stop parking lot. Like that worked with her schedule, right? It worked with her life at the time. And you might just be like, dang, that's really convenient. As long as I have internet, I can have my business. I can be anywhere, anytime, and have my business still. That's pretty convenient. Or you may really love the idea of having students, in person, and that just might light you up. And I want you to go with whatever lights you up and also whatever feels most light and easy at the time, recognizing though that some of your hesitations about either or of them, either each one, may be incorrect. And that's what I'm here for. That's what my book is here for. Okay. Freepreschoolbook.com, if you remember. My whole goal is to help you understand the truth because a lot of times, like when you think you don't know much about something, so you kind of have some beliefs about it. You're kind of like, well, I think this is how they do it. Like, cause you don't really know, right? So you kind of make stuff up and that's okay. Like that's how our brain works. If it doesn't have an answer, it starts making stuff up, okay, of what it believes about something. But the truth is we've helped so many thousands of women. We've seen all the pieces. And so therefore we know how to, oh, you have that problem? Here's your solution. Oh, you think that? Oh, actually, no, because this. So that's what my goal is, to kind of like show you the truth of everything. And you'll learn that through our challenge. And you'll also especially learn that through Preschool All-Stars. Okay, good. So I'm glad that this is helping everybody. Hashtag helpful. let me not assume it's helping you. Hashtag helpful if this is helpful for you. Okie dokie. Next up. I will say really quick, we do have, Bethany Johnson, and she is the co-host of our podcast. And she was doing a online preschool first because COVID had just happened. So she did an online preschool and she's like, you know what? This is going fine, but I really want to do my local. Then she built her local after several months of her online being good. Built her local and really just knocked that out of the park. Her local is just full and just doing so well. She converted her garage and she had her baby. And then she said, you know what? I want to do some online again. She felt like maybe she's, could serve more students or maybe make some additional money that way because she already knew how to do it. She started doing online, but she didn't bring it back in until her local was again set up. So consider that, because anytime you add two things to your plate, right? Sometimes one is going to get more of the focus than the other. And we have to always think to ourselves, is that what I want? Or should I just go all in on the one thing and knock it out of the park and fill up my classes and be happy and content? And in the future, if I ever want to add something else, I can, right? But knowing it's another business, right? It's a different way to do it. And again, different tips and techniques. A great question, Daniela. Again, do you give resources on how to get supplies for local preschool? Absolutely. So you might be talking about how to get the startup costs paid, or like what supplies do you need? Let me talk about the supplies that you need really quick. Let's talk about that first. So first off, with a local preschool, it's going to be in person. So I always say you can start in your home with just your kitchen table and your couches. And in fact, that's how I started my program. I want to show everybody really quick. I think this would be really fun. It's always fun for me to watch. So let me find it really quick if I can. I'm gonna open up a couple things. Okay, so while I'm finding this, let me kind of clarify. That's how I started my preschool. Was That's all I had because I didn't really know what a preschool was supposed to look like. Remember, guys, I did not have a degree in early childhood education. I had never taught like official preschool classes. So it was kind of just one of those things I was like winging it. And I was like, okay, what do they need? Well, they need to know their letters, their numbers, their colors, and their shapes. And so I went to Dollar Tree. Kid you not. I bought 4 posters for the wall: letters, colors, numbers, and shapes. And I called that my preschool. Kid you not. And people still signed up. So I put up, the 4 posters on the wall, and we just had circle time on my living room floor. I didn't even have a circle time rug. I had no furniture for the little students it was just my furniture in my house. And that's what we did preschool with. The next year, that's when I used the registration fees to then invest into the preschool program. And I, bought little tables and little chairs and, different things for the walls and different materials and different preschool, toys and manipulatives and things like that. But originally, that is all I had. And I want you to start with what you have. That's a lot of times we see like these big preschools or people who've been doing it for so many years. We see all these amazing examples, but it's like that's their end point. So I don't want you to judge your beginning line with their finish line. I want you to say, hey, they had a beginning point too, right? And in fact, if Joy could be successful with 4 posters on her walls, and just a kitchen table and living room couches, that's all I need to. Anything else is cherry on the cake, right? Cherry on the ice cream. I don't know what the phrase is called. Still trying to find really quick the let's see. Watch and learn. It's right here. Here it is. Okay. Yes. Second year of preschool. If you guys hear that noise in the background, my sprinklers are coming on. Okay, so share screen. This one is going to be this one, I believe. There we go. Okay, now you guys can see. I have to take my mic out, so we're going to switch mics. Ooh, that might mess things up. We'll try it. Oh, well. Let's see if the mic is still going to work. Hold on one second. Unmute. Okay, can you guys hear me still? Say I can hear you in the comments so that I can let me know if you guys can hear me. In the comments, let me know you can hear me. Maybe this is super delayed. Okay. Let's go to the settings and just make sure the audio is good. Okay, I think you guys can hear me. Testing. We're good. Okay, great. So let's continue back. I can hear you. Great. So we're going to go back to, here we go. I want you to watch. This is literally my second year of preschool. And I was just doing it in my house. Circle time at my house. This is how easy it can look. Okay, check this out. Here we go. Okay. Me. You? We're talking about the letter M, which is going to be all about me and all about you. Like what? And migrate. Migrate? Yeah. Okay. Like pilots. Yes, very good. What other things start with the letter M? Butterfly. Men? Yeah. Men. Okay. Okay. So the reason why I wanted to share that with you, stop sharing, and let me turn my mic back on 1 sec. Okay, 1 sec. Audio, and we'll switch the mic. Okay, testing. Okay, we're good. So the reason why I wanted to share that with you was you saw we were just sitting on our floor. Okay, I had nothing fancy. I just showed up and I just started talking. Okay, and I thought through a couple ideas of fun things we could do that day, and we just had fun together. Okay, and of course, every year and every day I got better and better at it. But that's where you can start, just literally starting. Okay, next up, supplies. So that's what you really need. The parents provide the snacks, and I explain that again, of course, in my book. So make sure you go get your free copy, freepreschoolbook.com. So the parents provide the snacks, which is amazing. And you can just get people to sign up for a snack calendar that way. And then, down the wrong pipe. It's fun, guys. We're just hanging out. This is awesome. Although I do believe the bangs are going to go up before the 12 hours is over. You're going to come back and like hair's going to be all disheveled and like I'm like popping like cough drops like crazy. Okay. So It's very, yeah. And in fact, in my book, I have the supply list. How to get startup costs paid for. Let's talk about that for a second, because actually, in my challenge, which is going on Monday, that's one of the whole goals is to give you a way, one amazing script. It's called 1K in 1 day script, and like $1,000 in 1 day. It's the concept of like helping you to fund your preschool before it ever starts. And I'm excited to teach you that method on during the challenge. So yes. Okay, next question. Okay, good question. This one. I work for my local school district, and when COVID happened, we would stream the class for those who couldn't come in. Is this possible with your program? Well, anything's possible because it's your program. I just teach you how to implement it. So, with what you could do is you could do a local program, and then you could have a camera set up. And actually, we do have one of our preschool all stars who does this. She films her local preschool class, and it's actually a childcare program that she's running. And then she has other childcare programs stream in and watch her, and they have their materials they received because she shipped them out materials, because she's like basically partnering with these other daycare programs. And then they pay per child to have the kit shipped to them so that that child can watch the Zoom. And every day at a certain time, like 10 a.m. or something, they zoom in, and she's got the camera there, and she's showing the kiddos do it. So they feel like they're part of it and they're doing it in their classroom. It's really cool because then you have like all these, and she works with childcare facilities. So all the childcare facilities are getting quality premium preschool education, and they're paying her to do it. So you can do that even with your preschool program, or you can create online preschool videos and you can sell those to daycares. And we have in Preschool All Stars, we have the training on how to do that too. So really cool. You could have a lot of different options. It's your program, however you want to create it. Oh, I love this. Daniela says you're able to partner with your children's daycare. You listen to the audiobook till you get your hard copy. Nice. What are good items for goodie bags for marketing your online preschool? That's a great question. Okay, yeah. So if I was trying to market my online preschool and I was going around to people in my community and handing them goodie bags, or maybe at a local parade or the Easter egg hunt that just happened, what would I put inside of there? I would always put something for the kid first off, and it wouldn't be candy. But it would be maybe like go to the Dollar Tree, um, or even at let's see, even at like Zerkers. You guys know Zerkers, right? Or like a party store. They have like super inexpensive, like bulk um party favor kind of things. I would think of like something like you just want something tangible in there that's like a tiny little toy for the kid that's kind of fun. So that would be one idea, just real fast off the bat. Then of course, I'd put a postcard in there, your business card. The postcard needs to have the 7 things that you must have on your marketing. That's inside of our perfect sign up formula in Preschool in a Box. We teach you that. And let's see. And because it's got to have a call to action as well, like, hey, call us now to reserve your spot and take a tour, or call now to get your child's free assessment. I would do some kind of like a freebie, because if it's an online preschool, you probably won't be having them come take a tour, and so you want to give them some kind of a freebie. And the best freebie with online preschool is an assessment where you can just jump on Zoom with a kid. And in Preschool All Stars, we actually have the graphics to do this so that you can share your screen and you can show the kid, hey, what letter is that? What color is that? What shape is that? What number is that? And you can do that for all colors, letters, numbers, shapes. Hey, can you count to, as high as you can? Ready? 1, like ready, go, and see how they count. And you can do this quick little assessment with them. And the parents are literally sitting right next to them and like, oh my gosh, my kid doesn't know his colors, letters, shapes, or numbers. I need to enroll my kid in this preschool to help them. So it's a really visual one. But I would give like a postcard or something that said get a free assessment, because you just want them to, you don't necessarily need them to sign up with you, but you do want their contact information. And the way they can do that is to, sign up for something for free. So a little freebie. So that's a good idea. I'd also maybe put like, what are some other good ideas? You guys post in the chat if you guys have other ideas of what you could add. Oh, I love this one. I'd actually add like a little book, and it's going to cost $1 from the dollar store. But I'll tell you what, it's enough to get the kid and the parent to be like, oh snap, I just got a book. Like that's enough of it's $1. Like, you guys can totally pay for $1 to pay for marketing to get access to one kid. Holy cow, you can. Like, it's not that much money. You could pay $200, to get 200 goodie bags put together. Maybe a little bit more with some favors or something. But to have those go out to like 200 kids, like that's huge. So what I also love was we had another preschool all-star who showed up at the city park, and she had gone to Dollar Tree and she bought a bunch of books, and like the Dollar Tree books, right? And she had all these books, and then she shows up at the city park with her little wagon and all of her books in the wagon. And she just starts, she's an introvert. So get this, even as an introvert, I'm an introvert too. Hashtag introvert. If you're an introvert, introverts unite. Or hashtag extrovert if you're an extrovert. You're going to crush this one then. But even as an introvert, she did this. And she just started, she said, I was so scared. I didn't know what to say. So I just made myself start yelling out. She's at the park with all the kids around, with all these kids around her and families, free books. And she just started yelling, free books, free books, free books. And the kids started running over. And of course, no parent is going to let a kid just choose a book for free. The kid's going to grab 20. So the parents, of course, quickly hustled over when their kid ran over. And of course, she's got a smile on her face and her t-shirt for her preschool. And the parents are like, oh, you're just giving these away? Yeah, I'm a preschool teacher. I just started my preschool and I wanted to give back. So I wanted to, your child can choose any one of these books. And then she started reading the books to the kids, right? So here's all the kids. They're just hanging around her. Why not start reading a book to the kids? So they're all sitting around. She's like reading books to them. And of course, every kid would love that. Every parent would love that, right? And then the parents start talking to her and the kids are still looking at books. And then she could bring other things like bubbles or whatever else she wanted to bring to keep the kids entertained so she can keep talking to the parents. And it's just conversations. That's all this is, guys. And some of you are like, that freaks me out to have a conversation. I know. It freaks me out too. In fact, I'm going to give you like my little secret. Can I give you my secret? I don't know that I've revealed this like probably publicly. I probably say it in a lot of different ways, but I don't know like I've ever phrased it this way before. But this is the truth of the matter is I personally like to just put stuff out there, like my marketing. I just put my marketing out there and whoever decides to take it will then call me if they're interested. That's my way of like, that's how I want to do marketing. That's how I want to do signups. That's how I did it in my preschool. Wow, that was a great strategy to go to the park and do that. But even so, like that, I always view that as like extra layers. What I would love for you to do is have your marketing so fine tuned. And we do that, of course, in Preschool All-Stars. Have your marketing so fine-tuned that when you put it out there, it has everything it needs to convert itself. And all they have to do is call to reserve your spot and take a tour to confirm that they are feeling good about you. Like they already are like, wow, this is everything I want. And then they just call to like confirm that they feel good about you. Like, oh, okay, this is a real person. Like I can see where my kid would go to preschool. Wow, she seems loving. This is great. Like, okay, let's sign up. That's how I'd prefer my marketing to work for me, right? But all these little fun other things are extra ways you could do it. So great question. I'd stick a book in there as well. Cool. Good question. I love this. Daniela asks, and by the way, hashtag Daniela, she showed up earlier today. My girl, you got the questions in your head and I'm loving them. Keep them coming. So you're asking all the right questions. So which preschool works faster to start, online or local? Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to say both, because you never know which one you are most excited about. Okay. So it's about passion. It's about which one feels easier to you to start. Because if you are feeling all sorts of tech issues, like, oh my gosh, I've never worked on a computer in my life. Well, hopefully that's not you, because you won't do very well if you've never worked on a computer in your whole life. Let's just go ahead and say that right now. This will be difficult for you. But I assume that's not most people. I assume most people have had some experience with a computer and know how to do a Google Doc, etc., or know how to post on Facebook. Okay. But if you have like all sorts of all these like issues with tech and you're just like, ooh, anything to do with tech and computers is just like nails on a chalkboard to me, or it makes like I spend 2 weeks thinking about it before I'll actually do the thing. If that's you, I'm going to say lean into local. Okay. Of course, we'll still do computer stuff on local, but if you're already feeling a gigantic aversion toward computers and tech, We probably shouldn't move you in the direction of online preschool. There's already a lot you need to overcome to get there. Let's say what one feels easier to you, it might feel like local. If you feel like, or if you're in a situation where you're like, oh, I have a full time job, I can't do a local preschool right now, then I'm going to point you to the direction of online, you see, because we want to, it's not a forever decision, it's a now decision. Put that in the comments. It's not a forever decision, it's a now decision. And we can always change in the future, okay? We can say, wow, that was a great experience doing online preschool for 2, 4, 6, 8 months, signing up those students and teaching them, and that was great. And I love it, and I'm going to keep going. Or, wasn't quite what I was hoping it to be, but I've really decided I really want to do local now, right? I think of Cordelia Carn. She had a similar situation where she started online and she was really doing well with online preschool. She's kind of crushing it. But then she's like, you know what? My passion is really for local. And in fact, I want to bring my husband home from work. She wanted to have her husband working in the preschool with her. And so she shut down her online and she started her local after having learned all of these things and really found her, her passion in life for this. And sometimes it takes time, and that's totally fine. Okay. You can still keep learning. You can still continue to make progress. You can still continue to make money doing either one. And you will learn along the way whether that is the one for you or not. So we're just going to choose the one that feels best at the time and move forward with it. And then it's not like you've ever lost time or lost momentum or, oh no, I lost 6 to 12 months of my life with this thing, because you did find results. You did have students sign up. You did gain clarity in what you did or didn't like. Okay. And maybe you're going to continue in that. Maybe you're going to sideline to the other path. So I love that. Okay, next up, did we talk about that? Which one works faster? Faster is all up to you. I've had people, once you join Preschool All-Stars, we'll talk later about it. It's at the end of the challenge. We have something called a 30-day challenge where you set up your business in 30 days. I just had an amazing Preschool All-Star, Carla. She went through our 30-day challenge and set up her website and completed her entire hub, which is like our website, managed business management software. She set everything up in 1 week. 1 week. She is the fastest woman who has ever set anything up. 1 week it took her. Now, granted, remember we talk about balance? Okay. She's like, I'm doing this for the next week and I'm going to go all in. I'm going to put all my time and energy into this so she can be done, right? So she can continue to move forward. And then after the week, she's like, all right, family, let's spend some time together, right? That's fine too. It's whatever works for you, okay? We have another Preschool All-Star who, and I won't say her name, but I love her. She joined Preschool All-Stars recently, and she is just now beginning her onboarding. She's just now beginning her 30-day challenge because she had some life stuff going on first, and that was okay. She's like, oh my gosh, I'm graduating with my master's degree, right? I'm busy right now. But she jumped into All-Stars and she was holding her place, and learning a little bit as she could along the way of just listening into a couple things. But once she was done with that life experience, she knew exactly the steps she needed to take to now start her preschool. So what's great is with our programs, it's not like you have to start teaching tomorrow. It's not like even you have to start teaching after this next week. It's really about how will it work for my family? What's this all about? Online, local classes, stuff like that. And also, when would I like to start? Yes. And that's, you can start in a summer camp. You can start in the fall with a fall preschool program. You can start next January. Honestly, you can start 2 years from now. Whatever is going to work for you. But I will say this. The people who jump in, the people who do our challenge, the people who jump into Preschool All-Stars afterward, those are the people who realize, wait a second, I don't need to wait so long. I was thinking it might take me 2 years to start my preschool. I don't need to wait till then. Oh my gosh, I actually can start my preschool in 2 months from now and start making money and start building my dream right now, because they realize how much closer that target got. I want to share a little story, if I could, with you guys for a second, because we're here for 12 hours today. Of course, you can pop in and out, and I'm going to keep answering questions, so keep them coming. I got my scroll, and I'm just going to keep answering questions along the way. Let me grab a drink before I tell a quick little story. Got to keep hydrated. Okay. This is what I want to talk about. Let's talk about bringing that target closer to you. So, um, many people, this is their experience. They have these ideas about what a preschool, how, all these things have to align, the stars have to align in order for everything to work. It's not true. Nothing will ever be ready. You will not be ready. Your life will not be ready. Your life will not be perfect. There is never a best time to start a preschool. The only time is now. Okay. That is the best time, is always now. When is the best time to, you know, um, grow a tree? 20 years ago, but the second best time is now, right? Would it have been great for Rita Farina she was on my email list for 8 years, right? Would it have been great for her 8 years earlier to have started her preschool? Yeah, right. She would have been having, right now, she started her preschool after being on my email list for 8 years. I keep sending emails, guys. How long have you been on my email list? Put it in the comments. How long have you been on my email list? Just general, a week, a month, a year, 8 years, just generalize. I don't know how much you think, but since she jumped off the fence and finally started her preschool, she was able to fill her preschool with 48 students in 1 month, 1 to 2 months. She was able to, in just a couple years, get a second building for her preschool. She just continues to grow her program. I think back to, had she started 8 years ago, right? The growth she could have had by now, but that's okay. Pardon me. We're not going to look back at what could have been. We're always going to look forward and say, but right now, I can make a choice right now with my future. And that is what is most important. So Rita finally did look and say, hey, right now, I need to make a change for my future. I'm not okay with where I'm at. I think, if anything, I'd hope to give you clarity about where you are right now and where you want to go. So let me tell you the story, because we're going to talk about bringing the target closer. And some people, like Rita, thinking that she never thought she was ready. For 8 years, she never thought she was ready, right? That word doesn't, I don't like the word ready. I don't like the word try, because these imply that there is like only one time that you are ready, and you're never ready. The moment that you start on the path, you are ready. You will become ready as you do the tasks. Okay. It's in the doing that comes that confidence. So there, a couple years ago, 2015 or so, 2015, I was driving down the road, and I had my preschool, of course, right? At that time. Anyways, I was driving down the road, and I saw someone on the side of the road. They were riding a bike. And I don't ride bikes since I was a kid, right? But I was like, and they're clearly riding a bike. It was an adult, and they were like in their outfit. They were like in their gear of their bike, and they were clearly doing some kind of like, cross city, country, whatever. Or they're just enjoying it for fun, whatever. But they are like in their mode. They are biking, right? I'm like, wow, that'd be really cool to like have an identity like that, to be like, yeah, I'm athletic. I'm a biker. Like I like to bike, I bike. I looked at that, and then, I started popping around. I started like seeing more people that were active. I wasn't very active at that time. And, I started seeing some runners. And in fact, I saw like, the high school with their coach and the high school runners. And I thought to myself, I remember high school running. Like, of course, I didn't go to high school, but it was junior high. And so in junior high, I was in the track team, whatever, right? Except I never went to any of the practices. Somehow I still was allowed to do the track meets. I don't know. I only did a couple track meets. Probably, I don't know what happened. But anyways, I never did the practices. I never trained between track meets. I just showed up to the track meets. And I, was in my little outfits or whatever. And maybe I did a couple practices. But anyways, showed up in the track meets. And I ran the mile. That was my only event I ever did, was the mile. Why I chose the mile, I don't know. But anyways, every single track meet, my parents were in the stands. I was probably only a couple of them. And every single one, my friends, I placed dead last. Everyone else is finishing. Everyone's clapping. And then there's a long pause between claps, because here is the only other racer still round, and she's got another full lap to do, friends. I'm not even talking like close to the finish line. Everyone else already finished, and I had a full another lap to do. I think it's like, what, 4 laps is a mile, or is it 16? I think it's 4. I think it's 4 laps is a mile. It's been a bit since I ran on the track. Anyways, a whole other lap to do. So I'm running. I'm the only one out there, and everyone's just like, go, you got this, whatever. For that one person who's still cutting it, right? Like still going. Anyways, I finally crossed the finish line. Yay. And I'm like, yay, I finished. And that was my identity, was like, I am always last, right? And eventually, obviously, that didn't feel very good. So I stopped running. Hadn't run since. But in 2015, as not very active, I saw these runners on the side of the road. I'm like, I want to run again. And I, started hearing, my ears started perking up about like 5Ks and 10Ks and whatever. And my people in my preschool, like my teachers, were running 5Ks. And I'm like, I want to run a 5K. And it's like, 3.1 miles, right? So I was like, wow, I ran 1 mile before and I was super late and super last. 3 miles sounds like a lot. And I haven't even run since junior high. And I'm not really like, active and fit and stuff. And so, but anyways, I started perking up, and I kind of want you to relate to this. Listen up. Just because I'm telling a story about running doesn't mean this is about running, does it? So you're kind of right now you're kind of seeing stuff around like, wait a second, there's this book out there. There's like, maybe I could start a preschool. It's a different idea. I've never really thought about that before. I wonder. So that's what I was doing about running. People start talking about it around me, I'm like, my teacher, one of my teachers, was running a 5K that Saturday. She says, Joy, come run the 5K with me. And it was like a Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm like, sure. Because honestly, all I needed was to be invited. Okay. I just wanted somebody to do it with me. Like the concept of like running 5K on my own felt incredibly overwhelming. Probably like the idea of starting a preschool on your own. You don't know what to do. You don't know if you have the right gear or like where to start, or, if you're going to have problems along the way. You just want to do it with somebody, right? That's what we're trying to do here in this next 7-day challenge. Just help you do it with us. By the way, as I pause for a second, make sure you register for our free 7-day challenge. If you haven't already, starts on Monday. Let's continue with the story. Okay. So it's Tuesday or Wednesday, and I show up on Saturday, of course, not having trained at all, of course, being not very active. And I'm stoked though. I got my tennis shoes on that, I'd worn every now and then. So I got my tennis shoes on. I put like my shirt. I had some like kind of a just normal shirt. And I knew I was going to get a racing shirt on the day of. So, and I had these little shorts that I was running with, and I brought my phone and some headphones. And of course, headphones back in the day had the cords. And honestly, I still wear headphones with cords. I'm like that, I guess. So if y'all are like your iPod, what are those things? What are they called? Ethan, what are they called? Sarah, Ethan, what's Sarah got? Those things that go in the ears. He's not listening. Anyways. Okay, whatever those things, AirPods, gosh, look at me acting my age. So I still have headphones that have a string. But anyways, I show up with my phone because I got my tunes. I downloaded a playlist. I'm like ready to do this thing. And so my friend's there, and she's like, okay, I'm going to stay with you. And I'm like, honestly, don't. Like, cool, we'll start together, but like, you are probably more, active than me. So you'll probably want to go faster than me, and I can't keep up. So like, it's totally cool. Like you can just go without me. It's all good. She's like, okay. So, what were we saying? So anyways, there I go. And I show up, I get my race shirt. So I go change in the bathroom, and I come out with my race shirt, and I'm trying to figure out, what do I do with my phone and my headphones? Like, where do I put like the cord so it doesn't annoy me while I'm on my 3.1 mile run? And so I stick it through my shirt. Like, so I've got my headphones in my ear, and the cord goes down here, and it's underneath my shirt. And then it comes out the bottom of my shirt into my phone. Right. And so my phone's in my hand. Yeah. So I can kind of like hear my tunes. Well, no. So I could change songs if I need to. That's what it was. So I didn't have any pockets in my shorts. So I'm holding my phone. So anyways, I'm like super excited, and the gun goes off, and off we go. And my whole goal was just to keep moving my legs. Like, I hadn't run since junior high. I don't know how I was going to do this. I hadn't been active, but my goal was just keep moving my legs, not necessarily run, maybe jog, maybe even just walk. But no, it was not walk. It was like, I just have to keep moving. So at the minimum, I was going to jog. I was going to do the whole thing. I wasn't going to stop. Like, that was in my head. Don't stop. Keep moving your legs, and not walking, but really probably just slight fast walking sometimes. But anyways, Okay, so off we go. And then of course she's trying to stay with me. I'm like, go, like you are faster than me. So everybody takes off and I'm just in it. I'm hearing my tunes and I'm going. And we get toward where I know that there's going to be, like, I see a photographer up there. And this is like my moment, right? This is my moment when I've got like my 5K. And I'm gonna have my 5K picture and I got my shirt and I'm gonna prove that I'm like a runner. I got my tennis shoes on and I'm ready for my picture. Yeah. Cause your race photos and whatever. And so I'm like, I got a big smile on my face. And I can't wait to put this, picture on social media that I did a 5K. And I'm going this back 2015. And so I'm smiling for him and I take off and whatever we finish. And of course, I'm not last, but I'm like almost last, which is fine. And life goes on. And like the next week or two, I get the race pictures back. I was so excited to open it. And I open up the race pictures. And remember my headphones. This is why I'm telling you about the headphones. Well, if you can imagine headphones in your ears on a string connected down your shirt, coming out the other way, and you're holding your phone connected to the headphones going up your shirt. What might happen to your shirt? What might happen to your shirt as you are running and not really paying attention to your clothing, just paying attention to your smiling, trying to like not move, not stop your legs? Well, I got my, after been running a couple miles, my shorts are kind of getting all in weird positions, as they do with bodies and movement. And my shirt started climbing up a little bit because as I'm running, my arms are doing this and my phone's doing this. And so the shirt is doing this. So my picture has got me, big old smile with my little t-shirt on, my race t-shirt on, and showing my belly, showing my belly, my non-active belly. I had a big old smile. I had no clue this is what the picture would turn out like. And I was so frustrated in that moment. So frustrated. It completely, why am I telling you this? I don't know. There's a different reason. There's a different story I'm telling you. But regardless, some of you are going to understand this. I had worked, I didn't know if I worked so hard, but in that moment in the 2 miles, I was working hard. I wasn't giving up. And I had a certain opinion about what the outcome would look like. The outcome was going to be a beautiful social media picture that I could post or have on my computer somewhere. And always remember that I ran a 5K and I could be proud of that moment, right? But it didn't turn out to be that way. Yes, I still finished the 5K, but that moment of the like being able to like have the result, which to me was the picture, not actually the finishing the 5K, the picture didn't turn out. The result didn't turn out the way I expected. And sometimes when you guys are doing your challenge or you're starting your preschools, your marketing, etc., sometimes you have an opinion in your head about what that exact outcome is going to look like. I'm going to put out these, 2,000 flyers. I'm going to get 20 signups. And the outcome might look a little bit different, right? And you have one of two choices at that point. You have one choice to say, what about that didn't work? And how can I fix it to make it different next time and be a scientist and test out something different? Or number two, you can look at that and say, it didn't work. I'm out. Peace out, Joy. Yeah, I don't know what that all was, but you told me that I could get a certain outcome. It didn't work out. Here's what my suggestion is to you. Continue to put that scientist hat on. Continue to test things out. I realized in that moment, if I want a different outcome, there's some variables I have to change. I have to change not putting the cord inside my shirt. So the next race picture, guess what I did? The cord was outside my shirt. I got a nice race picture. You got to look at the variables. What can I change? Now, that's a marketing little story, but I want to tell you one more story. This is the actual story I want to tell you, which is bringing the target in closer. So after that experience, after getting the little high, okay, and this is honestly this next challenge in the next 7 days, that's what this is going to be. It's going to be like a little runner's high. You're going to be in momentum. You're going to be like, this is awesome. Like, this is stuff I've never done before. This is like, I'm learning more and faster and easier than I've ever learned before. I'm getting so much done. Like, I'm moving toward my goal and staying home and making money faster than I've ever made progress in my life before. Like, I want to keep this up. But what's next, right? It's not just the challenge. It's not just that 5K. There's always a next, okay? There's iterations. Let's keep going. What is next for you, right? And for me, I got hooked on running. And for you, my goal is for you to get hooked on making progress in your life, feeling good about yourself, feeling good that you chose to do something and you followed through and you actually finished it for once. That's what I want you to get hooked on, that feeling of like accomplishment, right? I did. I felt so good during that time. I got hooked on running. And I said to myself, huh, I didn't train for this 5K. I wonder if I actually trained for a 5K, I might get a better time. And so again, as a scientist, I said, well, let's see what the variables need to change. Well, I didn't train last time. This time I need to train. I didn't have the right gear. I didn't have the right shoes last time. This time I'm going to get the right shoes. I didn't have the right training, like teacher training. I need to get a mentor. Found a 5K, a couch to 5K app. Okay. And so I put it on my calendar. I said, I'm going to run a 10K, a 5K. I'm going to run a 5K at this Veterans Day race, whatever it was. I told everybody about it. So now what am I doing? It is going from me just doing this one random thing, which is kind of like you guys this next week, kind of doing this. People might say it's like this one random thing, but guys, we're going to keep going with you right after this inside Preschool All-Stars. And we're going to make it real. And we're going to talk to people and we're going to make this real. And so I told everybody, hey, I'm doing this Couch to 5K program. I'm going to put it on the calendar. I'm running this 5K. I'm training. Okay. There's a different term. Training, my friends. Training implies you are doing what you need to do at the time you need to do it in the order you need to do it to get the results. That's how our entire system, it's why we're called Preschool System. It's how we're set up. So anyways, I'm training and stuff. And all of a sudden with my training, I realized, wait a second, I still have another month to go and I've already trained up to a 5K. I wonder then if I could change my race and what if I could do a 10K? Oh, wouldn't that be something? Because I was already doing a 5K consistently in my training. I'm like, what if I could do a 10K? That was like unfathomable to me. A couple months earlier, I hadn't even been doing any running. I was just sitting in my car looking out at the runners of the high school runners and saying, wow, I remember being junior high, that being my last time I ran. But I want to be like that. I want you guys to envision all these preschool all-stars that are around you and saying, I want to be like them. Like I want to do what they do, right? And I'm wondering that, oh my gosh, my goals that I had set out for myself, maybe are too small. This idea that maybe I'll just learn about a preschool. Maybe I can do more in a week than just learn about a preschool. Maybe I can actually take action and make money and sign up students for the future. So when I'm ready to teach, they're there. Maybe I can do that all in 1 week. This is crazy. Wow, I never imagined this. This is our goal, is to expand what is possible for you and what's possible for you right now. And so there I was saying, I'm going to do a 10K. I told everybody again about it. I'm going to do a 10K because when you tell people, it makes it real and it makes you commit. And so there I was, telling everyone I knew I was going to do a 10K, and now I'm training like a 10K. Ooh, we train differently like a 10K, don't we? We got to eat right now. Okay. Before 5K, I was kind of doing whatever. I could still do that. Got some different variables now. We're acting a little different, right? Okay. Now we're acting a little different. So now I'm going to start eating right. I'm going to start putting in the time, making sure I never miss a training session. Because if I did, I would be off my training path. You see the difference there. And I can't get to my results if I'm off the training path. Just like in Preschool System, we have a step-by-step system to get you from A to Z. It's okay if you rest for a while at your step. Just don't turn around and go back. It's okay to rest, okay? And let me clarify really quick. When I say run, when I say train, I did a run walk. I would, couch to 5K. That's the whole concept. You run for X amount of seconds, you walk for X amount of seconds. It's a run walk. And it's like, I really like this. I could do this. I don't need to run the whole time. I actually like run walking. It's great. So there I was training for a 10K, but I kind of did it on my own because there was no couch to 10K, or at least if there was, I wasn't following it. It's kind of figuring it out on my own at that point. But regardless, I was like, this is interesting. Show up to the veterans. I had my whole family because now I'm involving my family in this thing that I'm doing. Now it's real. Now we're getting together. Now they want to be with me on this. They want to support me on this because they saw me get progress earlier. You see, they saw me take steps toward my dreams and they wanted to get behind me. They wanted to cheer me on and support me. And in fact, they noticed that I was making my life better. They wanted to make their lives better too. They're like, hey, we'll run with you. Okay. And what did they need? Well, they needed me to be able to support them at that time, didn't they? So there I was. So we get to Veterans Day, 10K, and they're going to run the 5K. And some of them, of course, walk. Because at that point, I had 5 kids. I was remarried. And we had like Ethan was in the stroller. Sarah was run walking. Allie was pushing the stroller. And our other 2 kids were running the race, the 5K. And then my husband was also going to run the race as well. Now, this was his first experience running. And he had done some training, but not to like a full training or anything. But he'd done some. Well, I leave earlier because 10K, of course, you got to leave earlier. So off I go. And I don't know what's going on with the family because 10K is its own race. So I'm off by myself with my tunes and the cords outside of my shirt. So I'm going to get a great race photo and assume that my family will all be just fine. Well, anyways, the race is almost over. 5K had already been over. 10K was wrapping up. I was not the last, but I was almost the last. And here I come in. Everybody's cheering. I got my family there saying, great job. And I assumed they had run their 5K. And I see my husband. And he pulls me over as soon as I cross that finish line. And he says, I think I broke my foot. I'm going to go to the doctor. So here's the kids. And I'll see you soon. I'm like, what? Wait, what? You're like literally walking on your foot right now. How do you break your foot? I'm so confused. He's like, I started the race and it was a big group of people as races are. And because the kids were behind me and I turned to look and see that they were okay as we were all starting the race and that they had started. And immediately he was on the edge between a sidewalk. He was on the sidewalk and a grass. So you know how the sidewalk ends? Is that a poem, right? Where the sidewalk ends? And then it's just grass. I was on the edge of the sidewalk. And as I turned, I got a little bit jarred, a little bumped from somebody behind me that was also in the group, he said. And my foot just went over that sidewalk, just on that edge. And I think I broke it, And he's like, I just stopped right there. And I said, you guys keep going. I'll see you at the end. So he'd been waiting for probably like an hour or so, waiting for me to finish, waiting for the family to finish here on his broken foot. The point is this. We'll continue. He did break his foot. He did have to have surgery. Anyways, here's my point though. Listen up. At the end, I had just completed a 10K. Months earlier, I wasn't even running. I didn't even know that I could do a 5K, let alone a 10K. And as I was racing, I saw people all around me with these t-shirts. And these t-shirts said things like, it was all sorts of marathon t-shirts, like the 50 states marathon or the 50 states or whatever. And they had I don't even remember. It's just like the 50 states kind of marathon concept. And I was like, wait a second, there's people that run marathons here. And because they were running a marathon race and they run multiple marathons in multiple states. This is crazy. And my mind again was what? My mind again was like expanded of what could be possible for me. Take me back to that moment in the car where I saw the runner on the side of the street. I would have never, ever thought about running a marathon. Never, not even a 10K, not even a 5K. I just was like, oh, that's interesting. Huh. I wonder if I could run again. Are you seeing the parallels? You've been on the side. You just came into my world, maybe, or maybe you've been here for quite some time and you see people on the side. You say, huh, I wonder if I could do that. But all of a sudden, we invited you, in my case, to do a 5K with my friend, my teacher. In your case, to come do the challenge with us. And as you take action, as you take the steps toward your dream, I promise you, you will feel so good about yourself that you're finally accomplishing something that you said you would accomplish, right? You're being a scientist. You're testing things out. You're putting stuff out there. You're putting yourself out there. And then during the process, you're going to be amazed that there are so many possibilities. Like, wait a second, maybe I could do this differently. Maybe I could now actually do this. And you're going to, jump into Preschool All-Stars. And once you're in Preschool All-Stars and training for that, 5K, you're going to realize, wait a second, I can do this faster than I assumed. I might even be able to do a 10K. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's the concept of you being surrounded by people and in momentum toward your dream. But you don't know what that future dream is sometimes. You just know it's that direction. You just know that this is the path you need to be on to get there. And my personal path was like, I wanted to be active. I wanted to be healthy, right? I'm going to choose running to get me there. I had no assumptions about what, the end result would be. I always hoped it would be, more activity, better health, stuff like that, feeling happy about myself. But what I got in the end was so much more. It was this feeling of confidence, this feeling of like, wow, I can do hard things. That is what is proven to you in Preschool All Stars. And during this challenge, you're going to know that you can do hard things. So there I was. I just accomplished the 10K, but I had seen planted in my memory all these other people with these marathon t-shirts. I was like, oh, now I don't know if I can do a marathon. I said to myself at that moment, that's crazy. I said to myself, and you may be saying the same thing about some of this. Psh, start a preschool. That's crazy, right? I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could do online preschool. I don't know if I could get a building. Woo. Rita Farina thought she would never sign up a single student. She was so scared for 8 years on my email list, thought she'd never sign up a student. That's why she waited. And yet once she jumped in, she signed up 48 within 2 months. So there I was saying, I don't know that I can do a marathon, but I just did a 10K. What's the next step? And that's all I'm asking you. Take little steps with me, because guess what? The next one will always lead to the next one. And before you know it, you've got so much accomplished that you're like, dang, I never dreamed I could have done this much in such short of a time, right? I think my 5K that I did with my teacher was in August. I was running a 10K by November. So in my head, I said, you know what? If I was going to do a half marathon, I could maybe, 5K, 10K, half marathon. If I did a half marathon, wow, 13.1 miles, holy flip. That's a lot. But maybe I could use the whole season to train for a half marathon, like the whole next season, like all of spring, summer, and into fall. Maybe by next year, I thought it would take me a year. I said, maybe by next year, I could run a half marathon. And I put it in my head and I told everybody I'm running a half marathon next time. And they believed me because gosh dang it, they'd see me show up. They see me showing up and do the work. They see me accomplishing little things and they're getting behind me. They're cheering me on. That's what's going to happen with your friends and family. That's what's going to happen. And if you don't have the friends or family to give you that cheering, guess what? We got Preschool All Stars all around you to support you. Okay. We'll be the cheering for you. You don't have to have their support all the time. Okay. If you don't have that support, that's okay. We'll be your support. So anyways, here was what was one crazy difference though. It's November. I just finished the 10K. I already set the goal. I'm doing a half marathon. Here's what happens. When you're in momentum, guys, you stay in momentum and you start figuring stuff out and you start being that scientist and you start testing stuff out. You start finding solutions. And I started searching. I started like, well, right now, how do I train for a half marathon? Because I was kind of doing the 10K on my own. How do I train for a half marathon? I need a training program. I need a mentor. And so there I go on the internet looking for, how do I do this, right? How can I train for marathon? And there was a movie came up from Amazon. And by the way, if any of this is resonating with you about like wanting to run or like even having inclination to run, like you're my people too. And I just love you. And like, go watch this movie, Spirit of the Marathon. Okay. It was on Amazon, Spirit of the Marathon. Somebody write that in the comments. So there I was like, ooh, there's a movie about like training for a marathon. Well, I could do maybe a half marathon this next year and then a marathon maybe in 2 years from now. Like that's how I thought it would take 2 years to train for a marathon, maybe even 3. Like, people train for the Olympics like their whole lives. Like, so for me, maybe a marathon would be like several years, right? And of course, not even to win. Gosh, dang it, no. But like just to finish and hopefully not be last, right? And so I'm watching the movie Spirit of the Marathon, and they're telling me I could do a marathon in a season. What? I thought I could only do maybe a half marathon in a season. No, you could start from nothing and you could train up to a marathon in one season from spring to fall. And I'm like, oh, mind blown, right? No way. I was thinking to myself, that is crazy. But it's there and they're showing other people are doing it. And these people are doing it. And these people are, this one is a little bit older and this one's younger. And this one has, this situation and that situation. I'm like, whoa, I might be able to do this. Just like when you come into our world and you're like, wait, this person's a little bit older. This person's a little bit younger. This person's got kids. This person's got dogs. Like this person's got, couldn't do it in the house. This person, like, you're going to see all these scenarios of all the women doing it and all the, like being able to start preschools everywhere and worldwide. And so I'm just blown, like my mind, like an hour and a half. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, everything changed. Everything about what I thought I knew was true shifted in that instant. And I realized, wait a second. what I actually thought was accurate is not actually accurate because I just didn't know better. That's what you're going to learn. You're going to learn you're going to learn that there's things you don't know. And it's the stuff you don't know that's what can get you into trouble because you assume it takes you so much longer and so much harder and so much more money. But you're going to learn shortcuts. That's the whole goal of this challenge. Shortcut everything. Let me continue. I'm going to drop the link really quick. My whole goal is for you guys to be on this challenge with me coming up this next on Monday, April 17th. So that's my goal. There's the link. Go register for your free spot. Let's continue the story. So then, are you guys seeing the relations? Like hashtag, like getting this. If you guys are getting the connections between my running story and your journey of starting a preschool, because it's there if you listen. So there I go. I'm like, okay. And in the movie, they talk about these running groups. I'd never been part of a running group before. And I was trained on my own, right? Some little silly app, but you could be part of this running group. And it was a run walk. And I'm like, run walk. That's me. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Gotta get a drink. I get so excited. 1 sec. Okay. I'm like, I run walk. They run walk. We can run walk. Let's do this. And I can run walk to a marathon. What? Oh, it's crazy. But I knew a couple things at that point. It was like real at that point. It's like, hey, if I want this to be real, and you guys are going to hit that point in the challenge, you'll hit that point at the end of the challenge where it's like, I'm in momentum. I see how this can work for me. I see that it's possible for me. I see it's possible for me right now. I see it doesn't have to take years. I see it can be so closer. That target can come so closer. But there's many things I need. You need the right tools. You need the right team. And you need the right mentor. And so I knew I needed that team. I needed that group that every Saturday we would show up and we would run together because I could not miss my training runs. Like if you want to get to the outcome, you show up, you do the work every single time. And so I knew I needed that support group, yes, to be accountable. Like, dang, I'm going to buddy up with another person right next to me. And we're going to be the buddies who for the next, 5 miles, 7 miles, 10 miles, 12 miles, however long, we're going to be running together every single Saturday. And if I don't show up, what about her? What about her? Who's showing up for her? I didn't show up for her. If I miss 1 week, 2 weeks, do you think she might start saying, I'm probably not going to show up either? Yeah. So every Saturday I would realize like, I got to show up for her. I got to show up for myself too, but also for her. And so I need the team, right? I need my running team. You guys need your preschool all-stars team. You need your support team to be there, to show up, to be accountable, right? And for the support and the talk and like the friendship, right? This new world, like no one else around you probably does this stuff. I'll be straight up with you guys. In my world, very few people, like nobody in my neighborhood, nobody in my city that I personally know, except for my amazing Sharice and Paula. And I think there's a couple other all-stars who live here in small town Arizona, but no one else like runs like a huge preschool, or no one else runs like a huge online business, in my world over here. And I feel very like isolated. Okay. But as soon as I jump into Preschool All-Stars, I'm like, hey, like, here's my people, right? Like y'all are doing big things like me. I love it. Okay. You got to find your people. And my guess is you probably don't have the people in your life at home that are like us. You probably don't have a bunch of other people who run preschools of their own, and they're business owners and they think a certain way, and they're risk takers and they're entrepreneurs, and my guess is you probably don't have that. I didn't have that. And I'm Joy. I didn't have that growing up around any of my people that have lived around me. I had to find the community, and honestly, I had to create the community. Okay. We have a community. It's called Preschool All-Stars. So you had to find the team. The next thing, I had to find the tools. I had to dress the part. I had to look the part. I had to act the part with the right tools that would not get me hurt during the process, right? That would help me to go faster, easier, quicker during the process of running. Things like my running shoes, right? The right running shoes that aren't going to make me hurt. The right fuel, okay? The right, like little, what were they? We called them they're jelly beans. They were jelly beans, right? The right fuel to help you so that you could get through 26 miles of running and still be able to run. So you can't be eating meals during your hours and hours and hours, right? The right fuel, the right gear, the right apps, right? The right tech to be able and watches to know like when I'm supposed to start running, when I'm supposed to start walking, how many miles I've gone, look at my progress, save my progress, right? Like all the little things that if I didn't have those, I would be running way slower because I wouldn't be running at the speed I was supposed to be. I would be getting hurt because I didn't have the right gear, clothing, shoes, etc. Similar to your preschool, you need the right tools. You need everything done for you, the right forms, marketing, curriculum, business steps, the step by step, everything like shortcutted for you so you can get to your finish line faster. That's what we provide for you. In So there I am. So I needed the team, I needed the tools, I needed the mentor because I didn't know the path, right? I didn't know how to get me from 0 miles or even a 10K because by the time it was winter and winter was over, it was now February. I didn't know how to go from 0 to being able to run 26.2 miles in a session in, the 4, 5, 6 months I was going to do it in. I had no path. If I was going to do it on my own, I was going to get hurt. Okay. That's for real. You run too far, you run too fast, you get hurt. Right. And so what are all the roadblocks I would have come across that would have stopped me? Right. The pain, the I got lost, I don't know where to go, like all these different things. I'm not going to get up because there's no reason to. Right. So you need the right mentor to tell you what to do, when to do it, and watch out for these things coming up because they're coming up for you. So when you hit them, it's okay. You're going to say, oh, she told me that's coming up. There it is. That's okay. Right. And also, you did get injured. Here's what you do now. Right. Here's how you pause, whatever. So there I am watching this movie. And I start researching as soon as I finish the movie, run walk program in Boise, Idaho. Because at the time I lived in Boise. Jeff Galloway. Just put his name down there. Jeff Galloway. Galloway's running program, whatever. I found, oh my gosh, there is a group in Boise, Idaho, and Galloway created this program. And it's the program of how I can go from, running a marathon from nothing in one season. And there's my team, there's my tools. They've got the things I'm supposed to buy. They got the mentor, they got the program, and they got the team. I'm going to go join it. Right. So immediately told my husband, that's the thing. That is the thing that will get me to the result. I know it because look at all the thousands of people it's helped. And it's everything I need. Preschool All-Stars, right? So then I show up on February after I'd already signed up. And we got our running groups, and I have my partner that I run with every single Saturday. And then we train 2 times because guess what? You got to keep doing your business stuff, right? You got to keep working throughout the week. And so I had to hit all these milestones. But guess what? I got injured. That's okay because I had the mentor to tell me what to do, right? And I keep running. And then all of a sudden I'm realizing, wait a second. Well, actually, I was thinking it was going to take me till fall to do this. But the program I was on was going to have me finish and have me at a marathon in July. Oh, what? I was going to be able to finish a marathon from February till July. Whoa. Faster again than I ever assumed. So there I show up. It is my, I'd gotten injured. I took a little bit of time, doing different things. I was resting, still training, but resting in a different way. And then continued. And there it was in July. And all that work, to run the race, right? To get to the finish line, right? And it's in Oregon, and my family goes for it. I've got my parents and Michael and Sarah and Ethan, and they're there and they're cheering me on, and there I am going through the race. But during the race, I realized something. It looks different than what I assumed. All that work, all the momentum I had always built in my head that my entire family would be there at the end of the finish line. And I'll tell you, for 4 months of training, having that mental image in your head for the entire time, that at the moment of you cross this momentous occasion of something you've worked so hard for, at that point would have been almost a full year of training, etc. From the time I started my 5K to the time I finished the marathon. Having that mental image of exactly what it was supposed to feel like, look like, be like at that finish line, it didn't end up like that. I have more kiddos than just 2. I have 5 kiddos. And crossing that finish line with only 2 out of my 5 kids at that finish line to cheer me on was devastating to me. Running the race, all 26 miles, knowing that only 2 out of my 5 kids would be at the finish line to cheer me on was absolutely heartbreaking. And but I still did it. I did it because even though I had a certain opinion of what it was going to feel like, be like, end up like to equal success at that finish line, the true success came from within, not necessarily how many miles I finished it, not necessarily, finishing the marathon or signing up how many ever students in your program, but the true success came from within of how I had accomplished something that I never thought I could have accomplished before in a shorter time than I ever would have thought possible. And I didn't give up. So even though the finish line may look different for you, as you set out on your goals, as you set out to accomplish these absolutely gigantic goals that most people don't do, I want to stress this upon you. You know, you circling into my world at this time is not by accident. It's not. You're here for a purpose. You're here for a reason. And you have hit this challenge at this time, seeing my free book ad at this time for a purpose. And I know that regardless of whatever you assume is going to be on the other side of this challenge, on the other side of Preschool All Stars, on the other side of putting out your marketing and filling up your classes, etc., the biggest success you will ever find will always be from this sense of pride within yourself that you set out to do something that was so hard and you still did it regardless. So let me impress upon you, and then I'll go back to your questions. And thank you for being patient with me while I shared this story. I hope it was worth it to you. I hope you see the correlations here. Is that when you, people don't do marathons, people don't do business. What do the majority of people do? I mean, think about it. We've probably done it in our lives, right? Like the majority of people get a job. The majority of people have a paycheck. The majority of people live paycheck to paycheck, right? Majority of people, when they're done with work, they come sit on the couch and they veg out because they had such a horrible day that like they got to check out mentally, right? The majority of people are watching the Super Bowl game and not playing in the Super Bowl game. Yes or yes, do you follow? The majority of people do not start businesses. The majority of people do not run marathons. We are doing things unlike anyone else. We are doing them though, because we know that we're not like other people. And when I say that I feel very isolated sometimes in just my general life, until I plug into like Preschool All Stars or my communities online of my people, there's no one else like me out here. Okay. There really isn't. I got to go external to find my people, right? My little local area, there's nobody like me. Okay. But there are many people like me inside of Preschool All Stars. People who don't settle. People who are constantly wanting to improve themselves, learning new things, improving their talents, their skills, their hobbies. They're passionate about growth. They want to learn more. They not only want to learn and consume, but they also want to create. I love that, right? Consumption and creation, right? We want to make the world better. We want to put ourselves out there and not leave anything left. We want to share. We want to serve others. This is who I am. This is who I love helping people that are like this. And this is like you, where, I mean, hashtag feel this, if this is what, is resonating with you too. I imagine that in your life right now, you might not, even your spouse might not understand what you're doing, right? Thankfully, I've been blessed with an entrepreneurial husband, but in past marriage, absolutely not. There's no concept of, entrepreneurialism there. But not everybody has that. And my guess is that you probably have a situation where you don't have anybody to talk to about these ideas, right? You're like, I really want to do this, but if I talk to my spouse or I talk to my friends and family about this, they're going to probably shut me down and say, why don't you just go get a job, right? And probably say things like, is this also going to be like all the other times you've tried this stuff and it didn't work out, right? What about all that stuff? How's this going to be any different? Yeah. So we get it. Okay. You're not the only one. Thousands of other women have come before you with these exact same thoughts and feelings. And more than anything, we just want you to know, like, you're in the right place. You are in a group with like-minded people. You are in a community of people who want to do different things, right? Want to change their lives, not merely live their lives. So if you feel called, where this is a time when you know what? There's something more out there for me. I'm not quite sure what it is yet, but there's something more. I want more out of my life, right? I want to be on fire again about things. I want to be inspired. I want to feel passionate about what I'm doing. I want to feel like at the end of the day, when I go to bed, I want to feel like I mattered. I got to take my drink. I get so fired up about this stuff. Hashtag mattered. Do you guys feel this, right? And that is what we're here for this challenge. So let me go ahead and drop that link really quick. Again, go ahead and sign up. It's a free challenge. Make sure you register. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys are here. Caitlin and Yummy. I'm just seeing a couple comments. Tam, good to see you. Margie. Let's continue with your questions. Thank you for being so patient as I shared that story. Okay, next question. Let's see here. Scrolling through the questions. Keep the questions going, guys. Tiara, where do you find the verbiage to get a church contract? If you are in Preschool All Stars, then you're going to just go search in Preschool All Stars in the Facebook group for the word church, or you can also look in the files tab and it is right there. Okay, let's see here. Oh, good question. For in-person preschool, if the state requires licensing for teaching more than one child, so let's say you're in California. I know this for a fact. California will let you teach one child without being licensed. Woo! Be a small little class. But that sounds like one-on-one tutoring to me. It sounds like a really high premium preschool tuition for me because it's only one-to-one. Anyways, is there a way around this? Can you teach at different parents' homes instead? Or are there ideas for in person? Yes, many ideas. Number one, you can't just go to a different person's home to teach 6 kids. They have the same rule, right? Like if you're in California, you can only teach one kiddo without being licensed. My suggestion is to get licensed in that situation. If you want to teach more than one student, which of course you do if you're doing local, or go do online preschool and you can teach as many students as you want without any requirements, any licensing, anything. Okay. So that's my suggestion there. I love this. Oh, we were talking about the garage and someone said, or you could use heavy cloth drop cloths for curtains. And that also works in the garage as well. Oh, good question. Hi, Cookie. She says, I took on 2 kids on the spectrum because their time is 7:30 to 6. Oh, this has slowed my local class because of behavioral issues. Can you help me brainstorm around the issue? I think you just need to get really clear on what you're actually doing. So if you are doing a daycare and you've, created a program for daycare, then lean into that, right? But if you don't want to have a daycare, because 7:30 to 6, that's daycare hours. If you don't want to have a daycare, you got to put your foot down. And what I would suggest is looking now that you kind of have awareness of what a good preschool program could look like for your family, the 2 kids on the spectrum. I would suggest looking around and finding a program that might better suit their needs. We've got our own son that's on the spectrum, so I understand what you're talking about. But sometimes, as much as we love family, sometimes we have to say, but this is my family as well. Okay. So it's not only your external family, but this is also your family, your personal family. So your business income provides for your personal family, and it is only going to last as long as you last. You are the one person who will either make this work or will get it to finally shut down because you're so worn out. And if you are not the person to be, helping these 2 kiddos for all day long who have some behavioral issues, if you're not that person, that is okay. It is okay to not be that person. It is okay to be a different person, to say, I love my family and I would love to support you, except it doesn't work within my preschool program. And there is a better solution for you here. Okay. And so I would actually encourage you to go look and research out, because maybe your family members don't know what to look for, but go research out what would be a good schooling solution for those other kiddos. Because sometimes we have to realize our limitations too, and that is okay. That is like self-care, right? So that's my goal for you. Okay. Okay. Do you recommend that our students have laptops or tablets if you're doing online preschool? Honestly, online preschool, all they really need is a phone. Okay. So they don't have to have a laptop, iPad, tablet, any one phone or the other. And what we always say, whatever you have as the parent is totally fine. Let's see here. Okay. So yeah, whatever they have is typically fine because Zoom can work on anything. Okay. Oh, I love this Yummy. I converted. By the way, shout out to Yummy. She is like one of my go-getters right now and just cheering everyone on in the preschool for the challenge. So I love it. I love this. She says, I converted our whole dining room to my preschool. Okay, some of you have a formal dining room. That would be a great place to do it. Some of you have a basement. I think of several of our preschool all-stars who have their preschool in their basement. Our dining room table is our living room. Sorry, our dining room table is in our living room. My circle time I'm not no. Dining room table is in the living room. My circle time okay, my circle time and reading quiet time is in my living room. My family's excited to build a preschool so I can give them our home back. Yeah, guys, this doesn't have to be forever. I didn't even have it in my home forever. I had my home preschool for I think the first 2 years because the second year I got pregnant. I had just gotten remarried and pregnant with my fourth kiddo. And on that second year, that is when we converted our garage. And so there was a short time when we did also have preschoolers at both places in home and garage for very like couple months. But then after that, it was always in my garage or always in my schoolhouse as well. So this can be a short time scenario. Okay. It doesn't have to always be all the time. Done is better than perfect. Yes, 100%. Oh, I love this. I still never edit my videos. Remember the talk we had earlier about editing? By the way, hi everyone who's here. Let's reset really quick. I've been live since my time, 9 a.m. So 10, 11, 12, almost 1, almost 4 hours. Hey, I am 33% of the way almost done with our 12-hour epic Coach-a-Thon. So I hope you guys are having fun. Let me get another drink and then I'm going to reset and kind of just remind everybody what we're doing and etc. So 1 second. Okay. I have a feeling if you watch my video from the beginning and then you like in a recording and you watch my video at the very end, my voice is going to sound very different. Okay. So, what were we saying? Oh, hi, everybody who's just joining in. I'm Joy Anderson. I'm glad that you're here. We are doing a 12-hour epic Coach-a-Thon on a Saturday before we start our challenge, which starts on Monday. So the goal is not for you to be here for all 12 hours. I don't think anybody has that much time on their hands. Apparently I do. But I also need to cut my bangs. So you guys are going to see me getting my bangs out of my face all the time. But we're going to be just answering a bunch of questions. I'm be sharing some stories and we're just going to have fun together. So pop in and out as you have your day, as you are able to take time. That's cool. I do not expect you to be here for, the majority of this, but I'm just going to keep talking and having fun. And so keep posting your questions. I know we've got a lot of all-stars in the chat as well. So they'll probably answer your questions before I ever do. But that's okay. I'll still answer them. So yeah. Okay. Keep doing it. Let's see here. Let me keep going through some questions. Oh, and of course, let me just reset really quick. Be sure to join my challenge. I just dropped a link for the challenge right there. And also, I'll drop the link one more time for my free book. We are down to our last 100 copies. Of course, that was when I started today. And so make sure you grab your copy of my free book called Start Your Preschool. You can go to freepreschoolbook.com. There we go. Okay, freepreschoolbook.com. Cool. And this is the book right here. There we go. So you guys can see it is a real book. Yes, you get it in the mail, a real book. It comes in this package like this, a huge manila envelope there. And it's literally the step-by-step system to starting your preschool. It's the exact system I walk people through. That's why we're called Preschool System. It's the exact system I walk everyone through. And it is not a fluff book. There are stories, my story, other case studies of women who have done this. There are the exact steps that I have taken, the exact times of class times, tuition rates, the exact, suggestion of your curriculum, your supplies you should have, like literally everything, guys. It's all in here. Obviously, what is not in there is our ability to help you with like But what about me? What about this scenario, right? That's where Preschool All Stars comes in, or the support team. I need support around me, right? As I do this, that's the Preschool All Stars. And of course, all the tools done for you, that's also in Preschool All Stars. So we'll tell you more about that at the end of the challenge. Okay, so here we go. Let's continue. Looking for some questions. Okay, just doing my scrolling here, looking for some questions. Keep those questions going. I appreciate this. Gina says, it's worth 10x the money you spend to have the knowledge Joy provides. It would take years of trial and effort to do it all without Preschool All Stars. 100%, girl. Thank you so much for sharing. Hey, good question. Should you share personal pictures on your Facebook business page? That's a good question. So you have your Facebook profile. That's like the one where you share personal pictures of your family, right? Then you have your business page, which is what you're talking about. That's like where your brand, your preschool brand, right? Your preschool name would be called like, Butterflies Preschool or something. You'd have a page just for that. And you're saying, should you share personal pictures on your business page? Well, so I have a family, and when I had my preschool, I had it for 10 years, right? We had a Facebook business page, and then we also had a Facebook group, although most of our communication was on, pardon me, the Facebook business page just at that time. Anyways, I, of course, shared pictures every now and then of my family because I have a family, and I wanted to be real in the eyes of my preschool families, knowing that, like, hey, sometimes I'm going to have a kid that's sick, right? Or sometimes I'm going to go out on a family vacation, or sometimes da 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 da. And so this kind of just allowed it to be like, oh, well, of course, she's got a family too, right? Or, oh my gosh, like Joy can't get to preschool to start her class on time because she had a doctor's appointment and it ran crazy late. And so we're going to give Joy grace this time for, she's 5 minutes late, right? Stuff like that. I mean, typically once you have preschool teachers, that stuff doesn't happen, but every now and then stuff happens. It's up to you. You don't have to share personal pictures. But you're also just a real person. So it's not like you can't share them. Okay. It's really just whatever you feel comfortable with. I'd say the majority of it should be business related. Just like your personal profile should be majority personal related. But of course, you can sprinkle in business stuff in there too. Okay. She says, I'd love to do an online preschool. Do you think my older age would be a hindrance to getting people to sign up? I'm in my 50s. Girl, we have preschool owners who are in their 60s. I think we have a couple who may be in their 70s, but typically 60s is where we've seen the majority of our people as the closing end of the age gap. And so, we have people who have preschools who are, 25 up to about like typically around like 60, something like that. But a couple 60-year-olds. So it's awesome. Okay. Um, is it a hindrance? No, no. Like your age is nothing. Okay. Like I'm 40. I just turned 40 this year. Right. I mean, I would say, well, crap, I've got like people who are, 15 years younger than me starting their preschools. Is that something that I should be worried about? No, wait, is that 25? Yeah. 25 plus 15. 40. No, like we all have different gifts, different talents, different experiences, education. Like I'd say you're in the prime of your life, girl. Like let's make this happen. So the way you always want to come across is you just always want to share your confidence in what you do have. Okay. Not all of us have degrees. Okay. Like, what am I going to be like? Hey, I can teach your kid Shakespeare. I can teach your kid how to edit grammar. No, but I can be like, I can show my smile. I can show my enthusiasm. Every teacher has a different personality. I'm a very like super bubbly teacher. I have other teachers that were super warm and reserved, and they were completely different than me. And parents still loved them because they're them. You know what I'm saying? They're not trying to be like me. I'm not trying to be like them. Um, I can't not be like excited, right? They can't be excited, right? But they can be warm. Okay. So whatever you are, just lean into that. Like just be you. I think we said this on in maybe a different live I did, but it was like, don't worry about getting everything perfect or being the perfect person. Just be you, right? That's how you gotta be. And then in our challenge, we're gonna help you know like what to share as far as like what experience do you have, what education do you have. Everything is valuable. We have many people who like have liberal art degrees, or who honestly, we've got people who have big preschools and they never graduated from high school, right? They have their GED. So all of these are fine things, or they have their diploma. So, and they don't have any college experience. It's not about what you don't have, it's about what you do have and how you sell it. Okay. So for instance, um, we're not going to say, oh, I don't have a degree in early childhood education. We're going to say, I have a bachelor degree in English and I have blank years teaching preschool, or I have blank years teaching children. Or, I mean, do you have children? I guarantee you've taught them. Okay. Like, have you ever run a daycare before? That's years teaching preschool. Okay. Because they're also preschool age kids. It doesn't have to be like a classroom setting. It doesn't have to be, I taught 5 years in a preschool classroom, right? Like, I've taught children for 5 years. I have children, right? Or I've taught them in Sunday school. Like, you don't have to go over the top and explaining what you've done. It has to be true, of course. But if you have been around children working with them, you have been teaching them. Okay. And so you won't be saying, I taught preschool, because maybe preschool suggests like preschool classes. But you get what I'm saying? So we have to find, and we'll do that during our challenge. We'll get very clear on what your skills are, your talents, your hobbies, your everything you love, your passions, right? Like, because what fires you up is going to fire up your preschool parents too. They're going to get behind that. They're going to be like, oh, like you're creating a preschool for. They're going to find little connection points with you, and that's what we'll do during our challenge. So you're in the right place at the right time, whether you want to do online or local or preschool or K-12 or micro school or anything you want to do. There is no age that says you're too old to reinvent yourself. Never. There might be a time as you get older into your, 70s and things like that, that you may realize maybe this would be difficult to start something new. But that's only a mindset thing, right? It's a mindset thing. It's, can you overcome the things that you don't know? Can you learn how to do new things? Of course. Okay. So it's just a mindset thing, and you're in the right place. All right. Let's see here. Still looking for some questions. Keep those questions coming on in. I'll get to them in just a second. All right, here's one. She says, Christy Mitchell. And so she was replying to a comment. Oh my, you're so right. I was worried about the preschool parent, been the teacher as a homeschool family. And because of that, I thought they wouldn't be able to enroll their children in my online preschool. Okay. Thanks for sharing. So yeah, because remember, we had heard that you could, you put out something about online preschool, but somebody wants homeschool help or somebody wants tutoring, cool. Well, let me go help you with some tutoring. Meanwhile, while I build up my preschool. Okay. So you can still do that. She says, I guess my question is how to market this to include homeschoolers too. Or do I need to target two different groups with different marketing, like one for online preschool for ages three to five, and two, I don't know what the rest of the comment was, but maybe one for homeschooling. So there's a phrase in marketing called this, and it says, a confused mind always says no. And so, what I always like to suggest is we keep the same kind of things being the same things together in a group. So, if you were going to do an online preschool group for ages 3 to 5, that's probably going to feel different and be at a different class time than, a homeschooling co-op or homeschooling tutoring or homeschool enrichment program, for ages 3 to 8, right? That could feel different. It's going to have different people. And so it's okay to have both, but we just would put them in two different posts, right? Because our messaging will be different for each person. So that's a great question there. Okay, good questions here. Somebody asked a question. Should it be called online preschool or online preschool enrichment program? It's really whatever you want to call it. When I use the word enrichment, a lot of times the word enrichment has to do with homeschool. And so sometimes if you have a homeschooling community, they're looking for additional ways like extracurriculars or enrichment, more social situations to put their kiddo into, that's going to offer them more than just the typical math, language arts, science, etc., the stuff that typically maybe a family might provide, but the enrichment stuff, the cool stuff, the Lego robotics, or one sec. Take a cough drop too, probably. Okay. I have a cough drop in the mic. But do you get what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter whether you call it one or the other. I think they're both very similar. I hope that's super not annoying to you in the mic, like hearing the cough drop. Okay. Oh, you guys were talking about, oh, this is great. Remember we were talking earlier about what should you put in a goodie bag? And we talked about, so here's some ideas. Fidget spinners, not fight spinners, fidget spinners and bubbles. You could also go to the Oriental Trading Company and look at items from them. Let's see here. Oh, Vivian, I love you. She says, we passed out books on Read Across America Day. We had a parent refuse to take it because she said she didn't trust books. Hey, I get it. I believe there's definitely some books nowadays that I wouldn't trust either. So that is funny though. Hey, Tanya, great question. Tanya asked, how do I start using AI? Now, I'm not going to really get into AI at all. We will actually touch on this during the challenge. AI is artificial intelligence. I'm not going to talk about it today. But if you go to my YouTube channel, Tanya, there's a video on there that teaches you how to get started with AI. So you could go watch that one. But we will, during the challenge, actually help everybody just exciting. Brand new stuff, all new content. You guys don't even know what's coming for you. So if you need to grow a list so that you have people who might be interested in your preschool, we're going to help you do that as well. I love this. Kristen, how are you, Kristen? She says, it's weird at first to talk about yourself as a preschool teacher, but just do it. The parents want to know you're friendly and their child will have fun while they learn. Hashtag introvert. Yeah. Remember we were talking about being at the park. Oh, I love this. We were talking about being introverts and being scared to talk to people. And she says, that was me, but now I'm way more comfortable. You guys made it easy. I'm guessing that's a preschool all-star. Love this. Remember, we talked about it's not a forever decision, it's a now decision. It will probably start slow, but in no time, you'll have more requests than you can handle. And here's what I would also say, friends. You never know what the outcome will be. You never know because you just don't. I mean, I've seen thousands of women go through these challenges with us, meaning our 7-day challenge. And I've seen all sorts of results. I've seen women who've been on my email list for years finally do the challenge. Like this is their 4th time looking at it, and then they finally jumped in. Or I've seen people who, came in after just being with me for a month, and all of a sudden they jumped in. Or I've seen people where they put their post out or they put out their first piece of, content, and they're just like, oh my gosh, it's so scary, but I did it, right? And everybody gets that feeling. And then, but it's really what comes next, right? Because now what you've done is you've put that, it took some time to get the rock up the mountain, right? And honestly, sometimes that it's not necessarily like action that takes the rock up the mountain. A lot of times it's just your commitment to show up. And that alone can feel really heavy sometimes for people and possibly for you too. So if you're feeling that way, it's okay. But like, is this my time? Is this going to happen for me? Like all these things. And it's a lot of mind games, right? You get in your head a lot. But as you finally you put out your post and we're going to do a new post this time. It's 1K in 1 day script. Never taught it publicly before, only taught it to preschool all-stars. So we're going to bring the power of this script into our challenge. And you push it over the mountain and you put it out into the world. And then you really never know what's going to happen, right? You do know that you felt good doing it because you overcame a fear. You put yourself out there. You took a step that most people will never take. And I want to like congratulate you for that. Because like I said, most people don't start businesses. Most people, sit on the sidelines and they watch other people finding success and they say, well, I just can't do that. Right. Or they say, well, I tried that, didn't work. You didn't try it long enough. You didn't test it long enough. You didn't continue to iterate and do different things until it did work. Okay. I'm going to share a quick little story before we go into some more questions. This is the story actually about preschool system. So you guys know the story about starting my own preschool where we had, in 30 days, I had to create that full-time income and my back was up against the wall and I had to figure it out. Right. And it happened really quick for me. And I got 24 students signed up, but I'll tell you, I poured everything I had, It was spent probably little time with my kiddos because every other moment was spent, building this business at that time, but I made it work. And then of course, once the preschool was going, it's like, okay, now family time, here we go. Um, but and I found success, even though it was incredibly difficult during that time to do that. But I want to tell you about another time where it was not. And you guys can look at that and be like, oh, it's so easy for Joy. She just, in 30 days had a full preschool. You didn't see the thousands of dollars that I wasted. You didn't see that that was the only amount on my credit card that I could spend. You didn't feel the pain of knowing that if I didn't make this work, my kiddos were going to be gone from me. Uh, there's a lot of things that I probably, what do you call, like, I don't know what that word is, glaze over perhaps, in that time period. But I want to take it back to a time that absolutely was a long time of not working out, and that was preschool system. And you remember my book, right? It's right there. Start Your Preschool. I started writing that book January 2019. And then it took months to create the funnel, to sell it, to finally get the copies shipped to me, because I was actually shipping my own copies at the time. It took all this time to prepare things and to try things out. And again, I was using that word try because stuff wasn't working. Um, it had been probably 10 years since I'd tried to talk to anybody online and communicate my message online. I didn't know how to market. I didn't know how to get people to, stop their scroll and look at my posts, or to get engagement, or I didn't have, the 17,000 followers I do in our Facebook group right now. I didn't have any of that. I had helped people start preschools way back in 2009, 2010, 2011, and then nothing until 2019 pretty much. And so everything was like starting over from scratch. And that's, I know, where a lot of you are, of starting your preschool. And it felt like everything I was doing wasn't working. I was testing so many things out. I'll try this funnel and that funnel, and I'll say this and I'll say that. And like nothing was converting. I envisioned just, putting out my book and having like thousands of people request it. I mean, it was a free book, for heaven's sake, right? And it was like, I think we had like maybe 30 to 50 people get my free book when I put it out in my big launch. And I'm like, wow, I got a lot more people that I need to reach than 30 to 50. How do I reach them? And it took years. It took years of constantly trying things out, testing things out, putting myself out there, not getting the results I assumed I would get. I assumed, that, oh, I've got all this knowledge about how to start preschools. I can help so many women. And surely, like, we'll figure out a way to find each other. And I couldn't figure it out. It wasn't, and that was 2019. It wasn't until so 2 years, because I had started in the fall of 2018. And it wasn't until the fall of 2020 that things finally started moving. Things finally started being put in place. But I want to take you back to the time. It was the fall of 2019. And this is when I had been working on my book, my preschool system business. I'd tried, get my business out there so many times and nothing was working. And it was Halloween. And so it had been a full year of me throwing stuff against the wall and nothing sticking, and not creating income, and, not even paying for all the stuff that I had bought, because I'd bought all these courses and mentorships and product. I bought tons of product, right? Preschool in a Boxes and Start Your Preschool books. And I bought all this stuff and paid people to do things. And we just, like, there was no money at the end. It was just like, I was just shelling out money. And it was Halloween of fall 2019. And my kiddos, Sarah and Ethan, were trick-or-treating. And then my husband, Michael, and I were walking behind them. And I was just in the dumps. Like, I was at the point where I would pay anything for this to work. Like, I had poured so much money down the drain. I'd spent so much time trying to figure out how this all works. Everything I did wasn't working. And I just remember talking to him. It was like, pitch black, and they're ahead, and we're watching them go to their little houses. And I was just like it was just like so defeating. Like I couldn't imagine myself. I mean, I don't envision myself as somebody who gives up, but it was starting to feel really defeating at that time. And I imagine that some of you can relate to some of your experiences in life. I was just feeling so defeated, like, what is wrong with me? Why can't I figure this out? Like, I I view myself as someone who, you know, learns a lot, but then tests things out and finally figures it out and like finds success. And like, why can't I do that in this though? Like, why have I found success in other places, but I can't? Like, this is my mission. Like, why isn't it clicking? Why isn't it turning? And I was just so frustrated. And I was talking to my husband. I was like, you know, I would literally like pay anything right now to anybody who told me this is what you need to do. Do this one thing and it will work for you. But the problem was is I had been doing that for many months. I'd been looking for this solution externally, saying, "Oh, this thing might be the right thing. They're the one that will help me, or this might be the right thing. They're the one that will help me." And going down that path and kind of like dabbling in it. It's not working out really fast. Going down another path and dabbling, it's not working out. Going down another path. And in fact, after that night, again, after Halloween night, kids are, in bed. And where am I again? I'm on the computer, looking for another solution to save the day, looking for some other person that's got the solution. And that's when I realized like I need to stop looking at all these other solutions and I need to I just need to go all in, right? And do this one thing. And it's the book, and that is what I'm supposed to do. And I found a little success with it before. And I'm looking for other things to be the big solution, to be this is the end all be all. That's a much better thing. That'll be a huge thing. But no, just go back to the one little thing that had a little bit of traction, and it was that book originally. And how can we just give more books out? Because when people read the book, we're finding that it changes their lives. It opens up their possibility. They learn about the concept. They realize how this can work for them. I said, okay, how do I just get out more books? Everything else will figure itself out. But I got to give away more books. I just had to go all in on the one thing that was starting to work. And so that's what my encouragement is to you is if you're in this place where you are, looking for but this might work and I'll do that. And this might work and I'll do that. And all these different biz ops or whatever. The truth is they all work. The truth is they all work when you work them. Okay. It's no different than a diet program. They all work, every one of them works, but you got to work the program. No different than this. So I don't want dabblers, right? I don't want people just coming in to be like, oh, this is an interesting idea. Let me just kind of learn about it. Like, nope, that's not what we're here for. What we're here for is to educate you, but we're here to change lives. Like, I'm not here to just like give out information. That is not my goal. My goal is I want to see your life changed into my program. I want to see the end result. I want to see you put yourself out there and you put these posts out there in the challenge and you keep going with Preschool All-Stars. And we're in it for the long game together. I want to see you progress. I want to see your journey. I want to see how you started here. And then this started working out for you and you went deeper on it. And then, and you just continue to evolve as a person, as a human being. Like, that's what I'm here for. We're meant to evolve and grow and become better people. So that's what I'm here for. So, all right, let's continue. Hopefully you like that little story. Let's see here. Keep your questions going. Don't worry. I'm going to get to them. Charity, what's up, my girl? You were on Zoom earlier. 1 second. I'm going to take my cough drop out. Could I hide from the camera? Got it. Okay. Although that was a good cough drop. Okay. How long would a summer program run for? When I first started my preschool, I had a 9-month program for my preschool and I had my mouth is numb. Like these are I think these are like numbing things or something. Oral pain reliever. Great. Why did I choose the cough drop that is numbing? I'll try to still talk. 1 second. Okay. Some of you who are teachers are like, Joy, I talk for 12 hours every day. I don't need, cough drops and water. I know, but I don't talk for 12 hours every day. So thanks for bearing with me. Okay. So my original preschool program was 9 months long. from September until May. Here's my problem. Every time I would come into summertime and it'd be 3 months, and we called internally, my husband and I, Michael and I, we called our summer the winter, because to us it felt like we were going into winter, aka it felt like we were going into um like the scarcity mode. It felt like we were going into drought and desert, because we had all this income and tuition for the 9 months. And then we would have usually like 30% of people sign up for the summer program. So our income would go from 100% down to 30% for 3 months. And so we always were like, oh, we're going into summer again, feels like winter. And it was always this thing. And then I was like, wait a second, I can change this. It's my program. And the next year, after a couple of years of being really frustrated with this, because, technically you can save your money aside during the 9 months to help you with your income in the summer, but I never did that. And so I changed it. And so instead, what I did was what do you call it? Oh, I changed it from a 9-month to a 10-month. So it was August to May. And then I did a 2-month summer camp from June to July. But here's the kicker. My August didn't actually start until mid-August, but I still called it a full tuition month. So here's how, this is a good one. And of course, all this is in our training and preschool all-stars with our step-by-step system. But here's how you say this. When people are registering, because it's a 10-month preschool program, here's how I would say it, okay? Because, it would say on the registration form, I would say, this is a 10-month preschool program with tuition prorated out over 10 months to help everyone's family budget. So the tuition is $150 a month over 10 months to help everyone's budget. And do you see how I said that, like to help everyone's budget? The concept is your tuition could be $1,500 a year, but you're prorating it out over a 10-month period to help everyone's budget. So they didn't have to pay it one time. Now, I never called it like that. I never called it the $1,500 or I never broke it down like that. I would just say, we have a 10-month preschool program. So your tuition is prorated out over a 10-month period to help everybody's budget. And it makes them feel like, oh, okay. Like, oh, I'm glad I didn't have to pay that all at one chunk, you see? So now it actually feels like a good thing. So even though in August, I'm only teaching for 2 weeks, but I'm still getting a full tuition. Even in Christmas, I'm only teaching for 2 weeks. At December, I'm still getting a full month's tuition because it's a 10-month program with 10 monthly payments. Make sense? So we've taken all the days that we're in school and prorated them over a 10-month period, and it's 10 monthly payments. So that's how we call it. So I would suggest a 10-month program with a 2-month summer camp. Yay, Daniela, you want to start in September, but registering starts in August. No, it's all good. Registration actually starts now. So when I register for fall, registration would start in March for the following fall. But it's okay because what we're doing is we're going to be able to get your preschool up and going, and then you can start registering as soon as you start putting out your marketing, which can be as early as this next week during our challenge. And you start registering that way. And honestly, I was still registering kiddos all the way up through August, up until the very last day. And when my preschool, the very first day of my preschool, when we would start and we'd be full. So I love this. She says, Danielle says, this is my dream. I put it off for years. I have accomplished making my husband's dream come true with the commercial cleaning, and it's my time. Danielle, you're not alone. As women, there are many times that we give and sacrifice so that our husbands can live their dreams. Personally, I think of my own sweet husband who is living his dream right now of becoming a commercial pilot. And so, yes, there is a time and a place for everyone's dreams. And I do believe it is your time for your dream. Sometimes we sit on the sidelines and we don't feel like we are worthy or worth having our own dreams come true. But I would like to actually have everyone to think back. Families are amazing. Of course they are. But we also have to remember that we are also individuals, okay, outside of our family. And just as we want our children to grow up and chase their dreams, I mean, why don't we, everything we do, of pouring into our kiddos for the right education, the right experiences, the right extracurriculars, the right possibilities in their life, so they can have like an amazing life. They can go live their dreams. Whatever you want to accomplish, we tell them you can do it. Why do all of a sudden our dreams get tabled the moment we become a mother? Or the moment that we sit back on the sidelines and help our spouse to have his dreams? We are individuals in a family unit. And just as we have our children who we want to, be able to accomplish all their dreams, your dream does not need to stop within your family. Your dream can come beyond your family and it can bless other people's lives. I love this. This was one of my good friends, and she had posted on her Facebook. She said, I go, and this is Amy McLaren. She says, I chase my dreams. Of course, I'm, summarizing. She says, I chase my dreams so I can show my children that it's okay to chase their dreams, right? It's the concept that we're telling our children, go be what you want. Have we become what we want? It is not selfish. It is a beautiful thing to have our children look up to us and say, wow, I can also continue to live and continue to accomplish and continue to give back and continue to serve and provide more of myself, right? And yes, within a family unit, not only are we wives, not only are we mothers, but we can also obtain and achieve our own dreams as well. The ones that we had back when we were little girls, the ones that we had before we got married. All of these are still within us. Okay. We may have tabled them for a little bit as we, dove deep into motherhood or as we dove deep into providing for our family, right? But all dreams have their time, and your dream is now. Oh, keep your questions going. This is so good. Oh, I asked everybody how long have you been following me? How long have you been on my email list? Yummy, you've been here for over a year. Kristen, 14 years, my friend. Girl, you're freaking crazy. That is a freaking amazing. So, what I'd like everybody to do is also, let's reset really quick. Hashtag brand new. If you're brand new to me, you've never been in, it's like the last month or so, you came across my ad on Facebook, or let's go to hashtag PAS if you're a preschool all-star. Post that in the comments too. Kristen, what is up? Go ahead and tell me in the comments what's up in your world right now. 2 years. We've got Erica, preschool all-star for over 2 years, maybe 3. Becky, 13 years. Becky, of course, Becky and Jamie started their preschool in a church, and we were sharing their story that they, grew it to over 600 students, which is phenomenal. 2 years. Somebody brand new right now. Hey, I love this. I saw your ad on Facebook this past Thursday, and after watching it, oh, this is perfect. I felt now is my time to start making my dream a reality. Yes. Someone said, I can't see you, but you can see me. I love that I could actually see you and ask you questions. Let's see here. Ooh, this is a good quote. The race is not to the swift or to the strong, but to the one who endures to the end. Yes, absolutely. Let's see here. Oh, I love this. Hey, Jen Ray. Okay, my girl Jen Ray has been around for a bit. So she says, my hubby doesn't want me to put in any money and start the business unless I'm guaranteed to make the money back. Should I go ahead and do Facebook page for preschool and do posting to show him people that will be willing to join? I need to show him I can do this. He's a tad controlling when it comes to finances. I get it. And Jen Ray, you are not alone. You are not alone. We have many preschool all-stars who have been in similar situations where, it is a difficult situation at home. And you're kind of in that rock and a hard place, aren't you? My suggestion, my friend, do our challenge, because during this next week, one of our tasks is to put out a Facebook post and to see, let's see here, 1 second here. To get the fundraising coming in the doors, okay, to get that 1K in one day. So I'm going to ask you to do the challenge tasks, do them spot on, okay? That's one opportunity for you to be able to make income before you ever start your preschool. Another opportunity to make income before you ever start your preschool is to charge registration fees and to get that money before you ever start. Another way to do this beforehand is to do the 7 students in 7 days post. Okay. But this challenge, we're going to be doing the 1K in one day script. here is also something I hear you, but I'm also going to offer a little bit of wisdom to not only you, but to everyone else that's listening that might be in a similar situation. I would say to you this: consider the possibility that no opportunity is risk free. Consider that possibility. Consider the possibility that even money we put into the stock market is not guaranteed to make our money back. Okay. I think about the last couple years and how the stock market has dropped. I think back in 2008, how the housing market dropped. I think of the current world that we are living in. Nothing is guaranteed. Okay. However, it does take risk to receive a reward. And what level of risk you are willing to risk is the level of reward you will be willing to receive. So some of us put ourselves kind of out there. We kind of do a little bit. We kind of, spend a little bit here, there. We dabble. And I know some of my preschool all-stars can even attest to this, that like, hey, it's been a bit and I need to get back into this, right? Like life kind of took me away for a bit. I was resting for a bit, but it's time to get back in. And it's kind of like the amount that you will give into it is the amount you can expect out of it, right? We talk about that with the challenge. Like, what can I get out of this challenge? I've heard this. This is not the first husband who's, had concerns like these, etc. So my suggestion is this: don't be worrying about a Facebook page. Okay, just do the task for the challenge. But then I would also have a discussion with him and say, let's talk now, not just about, earning our money back, but let's actually talk a little bit bigger. Okay. Because in a current employment situation, there's a ceiling to your income. Yes. And you can have this conversation with your spouse or about yourself based on, if whoever's employed, at my current job, I can only make X amount. At your current job, we can only make X amount. The truth is, if we went to our boss right now and said, hey, can I have a raise? Likely to say no, right? And so, if I can't have a raise within my current job, how do I get more money? Well, in the current life of employment, you would go get another job. And if you're out of time where, physically and mentally you cannot take on another job, you would say to yourself, okay, if I can't make more money at my current job and I can't take on a second job, maybe I have to get a different job, okay, that would pay me more money. Sure, that's a possibility. That's still, is that guaranteed to make more money? No, of course not. And in fact, you may be out of employment for some time while you're looking for a different job, right? It's not always that you can just shift from one job into a better paying job. But even so, that job also has a cap to the income, doesn't it? And so I look at this and I say, shoot, feels kind of like a losing game. Like we're putting in all of our time. We're not able to stay home with our family. And we're still capped out. We can't get ahead in life. Where is the get ahead? Where is the fun in that, right? Where is the excitement of like, shoot, I can make more money than what I'm currently making? I think of Bethany Johnson as a school teacher. Also Anita Gerber. Let's talk about Anita Gerber. She was a school teacher for many years. And she had been home with her family to raise her kiddos, and she didn't want to go back in the district. She's like, shoot, I'm really loving being home, but we got to provide for the family because, my spouse's income wasn't doing it at the time. She needed to add some extra money to the family budget. His spouse can't get a better paying job at the time, can't ask his boss for more money. So it falls on her to provide more income. She's like, well, I could go back to the school district and make a certain amount. She knew exactly how much she'd make, or she could start her own preschool and all of a sudden have a no cap, no ceiling to that income. She could be in charge of how much she produces and brings into her family. And like her and Bethany and so many of our other school teachers, I also think of Carissa Gerber, who she is in Boise, and she similarly as a school teacher was like, this just isn't it anymore. And she started her preschool and she made more in her preschool than she ever did as a school teacher. And she can grow it as much as she wants. Carissa specifically is choosing not to grow it into a big program. She loves having it in her home. She's actually doing kindergarten classes there as well. And it's great. It's great for her family. It takes very little time. It's in her home, so she doesn't have any overhead. And she's making more than she did as a school teacher. And she's in home and she's spending more time with her family and she's found her passion. She's able to do what she loves, right? Which I love. And so we have to think, okay, if path A is going to give us to a very certain outcome, which is capped income of employment, right? We have to say, perhaps we need to take the other path. In fact, let me give a quick quote really quick. It is, hey, Robert Frost. You guys probably know this poem, but I'm going to go ahead and read it anyways because it is my favorite poem. Like back when I was in, can I make this bigger? There we go. Okay. Back when I was in school and I was getting inspired to like, what do we call it? What should I do in life? Back in junior high, there was this class that I went through in junior high, English class. And we read this poem. And I tell you, this literally started me on the path of everything different. Okay. You want to know where my life deviated from the norm? It was in junior high English class. Let me read this poem to you right now. Okay. The Road Not Taken. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood. And this is by Robert Frost. And sorry I could not travel both and be one traveler. Long I stood and looked down one as far as I could to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. Though as for that passing there had worn them really about the same, and both that morning equally lay in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day. Yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh somewhere, ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Now, I was sitting in junior high English class before my entire world deviated. And it was in this that number one, I came across two realizations in my life. Number one, I freaking love the written word, right? Like this like called to me. This like stirred up a passion inside of me. Like, you don't have to do things the same way everyone else does, Joy. This like, it like put my thoughts and put them into words and just like inspired. And oh man, there's so many like amazing movies that I could think about like this that just inspired me about like the written word, right? In English. And so I knew at that moment, like and my English teacher and I was like writing poems and he inspired me to like do more with my life. And I like knew at that moment, like I want to be a high school English teacher. Like I want to inspire people like I was just inspired. And so English kind of stuck with me. But the second thing that stuck with me right here was I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. That's my entire life. From that point on, I chose to leave that school. It was in a very negative situation, lots of bullying going on. Actually got punched in the face one time the day that I chose to leave, and never went back to school, formal school, I guess you could call it. And so, I think seventh grade was my last day of quote formal school of junior high school. And then decided to do things totally different. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to go to, public school. I'll just kind of school myself. There was like a little parents got their kids together in a big warehouse in Rexburg, Idaho. And I, did school there looking at books and trying to like educate myself for the next couple of years. Kind of got bored of it. And I was like, man, it's kind of stupid. I don't want to do this till like high school. I don't want to do this for the next 7 years of my life. Like, I want to be done. Like, this is really stupid, right? Like, I mean, I can learn myself. I know how to now teach myself, like to learn. I don't need a teacher in front of me. I can read a book and learn stuff. And like, literally all of these things came back to this poem of like, I can do something different. And so I came to my dad. I was like, hey, I don't want to do this till I'm 18. Like, I can learn way faster if I just like, what do I have to do to like not do this? Like, I don't want to wait till my diploma at 18. He's like, okay, well, you could do the GED. At this time, guys, I was 15. I was like, okay, but how do I do that? He's like, it's a test. You just pass the test and you're done. He's like, but you need to go to college. And in order to get to college, you have to have a good ACT score. And so you need to be able to pass the ACT with a really good score. I was like, okay, well, that's what I'm going to do. And all of a sudden, this hope of like, there's a different path I can take. Guys, no different than when I was sitting on that park bench and, watching my kids in front of me saying like, how do I provide for them? How do I support them? And this memory, this hope came in of like, you could do this different path, not the other two options that everybody tells you to do, but this third option, a completely different thing. That's what fires me up. Right. And so here I was like, okay, so If I don't want the outcome, I got to do something differently. Different. There's a phrase I used to say. I haven't said it for a little bit. Something like think differently, do differently, get different results. That's basically the gist of it. So, okay. So if I want to like have different results here, then let me go ahead and stop my share here. Okay. So, well, that's a really big, let me pause that for a second. And Jen Ray, I'm coming to your question. So, if I want different results, if I don't want to be here, till I'm 18, just learning in a room with a bunch of, kindergartners up to 12th grade, and there's like 10 of us, and this is really stupid. Well, then you know what? I got to teach myself how to pass those 2 tests. And I got the ACT test prep book, and I got the GED test prep book. That's all I studied. So that's why in a lot of conversations, when I like can't think of like presidents' names or, countries where they might be or historical events, like I didn't learn that stuff. It wasn't required for me to learn it to pass the test. You know what I'm saying? From 7th grade on, the only thing I learned was the stuff that was required to pass the test. Like everything else was like irrelevant. And because I just focus, right? We talk about like little hinges swinging big doors. What is the little things you need to learn to like, and little things you need to do to like make big impact? It's just a faster way. It's a shortcut. So there I go. And I'm studying for everything. And I get the GED, no big deal, pass the ACT and get a really good score in English. Who would have known, right? And apparently I've got some skills in like editing or something. So I'm like, that's cool. I kind of like editing and go to college. And there I am just like passionate about English and editing. And I want to be like an editor and be like, the editor of this big, why am I even talking about this? Oh, just do things differently. Anyways, regardless. So now I'm in college, okay? And at this time, I'm a 15-year-old in college. And I am taking my first, let's see, did I go to college? I think 16-year-old in college. So I'm in college, I'm 16. And 17, 18, I don't remember. I think it's 16. Anyways, and I'm in college and I'm like, this seems kind of silly to do this for 4 years. Why do I got to do this for 4 years? Like, why can't I take more credits? Right? Like, why do I have to like keep doing this at the same way everybody else does? Let's just do it differently. So there I go. I take more credits and I graduate with my bachelor degree at the time I'm 19. So that's kind of like the way I live my life. It's like, hey, I just want to do stuff different, like people go that way and get that result. I don't want that result. I want like a different, better result. I'm just going to go the faster path to that. And so then, graduate with a diploma or degree at bachelor at 19. Does this mean I'm any like more smart than you guys? No, it doesn't. What it means is I simply took a different path. Everyone else says college equals 4 years. Well, for some people, it may equal 6 years. That's fine. But like, I chose to just go a different path and work my butt off to make that happen. Right. And find the shortcuts along the way to get the results. It's my whole life. And then, going through stay-at-home mom, whatever. But then it's like, hey, I need to provide income. I'm not going to go do what everybody else says of like daycare or, go get a job. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to start my own business, right? And put everything into it. And that's how life is. So this is how I want you to generate, and anyone else who also has a situation where, you don't have necessarily the support going on in the spouse. And my gut says the reason why, friends, is not because they don't want you to win. It's not because they don't want you to succeed. It's not because they don't love you. It's because they just didn't grow up in the world where this was an option and it made sense to them. To them, this is high risk. It's no different to them to maybe than putting like all your investments into crypto. Okay. It's like that other world over there. They just don't understand it. Okay. But the truth is like other people understand it. And all we have to do is plug into the people who understand it, right? So that we can get to understand it better. Let's talk about the entrepreneur versus the employee mindset. And so with our spouses, they may have that employee mindset of like, hey, retirement, how are we going to retire? We're going to work hard for X amount of years, then we're going to retire and have our life. And it's like nothing is guaranteed, my friends. If anything has proven true over the past couple of years, especially this past year, a couple of years with COVID and inflation and recession and all these things, if anything has proven true, it is that your job is not secure. It is that your retirement is not guaranteed. It is that the stock market can fall at any time. It's that your investments may not be there when you need to call on them. I think about anybody who invested in the stock market before 2008, anybody who invested in the stock market before, what was it? There was a huge falling in like May of, I don't know, it's when crypto crashed, but I don't know if that was this year or last year. It was last year. Last year. It's last year in May. You know, what if you were needing to pull your investments out at that time because it was the time, right? You'd saved up your entire life and now it's time to reap the rewards and we're ready to pull out from the stock market, and dang it, freaking pandemic happens. Or the entire world goes crazy and crypto and the stock market and everything else crashes, right? Because wars and all these things. The housing market, nothing's guaranteed. So like, I love you, Jenna Ray. You're not the only one who has a spouse who thinks like this. And husbands, if you're listening right now, I love you too. Like, that got real weird. But my point is, I love that you guys are talking about it. I love that you're talking about it, okay? Because it's an opportunity for a conversation. So I would just encourage you to say, hey, if anything's been proven true, it's that nothing in life is guaranteed. Our investments are all these things are not safe. They're not guaranteed to produce what we expect them to produce. Therefore, we need to take it into our own hands to start making improvements in our life. If we can't make more income in our job, how are we going to make more income somewhere else? What side stuff do we need to build right now that will be ready for us when we need to call on it? I think of one of our preschool all-stars, and I'm not going to share her name because she hasn't given permission for me to do that. But she messaged me a couple years ago and she says, Joy, I just need you to know my husband lost his job. And it was right before Christmas. And she said, this came out of nowhere. And this is someone who was, in her about 50s. And she said, we have no clue what this was like. He was in this job for like years and years and years, and he just lost his job. Like, what she had, like, they had no clue how he was going to continue to get a different job after that. However, she said, I am so grateful that I have my preschool, because I started this preschool back when he had a job. And now that it is, full and he lost his job, what a blessing it is in our life that we don't need to worry about our house payment. We don't need to worry about where our kiddos, expenses are going to come from. We have my income. And that is the best, like, what do you call it? Not security blanket, but like the best feeling, whatever, that we could ever have, because we have that. I don't know what the word is, but you know what I'm saying? So I think about that. I say, we can keep doing what we're doing, but we're going to get the same results. Or we can go the other way down the different path and get different results. And that is going to be where it's unlimited potential. Is there risk? Yeah, of course there is. Is there risk in having a job? You bet there is. Is there risk that you'll lose your job? You bet there is. Is there risk that AI will take your job? You bet there is. But when you put yourself in the driver's seat and you say, regardless of everything else that's going on around me, regardless of everything, I am going to be in control. I'm going to take action. I'm going to put myself in a place that allows me to be responsible for my outcome. Not a boss, not an employer, not the economy, not the world. Once you start taking ownership of you're in control of your future, you're in control of changing things. Once you have a business, you can change anything about it. Little variables. What do I tweak? What do I change? When I had my preschool, we had 24 students in it. And it was making $2,400 a month, because on average, it was $100 a month per kid. Now, that was like 15 years ago. So obviously, they make a lot more in that preschool now. But anyways, when I had it, it was $2,400 a month. Now, for me as a single mom of 3 kids, that was all I needed. That paid for my mortgage, that paid for our food, that paid for the random utilities and whatever bills and a couple little extras. We didn't set aside any money, but it was paying our bills. And I'm like, I'm good. Like, I'm with my family. We're spending time together. It's great. Like, life couldn't be any better. So a month into my preschool, that's when I met my now husband. We're going on 15 years this next year. And got married very quick. Put in the comments how fast you guys think we got married, and we'll see who actually knows me. Oh, by the way, hi, Anne. You just asked where to get the book for Preschoolbook.com. Put in the chat, guys, how fast do you guys think that my husband and I got married? From the time that we met to the time we got married. Any guesses? I think there's a super lag on these comments. Okay. Alicia says 2 months. What other guesses do we have? 1 month, says Kristen. Y'all know it's short. Okay. 7 weeks. 7 weeks from the day we met, or rather talked online or whatever, because we met online, to the day that we actually got married. And yes, we met each other many times between. It's not like we were like online and never saw each other till the wedding day. It wasn't like that. But anyways, where are we going? Oh, so I got married, remarried. And then, anyways, it was a couple months into that marriage. So obviously now we're like 4 months into my brand new preschool, making 2,400 a month. And it's late at night one night, and my husband's an entrepreneur. So he asked the question, how can we make your preschool more profitable? I'm like, kind of like laughed off. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm full. Like, how much more profitable do you want it to be? Like, I can't, it's full. Like, I'm making bank. Like, I'd only made $300 a month before, and now I'm making $2,400 a month. I'm like, dang, right? This is amazing. And he says, but like, how can we make it more profitable? And what was the question? How, right? He asked the question, how. He asked good questions. So I started thinking, I was like, well, I can't raise my tuition because it's the middle of the school year. That just isn't cool. And I can't add more kids to the classes because I told everybody it'd be 6 kids, and that's not cool. I'm like, but I guess next year we could, if we wanted to, add more kids to the classes. And I guess we could, if we wanted to, raise tuition. And I'll tell you, that question that he asked, how can we make your preschool more profitable, was the best question he could have ever asked me, because it turned my brain into, wait a second. Oh, I can do this differently. I thought I could only do it this way. Actually, every 2 years, I can increase my tuition. Actually, I can increase my class size up to 12, And so the next year, we're making more money. So the concept is you will always be the cap to your income as an entrepreneur, okay? So whenever you start feeling like, I don't have enough time for things or things like that, you're capping your income ability. If you ever start feeling uncomfortable and painful because things are getting difficult for you, you're capping that income ability. You're kind of pushing down your business of how big it can grow. Obviously, you can add a team, and that's going to help you grow your business. But the sky is the limit once you put yourself in the position that you now have the ability to create income. Everything changes once you make your first dollar. It's like, wait a second. I used to go through life waiting for a paycheck. I used to go through life assuming that I don't have the money. Nobody paid me this month. Nobody paid me this week. Didn't get my paycheck in time. My paycheck went to go pay that. Paycheck went to the IRS, right? That's like a victim mentality of like saying, there's nothing I can do. And I'm be straight up about that, guys. I don't mince words here. If you are in that place, I understand, because I used to be there too. I used to have a job, right? Like in college. And before I had my first kiddo, like I had a job, I had a paycheck. But then things started shifting in my head of like, but I want to be in charge. I don't want to make just X amount per month or per hour. Like, I feel like I'm worth more than that, right? I have more value to add than that, than, the $7 an hour minimum wage or the $12 an hour or whatever it is. Like, dang, I think I'm pretty darn valuable. And I understand it takes a little bit of time, because many of you are coming from like jobs right now. You're coming from having a full-time job, or you're in a full-time job, or maybe you've skirted on the idea of like having your own business and maybe you've even done some network marketing stuff and made a little bit of money. It's completely different when you're like viewing yourself now as a business owner. Okay. And so it's going to feel uncomfortable for a bit. It's going to be like, who am I and what am I doing? Like, am I in the wrong place? I get that. But that's why you got to surround yourself with like more business owners, more women who are just like you, more women who also want to be home with their kids and make money and love what they do, right? That's the third thing. Like, if you're making money, cool. But if you're not loving what you're doing, right, then that's just the true epitome of a job. But like, when you can love what you're doing and make money doing it, then it's like, oh, I could do this forever. It's like a hobby. Yeah. That's how I view what I do. It's like a hobby. It's why I do a lot of it. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, Jenna, I would just like you to continue to have a conversation with your husband, right? Just start talking, consider the possibility. Consider, and I like to use this phrase. Actually, you'll hear me say it a lot. Consider the possibility, because sometimes we just don't see the other side. So, you seeing his side and where he's coming from is really valuable. Him seeing your side and where you're coming from is also really valuable. I'll tell you this, a lot of times when people come into our world, um, they don't know what's possible for them because they've lived in such a limited kind of mindset, and that's not on them. That's not like their fault. It's just that's the world we live in. The world we live in is like, yeah, you go to college and get a degree and get a job. Okay. That is not the world we live in anymore, my friends. Like that was my world back in the day. Like go to college, get a job, go to college, get a degree, and get a job. Right? That's not the world we live in anymore. Like, and we have to wake up to what is available to us right now. Now, okay, I think I've said enough about that. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's keep going back to the questions. Here we go. Good question. Hey, Yummy. At the preschools I've worked at, kids' files and medical records have to be locked in a cabinet. Is it the same in a home local preschool? Um, Files and medical records do not have to be locked in a cabinet unless you're licensed and your licensing says so. I wouldn't, I know obviously medicines have to be locked away, but I don't know about that. Okay. All right. Good question. I don't think it's that big of a deal, even if they do. Grab a file cabinet box with a lock on it. Okay, let's see here. Hey, Tam, Renee, Ruiz, good to see you. I know that not everyone that starts will continue in the long term. What is an estimated percentage of those that have used your program and continue, whether local or online? That's a great question. I don't have the percentage of people who are like continuing or not. I do know that when you come into our world with Preschool All Stars, I do know that we have 90% of our Preschool All Stars continue every single month. Okay. At a minimum, 90% continue every single month. That means they come into our program and they continue to pay their monthly membership, and they're loving what we're giving them, and they're continuing to start and grow their preschools. Everyone's on a different trajectory of whether they're starting right now or whether they're starting them in the future, or whether they're already have a preschool going and they're coming to get, a better sense of how to run their preschool. So I think too of like Ashley Barrett, when she came into our world, she had been running a daycare for in Alaska for years, like 25 years. And if anybody has been running a daycare for 25 years, they know a lot about that world, right? And they know everything about daycare and their community and like how it's going to work for them. But the truth is, she was not making enough money. And she also was completely burnt out. And she's like, I can't keep doing this, right? Like, so what if I know how to do this? It's not working out well. And also, I can't keep doing it. And so she changed her program instead of being a daycare, and she turned it into a preschool and was able to obviously change the kiddos that she takes care of. So they're just ages 3 to 5. And then also change it from being all day to just the 2.5 hour to 3 hour programs. Then they go home, and was able to bring on a director and really just free up her time and save her sanity. And so I think to all the people who join us, what I love most about this is it helps you start your preschool so quickly, right? And really take out the risk. I think too, when people are talking about risk, like I said, there's risk in everything. We do try to minimize risk as much as possible by giving you so many of the tools done for you. I think back to when I was starting my own preschool, and it's like there's so much you have to learn, like business stuff and DBA and EIN and LLC and class times and tuition rates and marketing and signing up kids and what do you say to them and how do you get them to actually sign up and the registration forms and the licensing and the curriculum and what do you teach and how does your school day look and how do you do field trips and just like all the things, right? There's so many things that you don't even know you don't know. And what we've done is we've just said, hey, that's too much for like any one person to deal with on their own. So like we're just going to like do all your forms for you, do all your curriculum for you, do all your whatevers, everything is done for you. You just plug and play a couple different things that are your own unique spin on stuff. So you're off to the races, right? So you can like get back to doing what you love, which is like teaching and hanging out with your family. instead of like being in the weeds with all the things that are going to stop you. So, great question. And I also love this. I'm going to bring this back up really quickly. She says, I know that not everybody will continue in the long term. Here's what I also love. We have women in Preschool All Stars who I just started the Preschool All Stars program back in, I believe, February of 2019. We have women who are still in it from February 2019. We have women who have been starting their preschools back since 2009 when I helped them. And what I love about it was their lives have evolved. Not all of them are running preschools right now, right? Because their kids went out of the house and they decided to do something else with their life or whatever. But they're still in Preschool All Stars because they're there for the community and they're there for the continued motivation to continue to evolve themselves and to grow, right? I think of Kristen Lucas Smith, who used to do online preschool and is now teaching adults how to learn Spanish. Simple Spanish Secrets, I think, is her Facebook group. And we're there for the whole journey. That's what I love about it, is like, we're like a family. We're a sisterhood. We call it sistars because we're like sisters, but all stars. So sistars. Anyways, okay. I'm still getting to your questions. So keep getting those questions coming. That's great. Oh, also, let me post in the chat really quickly. Be sure to register. And let's see here. Okay, be sure to register for our free 7-day challenge. It is coming up soon. And I can't wait to have you join us. It is on Monday, April 17th. So be sure you guys register for that. Okay. I love this comment. The greatest regrets we have are not the failures, but the risks we didn't take. Ooh, I love that. That is good. All right, next up. Oh, good question. Okay. Hey, Tam Renee. I've been doing an immersion language online preschool circle time for the past 5 years successfully, but it's on another platform that takes 30%. Oh, I get you. So I'm trying to figure out taking the step with me and going independent or continuing where I am with some changes. Well, first off, always take anything you learn and make your programs better. Like, I'm all here for that, right? However, 30% is a lot of money. My guess is it Outschool, perhaps, but we did have a lot of people who came from Outschool and jumped in here because it's like, dang, 30% is 30% no matter how you shake that up. And that's a chunk off of your profits. I just think like many businesses will be successful if they're like, operating at a 60% profit margin or even 40% profit margin, 30% profit margin. And like they're taking the extra 30%, leaves you nothing. And so, yeah, I'm excited for you to go through our challenge and then see how you can do this on your own because you can make the shift on your own. So that's awesome. What's up, Jelly? I see you. Good to see you here. Hey, Jenny. Jenny is one of our Preschool All-Stars who created an epic YouTube channel, by the way. She's getting a whole bunch of views over on YouTube. She says, what advice do you have for using YouTube? Using made for kids setting looks challenging to monetize. Can we be straight up? Let's be straight up. Okay, I've been doing YouTube since 2009. I don't even know how many videos I have on YouTube, hundreds of thousands of views, maybe even 1 million views at this point. I don't know. But a gazillion videos and a gazillion views on YouTube. And I'll tell you this. Do you want to know how much I make? Because let's be real. Can we go real numbers here? I make like $150 a month on YouTube. Okay, after growing it since 2009. And producing videos every, 2 times a week. I used to do 5 times a week. Yeah. Is there other ways that you can do more videos and shorts and all those things? Sure. Of course there is. The views though, is where you get your money. So I know that you've had a lot of views. My gut says though, that should not be your goal to get as your income stream is through advertising dollars that YouTube will pay you. So here's how I view it for you. What I would do is I would keep using YouTube and I wouldn't worry about monetizing it through their ad network, meaning that they would pay you because it's literally nothing until you get huge, and we're not huge yet, right? So what I would recommend you doing is this though. Make sure that in all of your videos, you provide some kind of link for them to get a freebie. And I would be putting out multiple different freebies all the time. So this video has this freebie, this video has this freebie. Have like 10 different freebies you can give out. Get the alphabet bundle starter pack, get and you can do those, of course, all with AI. We talked about how to do that on the last video. But the concept is what you want to do is instead of trying to have, putting out content just so that you can have Google pay you a little bit of money, Google is YouTube, pay you a little bit of money for the views. Instead, try to capture, wow, that is really loud. 2:00 already over here. I'm going to finish this question and then I have to take a quick break, apparently, because I have to go take care of the neighbor's dog. And that's going to take me about 20 minutes, which would probably be a good time for a break, anyways. But because I've been going for like 5 hours now. Holy cow. Anyways, let's go back to it. Your YouTube audience, you have an audience there and you're getting more views. Now you need to convert them into your own email list that you own, because it's great to have them on YouTube, but if they're not actually helping you like build a list, it's kind of like YouTube could go down the next day and you'd have nobody. So you need to start siphoning them into a list, and you do that with freebies. You've seen my freebies. Get the free 4 weeks curriculum, or get the free book, or get the free licensing guidelines, or whatever it is, right? And so you just send them to a little opt-in page that says, get this for free. They put in their email address and then they get it for free on the next page. Now you can start warming them up, telling them more about you, telling them you also have preschool classes. The goal is not to get like, hey, join my preschool, blah. It's to get their email address. That's the only goal at the end of your video, is to get their email address, because then you need to start building the relationship and warming them up. Also, you could give them a free preschool assessment. That would be a great way to warm them up, plus get their email, plus eventually sign them up for your preschool. Get a free 10 things you need to know before you enroll your kid in a preschool, right? We have all those in the hub. So that's my suggestion for you on that one. Hopefully that is a good tip for you. Okay. Oh, it's time for me to take a quick break. So here's what we're going to do. Wow, there's a lot of really good comments here, guys. Good job. Okay. Before I go, woo, we're almost at the halfway mark, but not quite yet. One more hour would be halfway, but this is a good time for a break. So yay, Tam Renee, you've been binging the YouTube videos. That's awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and drop the last 2 links. If you need my book, guys, I started this with 100 last books. If you still see the order form, I don't know if it still works. If you still see the order form, I still have a book to give you. If you don't see the order form, then we've run out of books. Ooh, yeah, YouTube giveaway would be a great one too. Yeah. Okay, so friends, I'm going to do this. I think I have to keep this streaming. I can mute myself. That's good. Okay. I'm going to share my screen with like a countdown timer of like, I'm going to say if it's 20 or 30 minutes, dogs. Let's do a full 30 minutes and then we'll reset. Okay. So go take some time, my 47 amazing people. I'm going to be back at the 30. Okay. I'm going to be back at the 30 and come on back, or go spend time with your family. Whatever is good for you. I'm here for you, but I'm going to be back at the 30. Okay. Sounds good. Let's see here. So let me find a countdown timer here. Countdown timer, YouTube. We'll do like a 30-minute one so people don't think like I'm gone. Okay. I might even have music. It's got an ad. Stop. Skip some ads here. Okay, cool. So I've got the timer going. That works. Now I'm also going to make like a little thing that says, that I'll be back or something. So let me make that little thing. Okay. Google Drive. By the way, #helpful. Was this helpful for you guys? This has been fun. Thanks for letting me share stories. That kind of like makes it more fun for me, so that I'm not just like answering a gazillion questions all the time, because that takes a lot of my energy to like keep up the energy on that. But stories is always fun. Okay. So new Google Doc. Close out a couple things here. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to say, I will be back in the countdown. Timer hits 0. I had to take the dog out. See you soon. All right. Put this in a big Google Doc here so they can see it on my screen. I'll even center it for everybody. Okay, so that's there. And then I'm gonna mute myself. Okay, so everyone that's here with me right now, I'm gonna leave this live open, and then you guys go hang out with your fam, and then come back at the 30, and I'll be here, and we'll have a little break, so you guys can go take a little break, and I'll take a break. Then I'll be back until the end. Dun dun dun. Okay, now how do I share my whole screen? Entire screen. Yes, that's it. Cool. Okay. And I'm going to mute myself, so I'll be back in 30. I'm back. My voice sounds all different. What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Okay, so I'm back for another 6.5 hours. Then we'll see how my voice will change after that. Alrighty, let's reset the questions. So here's what I'd like you to do. For those who have come back, come on back and please share your biggest question for me while I grab a cough drop real quick. So keep those questions going. Hey, Becky, what's up? I see you back. All right, biggest questions that you guys have. Awesome. Rosalind is liking this. Alicia says it's helpful. Latanya says it's helpful. Nice. Glad this is helpful for everybody. I realized I was supposed to let a few members into the free group. One sec. Let me do that here. All right. Keep those questions going so I can answer all of our new questions. Give me 1 minute while I put in all these other people in our group. Let's see. Hey, Tam Renee. Okay. Becky's like, I got to get my preschool fix in. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, Tam Renee, I'll answer her question in just a second here. Couple last people I'm letting in the group, and then we will keep on going. All right, last one. Here we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, next question. All right, here we go. Tam Renee says, Sonia has asked, how tech savvy do we have to be to teach online, and how will the preschool system help? Ooh, well, like we said, we do need to have a computer or a laptop or a Chromebook, right? That's the number one tech requirement. The good news is you don't have to buy it right away, but you do need to have it on your trajectory that we're going to get that, because just like with any endeavor, you want to have the right tools, right? Like I wouldn't go run a bunch of miles in my sandals. Yeah. It's going to make me go slower. And honestly, it's going to be really frustrating when I end up with a bunch of blisters. So, same concept. You're going to try to do stuff on a tablet or a iPad and then just be like, why can't I figure this stuff out? Well, you just don't have the right tools. So, yes, you'll need to have those. How tech savvy do you need to be? Well, let me clarify. There's 3 types of people that come into Preschool All Stars. And this is in order of where I'd like you to be. The people who struggle to know how to right click, or who don't know how to share a screen on Zoom, or um, or don't know how to like find their passwords and don't know how to like log into accounts, they're not going to have like the best time, because that's kind of like general 101 knowledge of how to do stuff. So like we want to make sure you know how to like log into a site, that you have your password, right? Or we want to make sure that you have a Facebook account, which most of you do. Clearly you're here with me on Facebook. Or we want to make sure that you know how to add an image to a post, things like that, right? So those kind of things are like helpful things to know. If you don't know how to do those kinds of things, and if you're like really struggling and you know nothing about computers, if you know nothing about computers, this probably an online preschool might not be the best choice for you. Well, it's just not, if you know nothing about computers, because you're going to have a lot of overcoming that, right? Yes, we do have Tech Wednesday where Beth will help you to figure out your tech side. Yes, we do have obviously a ton of all stars in our group who will help you like with your questions. But general computer like knowledge of how to like click on links or write a Facebook post, stuff like that. You need to know how to do that kind of stuff. That's kind of like we would hope everybody would enter at that kind of a level. Beyond that, everything is teachable. And the great thing with our training is that we basically walk you through like, here's a video of us doing what you need to do. And you can pause the video, and it's even in written form too. And then you can go do the task. And so that way you're not getting confused by, well, Joy said to go do this one thing, but like, I don't know what to do about it, right? So you can just watch the video and then go do it. So that's really helpful. So that's a lot of the ways that we help. We help with the training. We also help, obviously, with some support staff and things like that. Good question. Hey, good question. If you want to partner with a friend, would we both have access to the All Stars Hub, etc.? We only allow one Facebook group, member in our All Stars community per membership. So let's say that you join Preschool All Stars later, and as you come in, then you're basically got your business partner who also wants to be in their own Facebook member, and you can't do that. You can only have one Facebook group member per membership. Sorry, my energy is way low, and I am trying to bring it back up. I think those 30 minutes away was kind of like, maybe I shouldn't have done that because I'm like trying to bring the energy back up now. So you probably feel it too. I feel it. That's okay. We're here together. So anyways, but what we've had people do, if this is a legal business partner in your business, like legally they are a business partner of yours, you can create a new Facebook account. Like, for instance, we have two women who are business partners, and I won't say their names, but they have one Facebook account with the two names. So they both have access to that Facebook account. And then that one Facebook account can be in the membership. Does that make sense? But that's a legal business partnership. It's no different than if you were, if it was a husband and a wife who had we're both 50-50 in a business, right? I don't need obviously the wife is typically going to be the one who's in our All Stars group. So does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Hey, Vivian, is there a way to minimize the number of fake inquiries received online? Out of the last 15 I've received and created appointments for, only 3 have shown up. If they were creating appointments, I don't know that those are actually fake. I mean, that's really odd because typically an appointment, they want to get the end result, right? Which is to talk to you or to get the assessment. So Vivian, tell me what they're doing with the appointments so I can analyze that. Okay. Let's see. Oh, awesome. Great, Tamara. Thanks so much. Okay, what other questions do you guys have? Let's keep those questions going. And then actually, I can also scroll upward and look at the questions from the past too. And then I'll scroll back down as you guys get some more questions going here. Okay, another question is, oh, I love this. Yummy was working in preschool. She said, I loved what I was doing in preschools, but I hated the hours, the income. I could never get the days off. I know I can do this with less hours, more pay, and almost take 8 weeks off per year. Heck yeah, that's amazing. Kristen's been with me for 3 years. Okay, perfect. All right, still looking for more questions here. Hey, Keisha Carter, if you are watching, why don't you send me a Facebook DM and I can reach out to you personally on that one. Cool. We got a lot of people who are brand new. That's awesome. Sonia is brand new. Keita's been around in Preschool All Stars for 2.5 years. Vivian, 2.5 years. That's awesome. We got Daniela, who's hashtag brand new, Generate 2 years. Marema since 2021. Oh, good question. Do you charge a registration fee? Yes, always charge a registration fee for your preschool because you want to use those funds to pour back into your preschool so you can make, you can get better furniture. My brain. I need to shake my brain up and get it back on fire. Get some water in me. One sec. I told you those who are staying with me, you're going to see the whole side of joy. I get the loopiness coming out here. Hey, all right, Jelly, here's the quote for you. You had asked, how do we talk about the prorated tuition? So this is what we say. We say we've taken all the days that we're in session and we prorate them out over a 10-month period. So there are 10 monthly tuition payments from August to May to help everyone's budget. That's how we say it. Tam Renee, you do a 4-week summer camp online. You figured out 3 years keeping it open over the summer wasn't worth it. It really depends on your enrollment for sure. Podcast. Yeah, you bet, Keisha. Okay, so to access our podcast, you just find your app on your phone, and then you can go to, you can search for Preschool or search for Preschool All Stars, and that's our podcast app. We have like 328 5-star reviews, 235 episodes, over 100,000 downloads. So you're going to love it. It shares the majority of those episodes on there are success stories from our Preschool All Stars. So there's hundreds of them on there you guys can go listen into. Okay, let me come back down to your questions now that are starting to get going. Hey, Vivian. Okay, here we go. So Vivian's first thing was about appointments. Okay, gotcha. So we're in the indoor playground facility. We've been doing a free trial class instead of a tour. So they've signed up to attend the class to get more info and see the class in action, but they don't sign up for the class. Here's my thought about that. My guess is that you have to say, okay, where did the ball fall? Well, they clearly signed up, but they didn't show up. The ball fell then after they signed up, before they showed up. So therefore, how do we not get that ball to fall? How do we make sure that, like, what do they need in between those 2 dates? Do they need a text reminder as soon as they signed up? Hey, you are set up for this time. Do they need a call immediately after that says, hey, I'm so excited to see you on Tuesday for your free trial class. Here's what you should bring for Susie or whatever, right? So here's what happens. You sign up for a free trial. I want you to think about anything in life, anything that's free. A lot of times people don't show up. And in fact, I've contemplated my challenge. Should I start doing a paid challenge? Because, we have hundreds and thousands of people that sign up for the challenge, and then like 100 people actually do it. You know what I mean? So there's a huge disparity. What is that word? Disparity? That is not the right word. I don't know what the word is. Anyways, there's a huge difference between, like, I'm paying for something, I'm going to show up, versus, oh, I just saw something and I quickly filled out a form and I forgot to stick it on my calendar. I forgot to show up. It was free, so whatever. I didn't know the phone number to contact her. You know what I'm saying? Discrepancy. Yeah, disparate. That's where I was going wrong. Discrepancy. Thank you. I said it wrong 2 times this week. Discrepancy. Okay. So anyways, that's where the problem is they're not viewing the value in it like you view it. You're like, dang, if they come to a free trial, they're probably going to sign up, but they need to feel the same value. And the way we can increase that is by like immediately following up with a text, a phone call, getting more connection points with them, saying, hey, tell me more about Susie. I just saw she's coming on a class on Tuesday. Tell me about Susie. What does she like to do? I'll make sure I have some, Paw Patrol, toys or whatever for Susie if she likes that, stuff like that. So you want to build the connection, and then it's just more communication, right? Like, and then doing a text the morning before they're supposed to come up, stuff like that, right? So Vivian, do you think that with those tips that might help you to be able to get more people to actually show up? Because maybe you're realizing, like, okay, based on what Joy's saying, where are the touch points? How many touch points am I giving them? I obviously need to give them more. We need to get their buy-in that not only did they fill out the form, but then also making sure that they see the value in showing up, right? And also, well, where's the address? And maybe I got lost and maybe I forgot about it. And do you need any help with the directions? And, just kind of like trying to figure out what would be the problems, why people didn't show up. And I'd probably text them and I'd say, hey, I noticed you didn't show up for your free trial class. I was wondering, did you have any questions that I could answer? Because sometimes them not showing up is them literally wondering, you know what? Maybe if I show up, it's going to feel like a sale. It's going to feel like a sales pitch. And I don't want that. Right. So they kind of feel like that probably is a thing. And so letting them know exactly what to expect. Hey, when you show up, we're going to have our, come 5 minutes early so I can like say hello to you and get to know you. And then we're going to have her come to her trial class. And then when you show up, go ahead and show up, 20 minutes before school class is over, or stay for the last 5 minutes after class is over. And we can talk about how Susie liked her day. And then, but the thing about the free trial class, I do wonder, Vivian, if maybe that's not the right method to do. I've never done a free trial class before, and I'd actually love to see your conversion numbers, Vivian, based on the number of people who show up for a free trial. So let's say 3 showed up. How many actually signed up? And what was your process to get them to sign up, right? Because my process was always, hey, come for a tour, not a trial class, come for a tour, and we just talk about the preschool, what you're going to expect. And at the end, I'll say, would you like Johnny to come to preschool? And they know that I'm asking that, right? So there is a clear expectation of when like their steps of what they'll go through and exactly what I will ask them. So there's no surprises. They're not surprised that I'm asking if Johnny's going to sign up. You see? Okay. So I'd love to know. Okay. Next up, another question. For online, do you charge registration? Absolutely, because it reserves their spot. So, and it doesn't have to be supplies just for the preschool, like furniture, stuff like that. It can be supplies for anything. Okay. Can also just be, your administration costs, because there's paperwork to be dealt. I got to take this cough drop out. 1 second. I'm going to go hide. Okay. They get really gross after a while, don't they? So yes, absolutely charge a registration fee. Anytime you're doing a teaching class, yes. Next up, for summer camps, do we charge a registration fee even if they're just signing up for 1 week? You're offering a 4-week summer program, but allowing them to sign up for individual weeks. I would say 1 registration fee for the summer. I used to do that program too. I actually don't recommend what you're doing right now. That's how I used to do summer camp. Was I would be like, hey, we have 10 different weeks and choose which weeks you want to go to. And I'm thinking in my head, dang, I'm going to get like, 12 kids times 10 is 120 kids. Wow. That's 120 kids you got to sign up. I don't like that. Then I'm like, but then they can choose multiple camps. So then it's really only maybe 80, 50 kids because they're choosing multiple camps. I'm like, or you got like, 10 that sign up for the bugs camp and like 2 people that sign up for the, princesses camp or something. And then you're stuck doing princesses for 2 kids, And so my point is I don't recommend what you're doing. What I do suggest doing is just doing a summer camp period. But to go back, if you were doing that where you're doing like $20 registration fee for the summer and they could enroll in as many classes as they want for that $20, that's what the registration fee I would charge. However, you're going to have the problem where a bunch of people sign up for a couple camps and a bunch of people do not sign up for the other camps. And you got like very limited enrollment. So the way I've changed it after that model, because it really sucked with tuition, was I just said, hey, it's a 2-month summer camp. And I understand if you go on vacation or you go out, you've got other stuff you're doing, that's fine. But you're locking your price in, you're locking your spot in for the entire summer. And honestly, coming from my perspective, I would rather have my kid in 90% of summer camp activities, knowing that, we were gone for a week or 2 with vacation, but then like he's got a spot all the other times, right? And some people won't want that, and that's fine. They're not going to sign up. But the same people who sign up for your 1-week classes will likely sign up for an entire 2-month program. Just saying. Okay. All right. Let's see here. What is different about the new 7-day challenge? Come on down. Okay. I don't know who's asking this, so let me see if I can see it, because then that's going to guide me of what let's see here. Hey, Shelly. Hey, girl. Okay. Shelly LoCicero. So she is a preschool all-star. And what is different, my friend? It's a completely different script. So, the past 7-day challenge, we used to do the founding family script. This challenge, we're doing the 1K in 1 day script. And all the content's new. Every day I'm going to be teaching new things. We're going to be doing different tasks. And so if you've been looking to build a list, an email list, people that you can actually market to, that's going to be a huge focus for us this challenge as well. As well as at the end on day 5, we're posting the 1K in 1 day script, which is, Shelly, is our fundraising script. And it is going to be gangbusters because we've never done it never taught it publicly. And also we've never had everybody comment, like, and share on everyone else's 1K in 1 day script. So I'm super excited about that. It's going to be amazing. So much is new. It's also going to be shorter. It's not going to be pre-recorded. It's not the same content I did before. It's all live. So I'll go live for 60 minutes every night at 8 p.m. Eastern, and which is 5 Pacific. Pardon me. And then After I do that, actually during those 60 minutes, we will do the task together. Okay. So your 60 minutes is my requirement on myself to start teaching you and to be done teaching you in 60 minutes. Cool, huh? So that you guys can move on with your day. So that is the goal there. Okay. Hey, Jenna, is 120 too much to charge for an online preschool for 2 days a week? How much should I charge for a registration fee? So Jenna, this is a good question. However, there are many variables to this question. So as you know, if you've gone through past challenges or gone through our training, there's many variables like what do you offer for 2 days a week for 120 a month for online preschool? Because you can't just be like, I offer a preschool class for 2 days a week. How many minutes is your classes? Is it pre-recorded? Is it live? Do they get a variation of both? How many kiddos are in the class and what are the value adds that you're giving them, right? Like, are you giving them the bonus Spanish classes from the hub? Are you giving them a welcome kit? Are you giving them a craft kit? You know what I'm saying? So 120 a month, I can't say whether or not it's too much because everyone's program's different. I've got people who pay $200 a month for online preschool. Based on what they receive because the value is so high of what they receive. I've got people who pay $67 a month for online preschool because they have lower value for those programs, right? So it really just depends on what value you're adding into your program. That's always the point, okay? And then how much did you charge for registration? Again, that's all optional. We typically say $50 per kid per session. So $50 for a 9-month program or 10-month program per kid is typically a registration fee. Vivian, I got to go higher than your comment. 2 out of the 3 have signed up. High fives. The class is 2.5 hours. The kids have 20-minute free play at the end of the class. While the kids are playing, you have Q&A and then offer the opportunity to sign up. Good job. They do know I will ask about registering. Okay, so that's perfect. Vivian, you're doing exactly what you should do then. You're clearly communicating it, but this is my point. Then what's happening is you probably have some moms who are saying, oh, and so Vivian, another follow-up is, do you clearly communicate that you will tell them, like you'll ask them if they're going to sign up? Do you communicate that after they sign up for the tour? Does that make sense? After they sign up for the free class. So do they sign up for the free class? And then you call them and say, hey, awesome. I'm excited to see you. By the way, at the end of our time together, I'm going to be asking, would you like Johnny to come stay with us? And if so, that's when I'll have you fill out the registration form. And then comes their free trial. The reason I ask that is because if they're signing up for the appointment, then you communicate that we're going to have, whatever, then I'm going to tell you, ask you if they're going to sign up. Then what happens is these people weren't ready. They just wanted a free trial out of it. They just want a freebie. Okay. So that's why they're not showing up because they don't want to be asked the question. Okay. So be thinking about that. Okay. Cool. Oh, by the way, welcome everyone who's back, my 40 amazing people. Let's drop a couple links really fast. If you haven't registered yet, please make sure you register for our free 7-day challenge right here. Very important that you guys go register. And then let's see what else. Also, if you haven't gotten my free book yet, be sure to get a copy of my free book. We only had 100 when I started live today, but I've been going live for like 6 hours. And so I guarantee there are less than 100. If you still see the order form, I still have a book for you. If you don't see the order form, it is full. Okay, so let's continue here. Okay, next question. Hey, you're going to register for the free 7-day challenge. Awesome. It starts on Monday. Who is this? I'm not sure if I can see your name after this popped up. Hold up. I don't know who this is, but it says, what am I doing wrong? I'm still looking for social media posts done for me in order to post daily on my business page. Oh, I get ya. I know what you're talking about. Okay, so here is your answer. We used to do that. That was like 2 years ago. So you guys know that we own preschool.org. Okay. If you don't know that already, we own preschool.org and we created it like 2 years ago. And then what we were doing was we were sharing those posts onto our business page. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's okay. You can disregard it. It's just for this one person who asked the question. But we're no longer doing that. Okay. So what you'll want to do is, not do that. Okay. You can always just go to preschool.org, find a fun post you like and just share it off preschool.org directly. All right. Hey, Kelly, will you be going live only on Facebook for the 7-day challenge? Yes. So are you on YouTube? Kelly, good to see you over there, friend. I see a YouTube icon next to you. So welcome my YouTube friends. Yes, it is going to be in our free Facebook group. So Kelly, this comment is for you, or this link is for you. Where am I going to post this for you, my friend? How to get into my free group. Got to find myself. Apparently I'm live over here. Try to not make my audio go on. There we go. Okay. Can I comment? I can't comment. I don't know how to do this stuff. Got it. There we go. All right, Kelly. Here's a link coming over for you. Hey, Kelly, come join my free group. There's the link for you, okay? And yes, the challenge will be in the free group. Okay. Coming up. And in fact, I probably should put the registration link there for you too. Okay, cool. Continue. Hey, Starla, are the preschool classes always around 2.5 hours? We have many mother mornings out, but I haven't found any part-time preschools in my area. How can I find out about competitor pricing? Well, first off, if you haven't found any 2.5 hour preschools, then you are ripe for having an amazing 2.5 hour preschool program in your area, because just because they're not out there doesn't mean that they're not needed. In my area, we had only 20,000 people in my area, very small town. And we had like 150 preschoolers in my school every single year. So just because you don't see a program like that doesn't mean that it's not needed. Yes, there's many daycares out there because of course there are a lot of people work, a lot of people need daycare, but there are still many stay-at-home moms and many part-time working moms who would love part-time preschool. So just because you haven't found it doesn't mean it's not needed. Also, it actually sounds like you're going to scoop up a section of the market that isn't being served, which is amazing. The other point about how do you find out competitor pricing, we cover all of that in detail in Preschool All-Stars. It's a very specific formula that I can't really explain here because it's so complex. But basically, the general gist, okay? So the real formula is inside Preschool All-Stars, but here's the general gist. You go find a bunch of other preschool programs, even if they are, like I said, not apples to apples, and you try to find ones that are the closest apples to apples, right? So 2.5 hour, 4 hour programs, things like that. And then you find out the tuition rate per hour per kid. Like I said, it's too complicated to go into right now. And then you'll multiply that out by like 2.5 hours to find out what yours could be if you were staying in a similar price bracket. Then you would just increase it or decrease it based on your choice. But we communicate this very clearly inside of Preschool All-Stars. So jump in Preschool All-Stars after the challenge and we will help you figure out your pricing. In fact, even if you only can find church preschools or only if you can find daycare preschools, we still have formula for that as well. Yes, Keisha, $50 registration fee per child minimum. Yes. Hey, you're looking for the 7-day challenge. Awesome. You're looking forward to the 7-day challenge? Cool. Let's see here. Hi, Camila. Good to see you. And you're brand new. So welcome, 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 friend. I added you to the group a couple days ago. Okay, you're new to the concept of starting your own preschool. Hashtag brand new. Who else is hashtag brand new like Camila? What are the licensure requirements? What type of business entity should be considered for the school? Love that. So let's go back. So I did cover this in the morning, but you are probably didn't hear that conversation. So we can have another conversation now about it because it's 6 hours later. This epic 12-hour Coach-a-Thon is something else. Here we go. Okay, so here's the general gist. Let's talk about local preschool versus online preschool, okay? Let me recenter myself and get excited to communicate this. Here we go. Okay, local preschool and online preschool. So if you're doing online preschool, you don't need a license to teach online preschool because there's no governing agency who's going to tell you what to do and what not to do with online preschool. Versus local preschool, there is a state licensing agency, right? And so state licensing is things like childcare licensing, daycare licensing. There are not any, what do you call them? Preschool licensing inside of a state. It's always under this umbrella brand called childcare licensing or preschool license or daycare licensing. So go back to online for a second, then we'll talk about local. So with online, you don't need a degree, you don't need experience. You can just jump right in, start teaching your preschool. Of course, we recommend that the only people that do online preschool are those who love kids and are those who are willing to learn and implement developmentally appropriate teaching practice. Thankfully, you can learn that from us. And so inside of Preschool All-Stars, we have all of the training for it. Local preschool now. Now with local preschool, what you have there is every state has a certain number of students you can teach at one time without being licensed. And that means that like in Idaho, so for instance, I had my preschool in Idaho, I could teach up to 6 students at a time without being licensed. So I could teach a Monday, Wednesday, Friday class from 9 to 11:30. Okay. So let's pause on that for a second. And in fact, in my book, if you guys have my book, I give you the actual, see if I can find it really fast here. Because I literally give you the exact framework. So you guys will love this. Here it is. Okay. So you can see right here, I give you little graphs that you can see. And so if you had one class, let's pretend it's Tuesday, Thursday. We'll go with this graph over here. Do you notice how there's like every Tuesday, Thursday? Hey, Ethan, can you let the dog in? Thanks. So every Tuesday, Thursday, you can teach a morning class. And that class could be 9 to 11:30, we'll call it. So 6 students can come in from Tuesday, Thursday, 9 to 11:30, and then they'll go home. Again, we're not like a daycare, so we don't serve working parents. We serve stay-at-home moms, stay-at-home parents, and stay-at-home and part-time working parents. And then they'll go home. So that Tuesday, Thursday kiddos of 6 kiddos each, you could charge $100 per child, but usually a Tuesday, Thursday class like that, a minimum is going to be about $150 per child per month. If you live in New York, it could be anywhere from $300 a month, who knows, right? So this was more like a tiny little city that I was giving an example of $150 a month. But anyways, if you did a Tuesday, Thursday afternoon of 12 to 2:30, no worries. Generate. We did answer. Go ahead and repost your question, Generate, if you haven't gotten your answer, and I'll re-answer it. Okay. Then we could do a Tuesday, Thursday class of 12 to 2:30, and you're totally fine, Camila. No, you're totally fine. So I'm glad to repeat it because that was like 6 hours ago that I said this. So clearly you're not the only one who missed it. I don't expect anybody to be on for this long of a time. It's all good. Okay. Tuesday, Thursday, 12 to 2:30 p.m. is a different group of 6 kids, okay? $150 each, right? Then what happens is you could do another class on Monday, Wednesday, Friday morning from 9 to 11:30, different group of 6 kids, then they all go home. And then Monday, Wednesday, Friday afternoon from 12 to 2:30, different group of 6 kids, they all go home afterward. So here we've got 24 students in 4 different classes of 6 kids each, right? 6 times 4 is 24. And those 24 students you can have without being licensed. That means you don't need a degree, you don't need experience, you don't need a license. You can just jump right in and start teaching preschool. Of course, again, you love kids and you're willing to learn and implement developmentally appropriate practice, which will teach you. So that's how you can have a program without being licensed locally. Every state has a certain number. And then if you want to grow, of course, you can always get licensed. It's not hard to get a daycare license or a childcare license because that's the umbrella that you have to fall under. You just get a license that's a daycare or childcare license, and then you operate as a preschool. Okay. So you get the daycare license, but then you operate as a preschool. It's very easy to get them. Most states do not require any education or degrees or experience to be able to get a license. If you think about the number of daycares on your city streets or the number of daycares in the neighborhoods, there are so many and they're licensed and it's not hard. It's not like it's rocket science. And so we'll help you with the licensing as well. Good questions. What type of business entity should be considered for the school? Some people will do, most people will do for profit. Very rare for anybody to do nonprofit. It's very complex. It's very hard to like understand all the files you got to fill out and whatever. And in fact, one of our preschool all-stars, Beth Koenig, has a nonprofit and she does not recommend it to anybody. So most preschools are for profit. As far as like business entity, we do recommend that you get an LLC. And so that's the business entity that we recommend you start with. But yeah, there's more information about that in Preschool All-Stars, how to do all the business stuff. All right, next up, let's do another one here. So we've got, hey, someone said, one of our Preschool All-Stars says, she's following the guides. She went into the hub. You never received the business email. My guess is that your email, you maybe put it in wrong, or maybe it went to spam. What you could do while you have me here is just go ahead and send an email to team@preschoolsystem.com. Okay, so our email, if there's ever any issues with any of your orders or anything like that, just send an email to team@preschoolsystem.com. So it probably just went into a place where you couldn't find it because as soon as we set that up, we always send you an email. Okay. All right. Next up. All right, Jenna Ray, good question. How do I overcome the fear and anxiety of starting a business? I get excited, and then when it becomes real, the fear and anxiety kick in and I start to retreat. Oh, you are not alone. Jenna Ray, you're asking great questions today. There are many preschool all-stars. I think 100% of us feel the same way, including me. So let's just talk about why we feel it first off, okay? Because, you're really like, how do I overcome it? But first, let's understand why we have it, because that's going to help us in the process of, quote, overcoming it. So the first reason we have it is back in the day, right? I don't really understand all the science of it, but there's basically like a reptilian brain inside of our brains. It's like the brain that's been there forever, right? It's not a different brain, but it's the concept that we have lived here on the world for a really long time. Back before we had nice little houses with nice air conditioning and we had doors to protect us away from vicious beasts, right? Pardon me. So exciting. A second. All the vicious beasts. Okay. Anyways, back in the day, we didn't have that, right? And so here we are trying to escape from tigers and whatnot, just not to be killed. And it was a completely different life. But we as humans were still the same. Okay. So we've evolved. That's great. Our brains are still very, very old brains. And so if you think about like technology right now and how much we talked about this earlier, but like think about the scroll and Facebook and social media and how freaking addictive it is, right? That's because our brain is not like programmed to handle that much stimulation at one time. And it's just like, it jumbles us all up, makes us so we can't focus. Anyways, our brain is very, very good at keeping us safe. Okay. And so whenever it senses something unknown, whenever it senses something is like new and unusual and unknown, sure, there can be a spark of, ooh, that's exciting, but also the unknown puts it into the fear category. Okay. I don't know if that can hurt me. Okay. I don't know if that's going to make me sick. I don't know if it's going to make me, die or all these other things, right? And so the fear will naturally come in anytime there's something unknown. So just put that into like perspective here. Unknown equals brain kicks into fear. Okay, that's okay. That's like a natural part of what it's supposed to do. Here's the thing though. There's very few things that we have to fear in life. And so our brain is like, ooh, you got something new in your life? Let's be scared of that because there's nothing else to be scared of, right? Like it's like, I don't have to keep you away from tigers anymore. I don't have to keep you away from poisons. Like, right? You have a very creative brain. And if you don't give your brain something to be creative about, it will come up with its own creativity. And usually fear is the best creativity with your brain. So we got to be very careful with our brains to be able to keep them focused on what we're supposed to do. Anyways, so here we are in normal times. And there's a phrase, and my husband just told me this phrase like a couple nights ago. I really like it. I want you to ponder it for a second. I don't know who said it. He said somebody else said it, so I don't know who it was. But it's the concept of this. Some of us prefer and will choose the misery of certainty. Wait, did I do that right? It's always like a backwards one. Hold on. The certainty of misery rather than the misery of uncertainty. Just joking. Some of us will choose the certainty of misery. Did I already say that? Rather than the misery of uncertainty. That's what I mean to say. The point is like, guys, we know what's wrong in our life. We know like what it feels like to be at a certain point in our life and like have all things mixed up. But we also know how to deal with it. Like our brain's like, okay, I know what your life is like right now. And like, here's how I'm going to keep you protected with knowing all these variables, right? Your brain's like, it might not be comfortable, it might not be fun, but like I understand the variables and we're like doing okay in life right now. I say that in air quotes, right? So some of us will choose the certainty of continuing to live in the misery because it is more comfortable than venturing out on our own into the uncertain world. Like, hey, I know I hate my job, but at least I got a job, right? Hey, I know that it sucks to like never see my kids, but at least I got money in the bank account and, food to provide for them, right? Because I don't want to ever go back to where that I didn't have that certainty, right? And so sometimes we'll choose the certainty of misery, right? Misery of certainty. I don't know, whatever one that was. And that's just how our brain operates. So what happens then is anytime you go into something new and you're like, hey, I want to start a business. And your brain's like, cool, that sounds like fun. But as soon as you start getting into it, your brain's like, wait a second, this isn't fun anymore. There's like new stuff you got to learn. And like, but that, what about that? And if you go this direction, then what about that? And it's starting to do all these risk things. And it's just trying to keep you safe, you know? And fear is how it keeps you safe, right? So here's what I want you to do, Jen Ray and anybody else. I want you to acknowledge, hey, when this stuff happens and you start feeling overwhelmed and scared and fearful, hey, I'm doing something new. It's scary because it's new. It doesn't mean it's dangerous. It doesn't mean I shouldn't do it. It's just scary because it's new. Once I do it, once I know what this is, I will no longer be scared of it. Okay? That's with life and anything. Think about one thing that was really, really, really scary for you. I'm going to give you an example of something for me. As an introvert, I would love it if I could just stay at my house all day. That would be great for me. My husband is like the opposite. He's like, hey, let's go like to Timbuktu and watch, the solar eclipse, or let's go skydiving, or he's the adventure guy, right? And I'm like, yeah, right. So we go to a cruise. And I'm like, okay, during the cruise, I can put myself out there and I will do something, unusual for me. And we will go on this adventure tour. And I will get the certainty of knowing that I'll be cared for because I'm going to go on a tour. So I'm going to just show up on the bus. I'm going to have the certainty of like feeling certain that they're going to get me to the location. I'm not going to get kidnapped. I'm going to be certain that they're going to walk me up the mountain to where I'm supposed to go. I'm going to be certain that they're going to harness me in correctly. We were going to go, what do you call it? This thing. It doesn't help, Joy. When you go down a mountain really fast on a zip line. Okay, see, I'm not adventurous. I don't, as I would tell my son, I'm working on being more adventurous. Okay. So anyways, but with the certainty that they're going to correctly, put me in, and then the uncertainty comes when I'm barreling down a mountain on a zip line in the middle of Jamaica and praying that they put me in correctly, praying I don't smack into something, praying I remember how do I hold my hands to slow me down, right? And praying I don't smack into whatever's at the end, right? Or fall out or whatever. Like, this is my life. This is my head, right? I'm just sharing my fears with you. And then knowing that once I do hit the bottom or get to the bottom, okay, that there will be somebody there with the certainty that they'll take me out of my straps and whatever, and I'll continue on the path of whatever the next adventure is. So brains can handle levels of uncertainty, but there has to be certainty wrapped into it. So here's where I'm going with all this, okay? I know it took me a really long time to get here. I apologize. The brain's just not quite working at the moment. So it can handle, I'm okay with the uncertainty of the going like crazy down the zip line when I've built in all these other certainty around it. Okay. What I was not okay with was like, hey, here's some random zip line thing that we could go do. And it's not in a tour. And we're going to get off the cruise ship and we're going to go find some taxi driver and we'll jump in. And then he's going to take us to wherever, it might be. And I don't really know when it's open or how much it costs, or nobody else is going to go with us. But it'll be like a fun little thing. We'll just do my husband would love to do that. And I'm like, nope. I have to build in the certainty around the one thing that scares me the most. So Jenna Ray and everyone else who also is scared and fearful, the one thing that scares you the most is what? You have to ask yourself that, right? Mine was, falling out of the straps and smacking into the thing and whatever, right? Obviously starting a preschool is going to feel different for you. But you have to say, what is the one thing you're most scared about? And then I'm going to ask you to build around a bunch of certainty around that. The way you can build around certainty, no different than our marathon story. Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to be surrounded by a team so that when things come up that are making me a little bit nervous, I can talk to people about it. I'm going to make sure I got a mentor, somebody who's going to strap me in correctly, right? Someone's going to send me on the right path, okay? That I'm not going to smack at the end and bust my head open. I'm going to have the right tools. Yeah. I'm going to be strapped in correctly. I'm going to have my gloves so I can slow myself down on the zip line. Similar for preschool, right? Okay. the team, the tools, the mentor. You got to build around the certainty. You got to put yourself in a winning team. And so you got to stack the cards in your favor, I guess is another way to say it. And when you can build that certainty around you, then when those moments of uncertainty come, as they will, and when that fear comes, as it will, you got to keep working through it. You got to, get latched up to that zip line and you got to fly, right? Like, because you can never move forward if you're just sitting there in your head, like, ooh, okay, when am I going to be ready? Okay, like, how's this going to work out? And you'll never be able to move forward if you're just in your head the whole time. You have to take action. Like, that's one of my biggest things. Like, in Preschool All-Stars, please don't ever anybody join Preschool All-Stars if you're not willing to take action. Like, I'm not going to waste my time. I don't want our team to waste our time. I don't want Preschool All-Stars to waste their time on you if you're not going to do the action on your part. Now, I don't speak this to any one person. I speak this to everybody. Like, granted, we all take action in our own time, and I know that, okay? As long as you are on the path and making steps, okay, everybody's action will come at their own time, but we got to make steps. Okay, cool. Love this. Next question. Keep those questions coming. These are really good, everybody. Thank you. Okay, what if you have a daycare already? This is a good question. I love when I'm like, it's in my book, but I will also answer it for you because it might be coming on its way to you. So you want to convert it to a preschool without having to change your business name. No worries. However, if your business is called Tiny Little Footprints Daycare, I'm going to tell you, you want to change your name. Okay. Anything of names like tiny or small or footprints or handprints, that just says daycare to me. Right. I just don't like those words. But if you have the word daycare in your name or childcare, I don't want that either. Right. So I know that you're probably like, but I don't want to change my business name. If your name doesn't have any of that, like let's say it's Butterflies Preschool, but it's technically a daycare, right? It's technically 12-hour days. You can still keep it Butterflies Preschool, okay? I will say though, like we do have a 30-day plan to convert daycares, and the 30-day plan goes like this. And then I'm gonna talk about your name. The 30-day plan goes like this, where you at day number 1, let's say the beginning of the month, okay? So we'll call it May 1st. On May 1st, you communicate to all your daycare families, hey, on June 1st, I am starting a preschool. Pardon me one second. And you say, I'm starting a preschool on June 1st. You have 30 days to find another daycare. And in fact, I've already communicated with a couple daycares, and here are the best ones that you might want to go to. Because on June 1st, I will no longer take babies or school-age kiddos. I will only have children ages 3 to 5 here. And I will no longer be doing all hours. I will only do 9 to 11:30 a.m. or 12 to 2:30 p.m., like whatever your class times are. And you can't stay during lunch, and you can't stay for multiple classes. And so if you are able to, find other care for your kiddo and still bring your kiddo to my preschool class after June 1st, I would love to still have your kiddo, but they'll need to enroll in my new preschool program. If you can't, no worries. Here's another couple childcare programs that you can coordinate your next care with from June 1st on. That gives you 30 days of income, because they're not going to be able to find, you still in your contract have a 30-day notice, I guarantee it. And so that gives you 30 days of income through May 1st through June 1st until you are able to transition to your new preschool. So you're still getting your income from your daycare kiddos all the way through May, because they're still in your care. And at June 1st, they're going to go somewhere else, but they need to pay all the way through the end of May. Then during the evening hours, so you do daycare during the day, and during the evening hours, you set up all of your tours. And of course, Perfect Sign Up Formula tells you exactly how to do this. Set up all your tours for the evening, and you sign up all the kids in the new preschool. You don't talk about how you had a daycare and because, you don't want to confuse the two. Hey, I've got my new preschool starting. It starts on June 1st. I'm so excited, blah, blah, blah. And would you like Johnny to come? So then you get them enrolled for June 1st. Okay. Now you got your money during May, plus you're still signing up kiddos for June for your preschool program. And then the end of May, you say goodbye to all your daycare kids. You close your daycare in the sense that you're no longer operating those hours. And June 1st, you start with your new preschool kiddos, and they start continuing with you. Only 3 to 5s, only a couple hours every day, and then they go home. So that is how you can convert your daycare. Now, as far as how it goes with your business name, like I said, if you have those couple words, I don't really like that. But let's talk instead about what if you had a complete rebrand. Because, going from daycare to preschool, are people really going to know that you're different if it's the exact same name? And as people are going through town, they may be like, oh, yeah, you're talking about such and such, daycare or preschool, and people still assume that you have, the all hours. So there is something very powerful about a rebrand of a completely different name, because it elevates you. You got this new program you're creating. It's something fresh and you can communicate it to the community versus like, hey, we were this and it's the same name, but now we're doing this. And it kind of just feels stale and old. The only caveat I have to that is if you have built up a brand with goodwill and your name for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and everyone knows how amazing of a childcare facility you are or home you are, and you want to keep the name only for that purpose because you've built up so much goodwill into it. At that point, you still have to figure out how to communicate to your community that you are now only a preschool. So do take all that into consideration. Okay, sound good? Hey, Jenna Ray, can I do sole proprietor instead of LLC? Since it's online, you have a lower chance of getting sued. LLC is 300. You can always start as a sole proprietor. And then once you start making money, you can always change to an LLC. Okay. So my suggestion is like, it doesn't have to be a forever decision. It just has to be a now decision, with the caveat of, if you can do it now, because it's always best to set it up now correctly the first time than trying to like go back and make changes. It's just always easier the first time, but I get where you're coming from. So in fact, I did a sole proprietorship because I didn't know about LLC. In my first year, I did sole proprietor, and after I learned about LLC, I was like, oh snap. It's a good thing we didn't have any issues, right? I was even walking kiddos from my house to the neighborhood park across the street, and we were all holding on to a little rope. We had 12 kiddos walking across the street, in a neighborhood. I'm like, it's a good thing nothing happened, right? Anyways. Hey, good question. Laura, do you have any stories of how this has worked or is working in other places outside of the US, say Africa? Welcome, Laura, over in Africa. How cool is this? I can tell you this. We have preschool all-stars in almost every country in the world. We have preschool all-stars in France, in Germany, in Canada, in England, in China, in Japan, in Malaysia, I'm like thinking of all of our all-stars right now, over in Philippines. Not positive about South Africa. But I do know that we have I've talked to many people over in South Africa, and they're working on their preschools over there. Let's see. Lots of the US, obviously. And so can it work worldwide? 1,000% it can. Yes. So I'm excited to have you start your preschool in Africa. How cool is that? We also have, let's see, we definitely have a worldwide, preschool all-star population. So very diverse group of people. I love every single one of them. It's been amazing to learn from everybody. That's what's so cool, is when you have like a worldwide sisterhood, like you learn so much about different cultures and how their preschools are going. It's really cool. So I'd love to have you in Preschool All-Stars and be able to share how a preschool is working over in Africa. That'd be super cool. I will say also, my parents went to South Africa for 2 years serving a mission for their church. And so South Africa kind of has like a place in my heart. My husband visited Africa on a safari there earlier before we were married, and always wants to go back. And that just scares the heck out of me, to go on a safari, period. But again, if I build in the certainty around the actual experience, see, for me, the experience would be like going, I think it was a jungle safari or something, where he actually was like on the river. So for me, the uncertain time would be on the river, but I could build in certainty like on my flight and on the tour group, and, build all these paddings around me to like help my scared heart. Cool. I love this. Yummy says, I still have anxiety. I've been with Joy for over a year. So here's the thing. This is part of life, guys. This is part of life. However, Yummy, I'm going to ask you right back. Has it gotten better? Meaning, have you been able to work through it? I think there's a difference between anxiety that is paralyzing and anxiety that is, oh boy, I'm so scared to do this, but I still do it anyway. We have a phrase in Preschool All-Stars. It's not mine. It's feel the fear and do it anyway, right? And we say that a lot because, man, there is a lot of stuff that we do that's new. I mean, this is a new business. This is putting ourselves out there. This is talking to people we normally wouldn't. This is talking about ourselves like we normally wouldn't, taking a risk on ourselves, taking a chance, investing in ourselves. All these things are new things, and it is rightfully so that your brain is going to be kind of going like, "Rah, rah, rah," like getting some mind games going on in your head, right? However, you got our all stars to like support you through it and like kind of talk you down off the ledge a bit, you know? So I appreciate that, Yummy. Thank you for sharing that. Um, is there going to be a replay? Boy, I hope not. That'd be a 12-hour long replay. I don't know that anybody would want to watch that. Just joking. Technically, this live will live on our Facebook group feeds forever. So technically, yes, there's a replay. Let's see. Hey, Keisha, I love this. Keisha and Jenna Ray going to be friends. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. It's really cool because when you come in our 7-day challenge, which let me go ahead and post that link really quick. Again, if you haven't registered for the 7-day challenge, where you been? Go and register real quick. No way. Maureen's mom was raised and born in South Africa. That's amazing. Cool. Connections all around. That's so cool. What was I going to say? Oh, register for our free 7-day challenge. We're going to be able to help you get your preschool started quickly and easily, faster than ever before. It only takes 60 minutes per day. It'll be Facebook Live every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Monday through Friday. And during the Facebook Live, we're actually going to do the task that I'm asking you to do. So we're going to do it live together, which I think is super exciting. And that way it's 60 minutes and you're done for the day. Okay. So anybody can give in 60 minutes, especially for a life-changing opportunity right in front of you. And what I was saying though was it's cool because you'll be able to build friendships with our preschool all-stars, but also most importantly, other challengers who are going through the exact same thing as you. I changed how I'm advertising my summer camp. I just put they can choose half day or full day. It's 10 weeks. I love that you are doing a chunk instead of just doing 1 week. That is awesome. What about the word academy? Can you use ABC Academy? You sure can. My only consideration, of course, we talked about this in Preschool All-Stars too, with setting up your business. And when I say we talk about it, I mean like there's literally steps that you go through that you will run into that like explain this. But anyways, Academy doesn't necessarily speak to ages 3 to 5. So that's something to take into consideration, that, you know, if I say academy, sometimes in my head, I view more K-12, K-6, private school, elite kind of is the connotation that comes up in my head. And preschool is just pretty much like 3 to 5. Like that's just kind of obvious, right? Or kinder, 4 to 6 sometimes in people's minds. But that's the only concern about academy. But some places have, some states, you know, based on your state, sometimes you have to not use words like preschool or school. And again, that's in Preschool All-Stars. We explain it. Oh, I love this. I don't know who this is because I can't see your name, but you revamped your entire program and name, and you're so excited about it. You did that over a year ago. My guess is you were moving from a daycare into a preschool. And I'll tell you, there's something about the energy that you will give off too with a brand new name, a brand new logo. It's just going to feel fresh and new as well. You had a name with the childcare at the end. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Samika, what's up? You are wanting to get a 501c3. Is 501c3 nonprofit status? What is that? Let me check really quick. I feel like it is. Yeah, it's a nonprofit. So my girl Samiko, you know, Beth Koenig is all about 501c3 nonprofit, but she doesn't recommend it. So, however, you can certainly hit her up and get her suggestions on that. She's our nonprofit girl for sure. Let's see here. I hope I don't either. I hope I don't lose my voice either. Guys, I've hit the end of my scroll. Keep those questions coming. I'm going to go back up to the top for my scroll to look at what other questions while you guys post some more. So keep them coming. I need more questions. Let's see. Tiffany, awesome. You're hanging out working today. Nice. That's amazing. That's cool. Let's see here. I'm going to keep going through all the comments and questions. Keep posting them, and then I'm going to come back to you in a second so we can keep the questions going. Ooh, good ideas, everybody. Keisha, how much do you charge for a 30-minute online class? Well, we don't charge per class. We always charge a monthly tuition, and then it really depends. If you have my book, Keisha, be sure to grab your copy of my book. I go through pricing strategy in depth in there, because it, like I talked about earlier, Matt, depends on How many days a week? So now how many days a week would you do a 30-minute class? Would it be live? Would it be pre-recorded? What other value adds are your preschool families getting in addition to just a preschool class? Because we always believe the saying, more than just preschool, right? Like we want to add so much value that you're just blown away by how much you get. Nice. Okay, I think I've almost hit the end of all my scrolls. Oh, I love this. Tammy said, age is not a hindrance. For many families, it's an advantage with more experience. 100%. Think about all the different life experiences you've been through. Those are also your skill set. So I love that. Oh, good question. We'll talk more about Preschool All Stars later at the end of the challenge. Is it one-time fee for life? Nope. It's a monthly membership, and that way you get access to all the materials, everything you need: the support, the Facebook group, the All Stars, the training, the Preschool in a Box, the hub, the website. You get all of it all in one for one monthly fee, and so you can have access to it for as long as you need, as long as you keep paying the monthly membership fee. And then obviously, whenever you stop paying the monthly membership fee, then you lose access to all the benefits. Is it for life? I wish it was for life, meaning I want all my all stars with me on this journey. Like I said, like I've been doing this since 2009. So there's many people have been with me since 2009. It's been a long time, and I love seeing everybody's journeys. Awesome. There have been some gold nuggets in the book, she says. Oh, good question. If online is for 30 minutes, is it safe to have 4 to 5 30-minute classes with 6 children in each class? I'm a stay at home mom. Big kids do online school. I have time on my hands. Is it safe? Daniela, what's the word safe imply to you? Because I think I'm not quite understanding. Do you mean like, is it a good idea? Because sure. Yeah, just at a different time. Obviously, you can't have them at the same time. So yeah, you can definitely have 4 to 5 different 30-minute classes with 6 kids in each class. Yeah, totally. However you structure it is whatever works best with you. Oh, this is going back to our question about we had one of our challengers here who was asking the question. She was helping a couple of her family members' children who were on the spectrum, and she was taking care of them during the day. And we had asked the question, is that the best place for them? Is that the best place for you to be teaching them? Because they do require different services and different supports. And I love that Tam Renee said the children on the spectrum might need other resources that are available to them. So you might not be that resource. So again, consider the possibility that maybe there is a better place for them to go. So yeah, good points. Oh, this is great. I really want to do this so bad, but I'm homeschooling 6 children and my husband is in a missionary trip in a foreign country. How can you help me? Well, good question. So let me just reread this really quick. You're homeschooling 6 kids. Again, I'm going to go back to what might you be passionate about? Are you excited? And maybe you're not even on right now, but that's okay. It's going to help somebody else because it's back from like 3 hours ago question. if if you because I don't know who's asking this question. Anyways, the point is, we asked 2 questions earlier. What are you passionate about? Are you passionate about, homeschooling, or are you passionate about preschool? Because guess what? If you're passionate about homeschooling, which it appears to be, you are a homeschooling mama, then my guess would be you already have a lot of knowledge and tips and resources in your head to be able to help other homeschooling moms with things that they might not want to do on their own. As a homeschooling mom myself, I homeschooled for many years. There were many things I did not want to do. And I was looking for other moms to fill in the gaps of my kiddos' homeschool education. And like things like enrichment or extracurriculars or teaching science. That was just one thing, like science and social studies. It must have to do with the fact that I didn't go to high school. Something about that just is like, I just don't want to teach it. But anyways, I was looking for the gaps. And so what are you passionate about? If you're like, and what feels light and easy? What are you passionate about? What feels light and easy to you? And if homeschooling feels you're passionate and it feels light and easy because it's been what you've been doing for a bit, I imagine there's a huge opportunity for you to reach out to your homeschooling community or reach out to anybody here in the world, honestly, and say, hey, I'd love to, you just need to start chatting with them to find out what they need. A lot of times people will tell you what they need, but it's in different ways. They'll ask you questions. That's kind of be what they need. So for instance, I like to ask this question in my group, like, what's your biggest question or concern about blank? What's your biggest question or concern about starting a preschool, right? Because that starts the dialogue. You could ask in your Facebook groups or your Facebook profile, what is your biggest question or concern about homeschooling your kids? And then you're going to have a conversation going on in your feed, and people are going to be like, man, because it's not just going to be homeschooling moms who will respond to you, it'll be other people too. And they might say, you know what? I've always thought about homeschooling, but man, I've never done it before. I don't know how to homeschool. Like I'm worried that my kid won't have enough socialization, or I'm worried that I won't be able to teach them the things they need to know, or I don't know what to teach them. Um, so you might find this little crowd of people who are, wanting to homeschool, but they don't know how to do it. And you're like, hey, I can homeschool your kid for you. Guys, homeschool doesn't have to mean it's by the mother of the children. Homeschool is literally just meaning the kids are learning in a different place other than public school. Okay. So, like in a home or home environment, or, homeschool can even be outside, right? But many people want to leave the public school for a different experience. And if you have all this wealth of knowledge for homeschool, imagine that you could solve the pain point that other mothers have of like, I don't know what to do, but I really don't want to keep them in public, or I don't have any other solution, but I can't homeschool them because I got to work or I'm working from home. Like we have several preschool all-stars that offer homeschool enrichment. So they know what to do. They know what your kid needs to learn, right? They know they can do assessments and all sorts of stuff. And then they can put the kiddos on Zoom and have a morning meeting and then say, okay, let's talk about what we're going to do today, and the kiddos got their own plan, right? They got their own online resources of what they're supposed to do for that age, for that kiddo. But there's a facilitator, right? A homeschool enrichment facilitator, you. And so I hope you guys are getting cool ideas out of this, because this is a great thing to do. And then, okay, now we're going to all individually go work on our stuff. Keep your Zoom tab open, so if you guys have any questions, you can ask me. I'll be here. And then you let them do their work, but you're there as the facilitator if they have questions, right? You don't have to have all the knowledge. You just have to be help them know where to find the answers. Okay. And how parents would feel that would be so valuable to them, because their kiddo is still getting the great education, but in a better environment than perhaps that they're not excited about at public school, and with a facilitator that cares about their kid, and clearly they're paying for it. So of course that facilitator is really going to pour into this kid, almost like a tutoring opportunity at some points, because if the kiddo needs help. So wow, can you imagine, like, do you get what I'm saying now? Like, rather than say like, and you said like, I want to do this, but like, I don't know how can I? Okay. We always just ask the question, how can I? And I want it to feel light and easy to you. Another way you could do it, you could literally, if you're more of a hands-on talking homeschooling mom, where you teach your kids by word of mouth and stuff like that, visually, instead of them going onto a computer, then you can literally record yourself doing the homeschooling experience, and people can Zoom in. Okay. And then you can take questions from them on Zoom. Like, you can do it any amount of ways that you want to do it. It's just what are you passionate about doing? What feels light and easy to you? And finally, where is the problem that you're solving? Because find the problem, solve it, make money. That is literally the path, my friends. What are the pain points people have? And if you don't know the pain points of people that might be in your world, you got to just start talking to them. How many times do I put out emails or social media posts to say, hey, give me your feedback on this, right? Like, what's your biggest frustration? What's your biggest question? What's your biggest concern? All of those are perfect social media posts to start a conversation, to just help people like, oh, tell me more about that, right? And you're going to find the pain points. And when you found the pain point, you can offer the solution. Once they say, I would love to do that, then you just help them. It's as easy as that. Good questions. Okay, I'm going to come back to the scroll and see if we've got, this is a scroll in a good way. Here we go. And see the next questions. Hey, Jenna Ray. I recently learned about a site called OutSchool, which lets you teach anything and everything, set your own hours and pay without having to start a business. How do we compete with that? Jenna Ray, you don't compete with it. It's not comparative. It's not the same. Let me clarify. Um, First off, OutSchool's been around for many years. So I know maybe it just barely came into your life, but it's been around ever since, COVID days. And even actually, I think right before COVID as well, they were doing OutSchool classes even before that. And that's why when COVID happened, OutSchool just kind of blew up in a good way because it was like, oh, snap, now my kiddo can learn from someone else. And, but the thing is that, and I've personally, I've been a parent of OutSchool, meaning like my kiddos have done OutSchool classes. I paid OutSchool to school my kiddos on different subjects like guitar lessons and viola lessons and Dungeons and Dragons activities and Pokemon clubs. And you know what I'm saying? Like all these extracurriculars. I've schooled my kids on those. They're expensive, girl. Like if you've looked at the prices for parents, they are expensive. Now, back in the day, that was something that I was willing to invest chunks of my money into. But now it's like, uh, I don't think I want to pay $15 per class for a 30-minute period for this kiddo to, be on a Pokemon club. As it adds up. So, if I'm doing $15 for 30 minutes, and if I do that two times a week, 2 times 4 is 8 sessions, 8 times 15. Let me just get a quick little number on here. 2 times a week, that's going to be $120 for 30 minutes of my kid's time. Okay. And all it is like a Pokemon club or something, right? It's like it's not even all encompassing. It's just like, hey, this one thing. And that's if you got one kid. Now imagine you got 2, 3, 4, 5 kids. Okay. And so some parents will definitely go to OutSchool because I lived remote. We were like in the northern Idaho, and it was like we didn't have viola and guitar teachers around us. So it worked out. And we didn't have Pokemon players around us. So it all worked out. But so many of those other opportunities exist in normal cities. And so there will absolutely be a section of the population that wants OutSchool, just like there is a section of the population that works full time and needs daycare. But they're not our competition. They're completely two different worlds. Those are one-off classes. Those are, I'm going to sign up, for this Wednesday morning, blah, 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 30-minute session. Or I'm going to sign up for the 8-week session of whatever. Or I'm just going to set it up on a recurring every single Wednesday for 30 minutes. The problem with those is that there is such, what would you call it? Turnover. Such turnover. It's really hard for, people to get like lasting relationships with people when you're not really sure that they're going to be around for a long time versus, hey, I found you on your preschool program, just your preschool program. And I want to move forward with your preschool program. Not like, well, there's these other 5 Pokemon clubs. And I wonder if I should go choose, Sally versus Joe on who should be the Pokemon club leader. And so, it's just apples to oranges. It really is. OutSchool feels very much like a one-off, kind of like random extracurricular thing. I will say this though. You can build a business on OutSchool. In fact, we have one of our preschool all-stars who has built $100,000s of dollar business on OutSchool by doing, this is a little gold nugget if you guys want to do something like this, by doing classes, creating an entire preschool on up through 12th grade curriculum with teachers on OutSchool. And so she's built up her business. She's built up a brand over there where people can, they don't want the public school, so they're going to go put them in her school, right? On OutSchool. But again, it takes 30%. And I also ask this, you're limited at the students that come to you, right? You just kind of like wait around for students to come to you versus like when it's your own business, you're out there, you're busting your butt, you're working to get those students. And that's valuable, right? You're building up your brand, you're building up the goodwill, you're building up the referrals. Yeah, like, hey, refer us and we're going to give you $50 toward your next month. Like it's a community that you're building with your own brand and your own business. So I've only seen this one person in our preschool all-stars be successful on OutSchool in that way. You can certainly do a couple classes here and there if you want to teach over there. I don't believe, unless you're going to go big, I don't believe it's really worth your time to be over there because you have so much more potential. You have unlimited potential to build up your own business without the 30% take. So, just like when Rita Farina was coming into a shopping area for her preschool, her mom had a medical clinic in like a shopping district area, and she was going to take this like extra couple of side rooms that her mother wasn't using in this one area. So she's going to have her preschool in a different area. But Rita came to me like right in the infancy of her starting her preschool, and she's like, "Wait a second, 2 doors down is a daycare. And Joy, I can't compete with that. They've been here forever." I'm like, they're not your competition, right? Different people are going to go to them versus go to you. So that's what I would say there. Okay. Hey, Terry Har, there you are, girl. You went through and created your log and everything because of the challenge last spring. Can't wait to see what next week is like. Oh, I'm excited for you, Terry. Sorry, I hit my mic. All right, let's keep going with those questions. Keep them coming. I'm going to get to them. Next question. Okay, Samiko is talking about a lot of grants. Totally understand. I would also say this. Like, I've never gone the grant route, honestly. I'm not your person to I'm not your guru to help you with grants because I don't do the nonprofit thing. But if you live in Texas, Samiko, have you considered moving to Texas? Because Texas is freaking crazy right now. Quinn Cooper is leading the movement in Texas right now, like telling us about all the cool things that are going on in Texas. Number one, so if anybody's in Texas, you got to stay, just stay. And anybody who's thinking of moving, go to Texas. Because number one, you don't have to be licensed. You can actually get an exemption. Number two, the school districts in Texas the state has put out this mandate that everyone has to have preschool education, and they will actually partner with you as a private preschool and get you students. The students will pay. I don't know how it works. I think the government pays you or something, but it's not daycare. It's like on your hours. Like it can be your 2.5-hour class. And you're just raking in the money because they're giving you students because the students are required to go to preschool or something or have access to preschool. And you're just getting, all these students. And on top of that, they will also give, I don't know if it's grants, it might be grants, but you don't have to be a nonprofit because Quinn's not a nonprofit. But you can I think it might be grants, but you can do this thing where, pardon me, where they give you a chunk of money. Like, I don't even know. Let me go look it up really quickly. Hold up. Because Quinn was just telling us about this a couple weeks ago. This is why it's cool to be in Preschool All Stars, because you get in I gotta get a cough drop. You get in all the cool tips and things that people are doing in real life. Okay, here we go. Oh, snap. You can get up to a $30,000 grant from the state to partner with the state on your part-time preschool, your hours, your tuition rates. Okay. So everybody go move to Texas, go start a preschool up there. Next up, tax exemption. What about the tax exemption? Samiko, clarify what you mean there. Oh, good question, Daniela. When you say bring value to your parents and kiddos, do you recommend different programs like Reading Eggs, MobyMax, ClassKick, Class Dojo to stay in contact? I'm just over here writing my plan out and structure for what I'd provide for the price of a 30-minute class. I love that. Yes and no. Yes, that whatever programs are going to help you and give more value to your students, yes. But also consider additional things that they would get for free when they join your program. So for us, when we had a local, and I'll go to your online in a second, when we had a local, they got a free preschool t-shirt. Okay. Every kiddo every year got a free preschool t-shirt. They got free field trips. Now, these are big field trips. These are going to the zoo. These are going to the petting zoos. These are going to, we had huge events at our school, like fall carnivals and Christmas parties with Santa Claus at big jump houses and just like real big events. And they got them all for free. Their entire family could come. They could bring a friend if they wanted to, because what are we doing? We're getting referrals, right? They got, a huge graduation program at the end of the school year. 800 people came to our graduation programs. They got it for free, right? The kids are up on stage singing and dancing. The parents are in the audience bawling their eyes out. They got portfolios at the end of the year, right? They had all their assessments done. Um, the list goes on, right? So that's for local. And online can be very similar. You can send them out a welcome kit, a free welcome kit, right? When they get their free preschool t-shirts. The word is free. Okay. Everything should be free. You get this free and this free because in theory, they know that they're paying for a preschool class. So everything else should be free, right? You get this free and all this stuff. We also inside of Preschool All Stars, when you join, you get free Spanish classes inside of your software that allows you to give free Spanish classes to your preschool families. We also have substitute teacher classes. So if you're ever out sick, you got substitute teachers. What else? We have virtual field trips, free virtual field trips. So we just start stacking all the value of all the things they're going to get in your preschool. So it's kind of like that. Let's see here. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, can we market our same online preschool program to homeschooling families ages 3 to 5? Or do we need a separate website and marketing and call it something different? If you're still, no, 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 no. You can still market it to the same, you can still send new traffic to the same site as long as they can enroll in your exact same program. The only reason you would maybe have a different website page is if it was a different program that they were going to enroll in. Jen Ray's like, I live in the wrong state. Okay. I'm thinking about partnering with a job and family services to get students if I decide to go local. That's amazing. I will say this really carefully. Texas is the only state I've ever seen this to be successful where you can actually receive government funding to enroll kiddos into your preschool program. All the other states, this is brand new that Texas just did this recently. All the other states, guys, the money that is earmarked from the government, from each state, is for childcare services. So they're looking for hey, if you don't make a certain amount of income, we will help pay for your childcare. And so there are daycares that partner with the state to receive the money from the state, but it's for childcare. Okay. And that's every state's got that. But Texas is so unusual because they just did this preschool only. It can be a part-time preschool and they'll give you money for that. You don't have to turn it into some full-time program, which is really cool. Great question. What about grants in California? Nope. The only grant that I would ever suggest anybody doing is the one in Texas. Everything else, I don't understand. I don't do grants. Good question. Tiffany, you need a grant training. I don't know, girl, because I do need some honey, says Generate. Yes, I do. The most grants are all for nonprofit, so I'm not going to touch them. We have 0.00001% of people doing nonprofits, and that's Beth Koenig, and apparently Samiko Chilton. Are we able to do it with a preschool if we have private pay? So, are you asking Samiko about Texas? Because yes, private pay is yes, you could still get your own students, plus you can get the Texas state students as well. You can do both. Yes. Okay. Next one. How do you do it? By the way, can I just say the people who are, I don't have any jelly, but that's okay. We're just going to see what happens. And at the end of the night, we're all just going to get a funny little laugh at Joy's voice. Okay. We're going on. I know my live says 6 hours almost right now, but I was on live for an hour before this. So technically we're going on almost 7 hours now, which is good because now I'm on the downhill, baby. I got to get some water. I'm going to catch my throat again. Okay. What I was going to say though, was for those of you who are hanging out with me for a long time tonight, I appreciate you. Again, I don't expect you to be here the whole time. If you have other places to be, feel free to go be at them. I'm just kind of here for any questions that come along. So for those of you who are just loving it and asking all your questions, sweet, bring them on to me. So Ray, how do you do assessments with online preschool? Keep those questions going, guys. I know Becky's like, go, Joy, go. So keep your questions going because that gets me going, right? Otherwise, if I have no questions, I'm like, so just joking. How do you do assessments with online preschool? Do you do them every 9 weeks or twice a year? I do not do every 9 weeks. I just don't think you're going to find enough change between when you started. Wait, what is 9 weeks? It's 2 months and a week. Yeah. No. When I did assessments, well, technically, I guess we did them every 3 months because we did 3 times a year. We do one at the beginning of school before, like their very first couple of weeks. We'll do one assessment. Then we'll do another assessment. That'd be August. Then we'll do another assessment in like October, another assessment in February, so that way we could have data to talk about at our registration in March, and then our last assessment in right around end of April or May. So 3 assessments for a school year. I don't do any assessments for summer camp. And how do you do it with online preschool? Inside of Preschool All-Stars, we have the templates that you can just show your screen and just flip through what color, what letter, what shape, what number. And then, of course, you're just documenting, their answers, if they got it right or not. And we have all the assessments and forms and things like that. So you just would do it on Zoom, and you would just share your screen and just be kind of like a one-on-one kind of experience. So good question. Gaynell came out of nowhere. She's like, wait, what about Texas? Gaynell, Texas is the really cool place where there's just really cool things happening if you're going to start a preschool over there. So if anyone's looking to move, people always are like, hey, I'm thinking about moving to one of these 3 states. And they give some random states. I'm like, nope, take the 4th state, Texas. Also, it's closer to Arizona. So that's cool. Okay. Samiko, what's your question? I know it's something about tax exemption. I don't know what you're talking about. Give me a full-on question, girl, so I can answer you. Okay. Because I have no clue what you're talking about. No, I think you should do them when they enter your program middle of the year prior to end of the year. Perfect. That's it. Let's see here. Is that 4 assessments that I do? Oh, I think it is. That's 4, isn't it? I do 4 assessments. Wow. That was a lot. I don't feel like I do 4 assessments. How did I do that wrong then? I always do it at the beginning of the year. I always do it at the end of the year. I wonder if I just do 1 in January. No, I do 4. That is just blowing my mind right now. Crazy. Okay. Anywho. Okay, here we go. You asked me to elaborate on tax exemption, so I was asking, are we able to do it if we have an LLC and private pay? That's what my question is. What tax exemption? I guess that's my point. So I don't know what tax exemption. I don't know what you're talking about. So, okay. Drink some warm water. I got some cold water. It's all good. What other questions do you guys have? Keep them coming. I'm going to drop my link for you guys to register for our challenge if you haven't already, okay? Hashtag registered if you already registered, okay? Because Samiko, the Texas thing was a $30K grant where you don't have to pay for taxes when you purchase stuff. Are you talking about, okay, let's say you made $100,000 in income and you spent $30,000 in expenses. So then technically you only have to pay for $70,000 of taxable income. That's how I would communicate that to you. So now that you know that, and that is with private pay, that's with nonprofit, whatever, knowing that, what is your next question? I'm trying to follow, but I don't got it. Okay. Maybe it's because I've been on for 7 hours, something like that. Okay. Next up, keep those questions going, guys. Thank you so much, Jelly. Tips on finding or creating your program niche. Ooh, okay. So I know you already heard me before talk about passion, right? Like, what are you super excited about? Creating your program niche. So Jelly, I know you're already doing your online preschool. Can you clarify, are you thinking of going into a different niche? Are you thinking of kind of niching down even further than just online preschool? Pardon me. Tell me what that means. What does that look like to you? Okay. But now generally we can talk about how to find your niche and stuff. So back in the 7-day challenge, we talk about again, what are you passionate about, but also your skill set and what just lights you up. There's a bug over here. What lights you up in the day. Like if you spent that for the next 2.5 hours or 30 minutes talking to your online preschoolers about this, what would just light you up, right? That's what I would think about. So I also want you to think about who your people are that you want to be with and hang out with for a while. So sometimes we all of a sudden find ourselves serving people that maybe we're not like meant to serve. Meaning, um, for instance, Vivian had a great example of where she was like, "Hey, what about all these tire kickers over there? They signed up for a free trial class and they didn't even show up. I had 15 people sign up and only 3 showed up." And she's getting a little frustrated that her 12 people didn't show up. And so I would talk to Vivian and I would say, "Okay, well, there's definitely a messaging issue, because if you had your free trial class, sign up for the free trial class, then you communicate right here that says, by the way, after your free trial, we're going to ask if you'd like to sign up." They may never have wanted to sign up for the free trial in the first place had they known they were going to be asked to sign up. Okay. And that's why they're bailing and not showing up here. So we got to change our messaging here so we don't end up with a bunch of tire kickers. The way we would change that is on the appointment page. Okay. Number one, you can have them actually have to call you instead of scheduling the appointment online. Like, don't even allow it to be an online thing. I know, Jelly, this isn't your question, but it's still getting there. So you may not even allow them to sign up the appointment online. You may require them to do it on the phone with you, because then you can have the whole conversation, no different than my perfect sign up formula, tour script. But so the point is like Vivian's probably getting pretty frustrated about all these tire kickers. I thought I had 15 people and only 3 showed up, right? What do I have to change about my messaging so I kind of get rid of the people I don't like that aren't going to move forward with me anyways? And I start gathering more people of my people that I'm really liking hanging out with. Like her 2 out of 3 people that signed up once they came to the free trial. Yeah. So that was a good offer. We just have to communicate the messaging better. So I would say to you, Jelly, number one, think about the people that you're serving. And we have different price points, right? In preschool, we have the lower tier price point, we have the mid-tier price point, and we have the premium price point. And sometimes we have to ask ourselves, are we serving the price point that we want to be hanging out with? Okay. Granted, some people need to start on a low tier price point and they'll naturally progress up the more value we offer, the more classes they want to add, etc. But a lot of times people who are in a lower tier price point might be more headache than they're worth. And so you have to wonder also, like, should I keep serving this group? Should I change my prices to serve a higher group? Like, you kind of have to ask yourselves the questions. Now that's more talking audience and people that you're hanging out with, right? Not necessarily niche. So niche is, again, just like, what's the one thing you would love to talk about all the time? And for some people, like, they love outdoors. And so they want everything to be about science or outdoors. And they want to bring that into their preschool experience. For other people, they love STEM, all things technical, right? And they geek out on it. And that would be a great niche. Yeah. For other people, arts and crafts, they love the arts and crafts. So it's really like, what feels light and easy? What are you passionate about? Stuff like that. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, you're stuck between marketing to work from home moms versus stay at home moms. I would say that you can have both audiences. I don't think you have to segment out like different offers for both, because technically you'll serve them both the same way. However, you will communicate to them differently. So here is what I would say. If this is your landing page, if this is your website, you could have a social media post over here speaking to these people, and you'd have a social media post over here speaking to the other people, because it is going to be different messaging, but it's going to be the same offer. And so with marketing, that's why you're saying marketing is going to go to 2 different audiences. With marketing to work from home moms, what do they want? They want to know that their kiddo is going to be entertained, taken care of, get ready for kindergarten, and they don't have to do it. Okay. They don't have time, right? So the big thing for work from home moms, they may be feeling guilty that their kiddo, so the word guilt, they may be feeling guilty that their kiddo isn't progressing far enough, right? Isn't making friends. They don't have time to go to the play. So think of, that's a good one. Listen up, guys. Here we go. Let's talk some marketing for a second. I want you to put yourself in the shoes of a work from home mom. And I want you to get in her head. And I want you to say, what does a work from home mom so feel guilty about? She doesn't have time to go to the park and take her kids to play dates. She missed the last birthday party because she had a Zoom meeting at the same time that her kid had a birthday party. Not her kid, but you know what I mean, a friend birthday party. So her kid couldn't go to the birthday party. What else? She missed the school recital because she had a work meeting she couldn't get out of. Right? Do you know where I'm going with this? I want you to put yourself in her shoes and start writing down, what are all the things that she is losing out on? What are all the things that she is frustrated by? What are all the things she wishes she could do differently? Every single one of those is a line at the top of an ad, is a line at the top of a social media post, right? Like, was your kid bummed out that you couldn't take him to the friend's birthday party because you had a work meeting? You know, feeling guilty that you can't. So all of these are hooks, right? Feeling guilty that you can't. Feeling guilty that your kid might not be ready for kindergarten because you don't have enough time to teach him what he needs to know. You know, you know what I'm saying, right? All of those. So get in their head, get in their shoes. The other one is like a stay-at-home mom. A stay-at-home mom, you know, has time, okay, but doesn't necessarily want to spend it doing all the things that a kiddo might need to get ready for kindergarten. Maybe she would like some free time away from her kiddo for a little bit. Okay. A stay at home mom has all the time with her kid. Yeah. Maybe she wants her own time. That was a big selling point for my preschool. These stay at home moms loved being able to go to the grocery store, like, want to go to the grocery store, you know, without having all your kids in tow. Our preschool can help. You see what I'm saying? Like, drop your kiddo off at our preschool and then go to the grocery store. So you don't have to, you know, deal with all the whining and the dragging the feed and the whatever, right? What else does a stay-at-home mom want? Want some extra time to yourself, you know, away from your kiddos? Let us entertain them, right? And get them ready for kindergarten. Worried that your kiddo doesn't, worried that your kiddo won't be able to make friends, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And so you just want to get in their head. That first line is always a thought in their head, right? And then your solution is your preschool. And then the call to action. So we got three things. We got the hook. What's the thought in their head? That's the problem, right? It's the problem in their head. Then you've got the solution, which is our preschool can help. Da 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 da. The call to action is, you know, call us now to reserve a spot to take your tour, or click this link to get our free preschool assessment, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So, good question. I love providing the value as you go. Absolutely. Thank you, Jelly, for asking. Because I was like, I think Jelly's got it because your program is so big. But thank you for asking a question from your little sisters. That's awesome. So if you guys are wondering, like, what is a little sister? What is a big sister? Jelly is one of our big sisters. And in fact, I want to go show some pictures of our big sisters. That'd be super fun right now. So some of them have shared pictures of them wearing their swag. They just got their swag. A big sister. Let me explain what it is. Who it is. A couple months ago, I was doing a live and I said, hey, you know how like YMCA has like big brothers, big sisters? I was like, what if we had that in our All Stars group? You know, obviously we have hundreds of people in our All Stars group, but like, what if we did little or smaller groups where like a sister circle where we could circle around, you know, 10 to 15 other All Stars and just kind of support them? But we would need somebody to lead these sister circles. And I said, who would be willing to be a big sister? And we had many people raise their hand and say, I will, I will. And so we coined the term big sister for these women who are leading the smaller sister circles. And it's great. They're in a group DM messaging thread with each other so they can check on each other and, you know, be held accountable, but also just be supported and be a friend, right? Have friends. And just kind of like feel like they're a little bit more in a tighter knit group. It's been really cool. And so Jelly is one of our big sisters. So I'm going to go show some pictures really quick of everybody with their swag. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Get as many people as I can. Okay, cool. Here we go. And share the screen. How many times have we said that this year? Entire screen. Okay, here we go. So right there. Okay. So Valerie Washington is a big sis star, and you can't see the logo, but it's right there. We have Heather Austin is also a big sis star. She's wearing our jacket and our hat. We've got Caitlin Schulman, who's a big sis star. They got all of the swag. They got the backpack, the t-shirt, the jacket, the hat, all at one time, which is super fun. I can't wait to see them in June with all their sis star swag. We've got Lori Seacole, who's also a big sis star, wearing on and representing all the swag. We've got Amanda Mason Moore, got all her swag. And we've got Regine DeJean. Love this picture. And then we've also got Hassie M. Johnson, and she just opened up her package as well. So these are just a few of our big sis stars. We have, I think, 22 and 11 different little sis star circles. So we're excited for you when you come into Preschool All Stars. We'll get in even more sis star circles, and we'll have some more big sis stars come in the world too, which will be really fun. Okay, other questions. Keep those questions going. Oh, I love this. Jenna says, my niche is ASL, even though I'm not fluent. Girl, you need to know enough to teach it. You don't have to be fluent, okay? I mean, I could do a niche on STEM. I don't need to know everything about it. I don't have to be a scientist. I just need to know enough to teach the class, okay? And get kiddos excited, right? Absolutely. All right. Hey, thank you. Awesome. Tiffany posted yours today. Woohoo. Okay, I gotta take a second to get a drink. My mouth is smiling so big. You guys ever have that where you smile so much and your mouth is like, whoa. I want to like capture all these stills in my videos. They're always so funny. All my funny faces, all my crazy, excited faces. All right, Laura, you're loving everything so far. That's awesome. Good, good. And Laura, where in Africa are you? Are you over in Africa right now? Let us know. And by the way, let's right now, all of our 40 people, can we have everyone blow up the chat with where you are at right now? So everybody post. Oh, we got two Lauras. We got Laura in Africa and Laura England, who is not in Africa. That's awesome. Okay, so everybody post in the chat, where are you at right now? Okay, we got Connecticut. Where else do we got everybody coming in from? California. All right, keep that chat going. Texas, says Gaynell. Awesome. You're in Uganda. Awesome, Laura. Cool. Okay, we got Uganda. We've got Missouri, Richmond, Virginia. And let's see here. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Maryland, Las Vegas, Sandy, Utah. Where else we got? Montana. Awesome. Becky, how is your place? We haven't talked about that lately. I've got Los Angeles, Texas, California. Perfect. A lot of our Malaysia and other side of the world are probably sleeping right now. Alabama and California. Nice. Oh, here's a fun fact I'd love to know, guys. Also, post your questions so we can answer some questions. Okay, fun fact. Side note, I'm not positive I'm going to be able to make it all 12 hours, but I am gunning for it. Okay. So let's go to another fun fact about everybody. Post in the chat. How long have you been watching today? Okay. Post in the chat. How long have you been watching? Go ahead and share in the chat there. How long have you been watching? I've been on for 7 hours, 10 minutes, minus 30 minutes. That was a little bit of a break, but post in the chat how long you guys have been on. And then while you do that, I'm going to drop the link really quick. If anybody has still not registered for our free preschool challenge, be sure to register for it. And if you haven't gotten your copy of our free book yet, be sure to get the copy of the free preschool book. So freepreschoolbook.com. I started out with only 100 copies. Hey, Lori's here. See, this is fun. I'm like seeing all who's here because not everybody has posted a question. So keep it coming. Keep it coming. Danielle, you've been here 7 hours, and someone else since the beginning 7 hours. That's crazy. Keisha, since 12, on and off 3 hours, says Gaynell. 30 minutes, 6 hours, stepped away a few times. Yeah, that's awesome. Charity since 10 a.m., 9 a.m. Woo! 1 o'clock, 6 hours. Vivian, go, girl. You guys are on a marathon like I'm on a marathon. I got to take this cough drop out. 1 second. Woo. Okay. I got all these like half-eaten cough drops over here. TMI, TMI. All right, let's see. Hey, ever since your classes got finished, I love it. You got your copy of the book. Hashtag book. Who got the book? What's up, buddy?
So, when is...
You gonna come say hi? Hey! Come here. Where's my hug? I almost hit you in the eyes. Sorry about that. What's up?
When is Sir and Dad coming?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think they're coming back tonight. So we've got, speaking of Texas, Dad and Sarah are in Texas. And checking on Dad's status right now. I'm not sure that they're coming tonight because remember there was maybe a chance he wasn't going to come back tonight.
You didn't tell me that.
Oh, I guess Dad and I talked about it.
Okay.
But when I'm done, I can clarify why. But anyways, tomorrow, they'll probably be here tomorrow. So Ethan's just hanging out while I'm doing my gazillion hours epic Coach-a-Thon. And what are you doing, Ethan? Anyone want to guess? It's not homework. It's not reading. What are you doing?
I am playing Pokemon Emerald on a Game Boy Retron.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
It's a really old Pokemon game.
So he's having fun today. Game and Daniela got it on the here. High fives. Yep, Pokemon. That's his favorite thing. All right, you good? Okay. So later I'll chat with you a little bit later about that. Okay. Apparently at 9 p.m. my time. Okay. Has anyone seen okay. I told you you're going to hang around with me long enough. You're going to get some silly joy every now and then. Who's watched Hunger Games? You guys watch Hunger Games? Caesar, what's his name? Caesar Flipperman, Caesar somebody on Hunger Games. It's going to drive me crazy. Hunger Games, Caesar laugh. His laugh. Caesar Flickerman's laugh. That's what I feel like I'm doing sometimes when I'm just like, anyways, whatever. Okay. On that note, you guys aren't asking me any questions about preschool. So, okay, keep the preschool questions going. We're going to have a side discussion though, okay? Can we just have like a hangout side discussion for a second? Let's do that. So, side discussion, and then I'm going to go back to the questions because you haven't asked me any yet. So, anyways, here we go. Do you guys have a favorite vampire movie? Like I love me some vampire movies, or TV show. And then do you have a favorite dystopian TV show or movie? I love dystopian stuff too. Also, do you have a favorite end of the world TV show or movie? Let's see if we have any suggestions for me. Okay. So, after this challenge, I'm sure I will be looking for something to binge because, you got to put in the time and then you got to put in the time to rest. That's how I believe it. Okay. Yummy, you were one of the first to jump on with me. That's amazing. Nice. And Laura got some yard work in. Perfect. Okay. So looking through this here. All right. We got Hunger Games, Twilight, Greenland. Oh, wait. Is Greenland that one? I think I know what one that is. Yeah. I watched that one. Yeah. That was a good one. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yes, from like back in the day. Okay, that's awesome. Teen Wolf, Manifest. I have watched Manifest. Did you talk about starting with AI? Not in this convo. I gotta take a little break. Take a little rest. Take a little stretch. No, I don't want to talk about AI today. AI takes like a lot of my brain. But I will point you in the direction of where you can find out more about AI. If you go to our YouTube channel, there's like a 3-hour video I did about how to get started with AI, how to do Chat GPT, how to get images with Midjourney is really cool. So make sure you go to the YouTube channel over there. Ooh, Pole Dark. Okay. I'll have to check that one out. Nice. Okay, back to the preschool questions, people. Back to it. What's included in Preschool in a Box? Okay, I don't really want to go too deep into it, but I'll generally talk about it, okay? Because Jenna Ray, if you remember our conversation via Facebook DM, Preschool All Stars is an all-in-one. So if you guys got my book, you guys got our postcard, okay? Everything you need to start, run, and grow your preschool. And Preschool All Stars is an all-in-one membership now, okay? And so everything you get in our membership is available when you pay the membership fees. And then if you leave, nothing is available, okay? So it's just like Netflix in the sense that if you pay for Netflix, you get all of it. If you leave Netflix, you don't get any of it. Make sense? Okay. So, Ready Player One. I like that one too. And so what's included in Preschool All Stars, okay, the membership, the all-in-one membership is, of course, you've got your, let's see if I can do that and still do that. Okay, here we go. There we go. Oh, I can still see my face. Okay. Oh, I'm getting loopy over here. Our Preschool All Stars Facebook group. Okay. So you get 24/7 group support, mentorship, support from our team, private Facebook group, set up your business in 30 days challenge. The hub is all of your website, business management software. Preschool in a Box is all of your done for you files. So things like your forms, your marketing, your curriculum, your teaching, your training, your step-by-step business guidelines, like everything that you need to start, run, and grow your preschool. That is everything inside of Preschool All Stars. Okay, let's jump, and you guys will learn more about that later. Hey, Starla, is it possible to use a Becca curriculum with your preschool program, or do you think the one you provide works best? Hey, good question. And Starla, I am super glad you asked it. So, a Becca, I have never had experience with a Becca. I believe in my a Becca to me has a connotation of being an older grade program, like K through whatever, but they may have a preschool component. That's why you're asking about it. I just don't even know. My gut is always go with what you want. Okay. So, yes, you're going to be able to get our curriculum inside of Preschool All Stars, but if you feel more comfortable with a Becca, you can certainly add in a Becca, or you can do only a Becca. You don't have to use our curriculum. Our curriculum is there if you want to use it, but it's not like required for you to use it. You know how we're not a franchise. It's not like you have to do every single thing and like everybody's the same. Like the cool thing is your program. So you can build on top of our curriculum. And I hope you got our 4-week, there's like a 4-week free preschool curriculum download somewhere. So it's in the free group. You can find it. But anyways, then you would see how our curriculum works and you can build off of it. You can just do yours. You can do whatever you like. Okay. Or you can just do ours. What's your number one suggestion to fill up your roster when you're opening up for the first time? Come to our challenge. It depends. It truly depends. I like that, Vivian. Just a second. So, my eyes. Okay. So, who wants to guess how many hours until I put my bangs up? Those who've been with me since the beginning are like, I know the pain, Joy. Okay. So many things. Okay, let me tell you. If I was going to go start my own preschool today, knowing all that I know, here's exactly what I do. You ready for this? Here we go. If I was starting a local preschool today, the one thing that I would do is this. I would, and pay attention, because guys, I've seen thousands of preschools. I've helped thousands of preschools start. And I'm going to tell you my number one suggestion if I was doing local, and I'll tell you my number one suggestion if I was doing online. You guys ready for it? You ready? Yami's like, right now you're putting your bangs up. I know. Okay. If I was starting a local preschool, the number one thing I would do is I would do my flyer marketing. That is the number one thing that has always produced results to the majority of our local preschool programs. Obviously, all the tips on how to do it and the actual flyer, etc., is inside of Preschool All Stars. But that is the number one thing I would do. I would not mess with Facebook ads. I would not mess with social media. I would literally canvass my entire town in all of the neighborhoods of my right people, the people who they live in a home with kiddos that probably are preschool age. Yes, like starter homes, first-time home buyers, the subdivisions that are like it's their first time home buying, right? It's not like the mansions on the hill. It's not like that. It's not like the acre lots. These are like, the 0.3 acres, the 0.15. I don't know what that is, but anyways. And I put a flyer on every single buddy's door with the exact flyer marketing that I do. Then this is in buddy connection, even though it's the one thing, okay? But it's right there connected because it is technically the same thing. I'm going to go take those exact same flyers, and I would go to every single local leader of an extracurricular place, the dance studios, the taekwondos, the karates, the grocery stores, any place, the libraries, any place where there is a family walking in that has a preschool age kiddo walking in with that family. Okay, any place. And I would get my flyers in as many places as possible. And if needed, I would do a swap. Hey, you put your flyer. Can I put my flyers here? And anytime people come to me, I will give your flyer to them. So they come to sign up for a tour. I'm like, hey, guess what? Also, I'm partnering up with so-and-so's karate. And your kiddo might love a karate class. Here's a free karate class for you, right? I'd be doing that. I'd getting my flyers in every single home door, as well as every facility that has families walking in with my target market. That's the only two things I would do, and I would fill up. Now, some people don't do it correctly. Okay. So let me tell you where people go wrong with that method. Many places they can go wrong. Number one, they can go wrong on the tuition price. They can put too high of a tuition. They can put too low of a tuition. They can not really understand the tuition period. Okay. And so even if somebody was interested in preschool, they could get that flyer and they could say, oh, shoot, I really want my kid to go to preschool, but I can't afford that because they didn't do their tuition pricing correctly. Okay. So number one, it doesn't matter even if it gets into the right hand. If you didn't do your tuition prices correctly, you lost a person. Okay. Another thing that people don't do correctly, they don't put out enough flyers. Many times, hey, Joy, I'm doing the flyer strategy. Awesome. Good luck with it, right? How many thousand are you printing? Oh, like 200. Nope, that ain't going to do it, friend. That ain't going to do it. Okay. 1% conversion rate if you're lucky. That means you put out 2,000 flyers. You're lucky to get 20. You might only get 10. You might get 5. It depends. Okay. Depends on a lot of variables, like a maximum of 1% conversion. So you got to blanket. You got to get those flyers out. And a lot of other things that people do wrong is they print all the flyers with the intention to do this, but they run out of steam and don't deliver all the flyers. So they're sitting, and I've done this before many times. In fact, I used to put dates on my flyers to make me get them out the door. Because if I had a flyer sitting there that said, deadline, this coupon 50% off is good until July 15th or something. And it was July 18th and I hadn't got all my flyers out. I just wasted all those flyers. I couldn't even reuse them. Okay. Until the next year. And so I would actually put a date on the flyers to make me get all the flyers out. Another way that people don't find success with flyer marketing is they try to do it all themselves. You cannot deliver 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 flyers. Like if I would recommend 4,000 minimum flyers. Okay. If not up to 6,000 to account for all the partnering that you're going to do with other people. 4,000 in blanketing everybody's door, 2,000 for partnering. And then they run out of steam. Okay. So they don't deliver all the flyers. Get a team. Okay. Not like my point is hire out a bunch of high schoolers. Yeah. A bunch of junior high kiddos, people that don't have a job yet, a bunch of 13 to 14, 15-year-olds. Those are people who can still read a map, who can still look at signs and can still walk a neighborhood and got a lot of energy and they're motivated for money. Right. We teach all this in Preschool All-Stars. So that's the number one thing I would do. And I would absolutely fill up. So why do people not find success with that? Like I said, if the pricing is wrong, if they don't if they don't send out enough flyers, if their flyers aren't communicating the value of the preschool program, right? I mean, our flyers are very specific, exactly what you're supposed to say on there. Yeah. If you put too many call to actions, like my flyer is like, it's a proven flyer. You don't touch it. You only change your logo, you change your prices. You don't touch anything else about it. But some people do. They make up their own versions, check out more info on our website. Call me at this number. Email us. Go watch my YouTube channel. Like, it's all these things that are like, they think that are really cool things to do, but it's gonna kill your conversions, right? Oh, Becky, good question. If the conversion rate is so low, why is it your number one suggestion? That's a good question. The reason why is because, number one, I've seen it work for so many people. But number two, it's going to them, okay? And it's putting the perfect marketing piece in front of them. And it also is a quick return, quick. I had 30 days to fill my preschool. I didn't have time to warm people up on social media to get them to know, like, and trust me. I had to put out the perfect piece of marketing in front of them to get a quick conversion, to get a phone call so I could convert into a tour to a sign up. It had to be a quick result. Social media is great, but it's a long game. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. But if I had to do the number one thing to get preschoolers filled up, signed up fast, I'm going to go for the best bang for the buck, the fastest return to value, right? Time to value, TTV, time to value, the fastest that you could do. Love that. Amanda says 1% is better than 0%. And social media is just not as actionable. When you have a flyer on your door, you got to do something with it. You got to either throw it in the garbage because you got to get it off your door, or you got to look at it. Like, am I going to throw this away, or am I going to stick this on the counter because it's something I actually care about? Okay. Amanda's like, not me looking at my stack of flyers sitting by the door. I know, it's okay. You're not the only one. This is why I say this, right? You're not the only one. Yeah, perfect. Good questions. Okay. Next, let's go to the online. If I was going to do online, here is my suggestion. I would not do the flyer marketing. Okay. Flyer marketing works really great. It's local. It's all the things just fit so perfectly into the flyer marketing. But if I'm going online, guys, you only need 6 students, 10 students, 20 students, however many students. Okay. I would go deep connections with these people. Here's what I would do. I would put a social media post out, and I would say, this should probably be a podcast episode. Seriously, like the one thing that you should do to fill up your preschool right now, local or online, right? Here's the local strategy. Here's the online strategy. So if I'm doing online, I'm going to put a post out, and I'm going to ask them the question, a couple different questions. It's not just one. Okay. But it's going to be this social media strategy. One of the strategies would be like, what is your biggest concern about your child being ready for kindergarten? Okay. What is your biggest question about your child being ready for kindergarten? What is your biggest frustration with kindergarten coming up for your child? So the concept is, I'm trying to attract the people who are currently of age to be getting ready for kindergarten, right? So it's on the mom's mind. Hey, I got a kiddo who needs to go to kindergarten soon. So that naturally attracts the right people to that post. But then I'm asking for a conversation. They're going to come into the comments and they're going to say, hey, like, man, my kiddo was born during COVID or something. And I don't know, he's never been away from me. Like, I don't know if I could send my kid to preschool. I don't know if, what are they even supposed to know in kindergarten? I just want the conversation. Then I'm going to reply to them, not asking to sign up in my preschool, not asking for them to give me an email, just have more conversation with them. Start the dialogue, start building up that rapport. And when I can identify that the parent is not sure if their kid is ready for kindergarten, that's the end goal. I need the parent to identify, is my child ready for kindergarten or not? And when they can identify that they don't know, they do not know if their kiddo will be ready for kindergarten, that is when they have the problem and I can come in with the solution. So at that point, after they have identified, I'm not really sure what is kindergarten readiness? Like what should they know? What shouldn't they know? Like, should they know how to tie their shoes? Should they know their alphabet letters? Like, I'm a little bit worried that my kiddo can't count, like he gets to 3 and he gets stuck. Like, is that okay? Like, you want to build into this, like, you want to help them get to the point where they're like, no, seriously, I don't know if my kid's okay. When we can get to that point, that's when we introduce the solution. So there in the comments, then I would say, hey, I would love to do to help you know if your kiddo's ready for kindergarten or not. I'd love to do a free assessment. It takes about 5 minutes. Do you want to jump on a Zoom? Now, guys, I'm already in there in the comments. We're like writing back and forth in the like the last 3 to 5 minutes or whatever, right? Because I'm like watching the comments. I don't put a post out there and then go out to the park all day. Okay, I'm watching the comments because I want to hit them when they're there. I don't want them to go on their day and forget about my post and then I'm trying to notify them. I want to get it when I tagged them. Oh my gosh, she's replying to me. We're having a conversation right here in the comments right now. Okay, that's the fastest way. And I say, hey, I've got a couple minutes. I could do a quick, preschool assessment. It takes about 5 minutes, and then you'll be able to know, is your kiddo ready for kindergarten? Do you want to jump on a Zoom? Sure. Nothing you need to do. Just click the link, and I'll see you on there. Be sure to have your son, Johnny, with you. Awesome. And they jump on. I'm like, hey. And now we're in face-to-face. Now I'm a real person. I never said I want them to sign up for my preschool. Now I'm just like, hey, I teach preschool, and I'd be happy to do a free preschool assessment for your kiddo. So, hey, Johnny, how you doing? Awesome. Johnny, I have a couple questions for you. You want to play a fun game? Yeah? Awesome. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Are you ready? I share my screen. It's got my assessment on the page. And I'm like, okay, Johnny, here we go. Hey, John, and I would start the easy stuff. Johnny, what is, and it'd be colors, Hey, Johnny, what color is that? I'd be marking, Johnny's little assessment results over here, green, blue, whatever. And then I'd go into shapes and then, the easy shapes first, right? And then I go into numbers and then finally I'd go into alphabet. Now, mom's sitting right next to Johnny and we're going pretty quick through this assessment and, maybe 5 to 7 minutes. And then she's realizing like, wow, out of the, 50 things that this preschool teacher, asked my kid, he only got like, he's 3, but he only got like 5 right, or something. Or he only got 10 right. And so she's already feeling the gap. Guys, you got to create the gap. Well, the gap is where your kid is and where they need to be. So the kid is here, not where you want them to be. They're not ready for kinder. You want them to be here. You want them to be ready for kindergarten. You just created the gap in front of her eyes. She knows now that her suspicions, her guilt, her concerns are valid. Yes? You've created the gap. And so now she can say, and you can say at that point, hey, Johnny, great job. Wow, you know so many things, Johnny. Wow, you knew 3 colors. High fives, right? Wow, you knew 2 shapes. Good job. And then you could talk to the mom and say, hey, wow, Johnny's a great kid. Johnny's still probably right there, obviously, man, this was so fun hanging out with Johnny and seeing what he knew. Do you have just a second? I could share the results with you. Because maybe mom's not really keeping track, Yeah, sure. Yeah. And the results and maybe a tip or 2 I have for you. Yeah, of course, for sure. Awesome. Cool. Well, as you can see, and you can just show on your screen, he got 3 out of 6 shapes. He got 2 out of 10 colors, whatever. Right. And so he's at a really great point right now. Like you've obviously taught him, a lot, or he's learned a lot in these last couple of years. For kindergarten, what we'd like to see is we'd like to see all the colors, all the shapes, all the letters, all the numbers. And so, he's got 2 more years ahead of him. Are you teaching him at home? And then she'll say, I really haven't had time. I've got his little brother. I just had this little baby, and man, it's kind of hard for me to find the time. I really don't know what to teach him or how to teach him. Hey, no worries. You've been doing a great job. You just kind of validate, like, she's been doing a good job. And I totally understand. It's difficult to know like what, and then again, you're reiterating the problem. It's hard to know like what should they know and what's right for them and how can I teach them best. And I just wanted to let you know, like, if you'd like, I'd be happy to have your kiddo come to a free preschool class with us. We're doing tomorrow actually at 9 a.m. or today at 2 p.m. or whenever, right? So you do it a little bit before your preschool class. And she's like, oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. And I'm like, and you'd say, yeah, during our preschool class, we've got 5 other friends there, and he could make friends with, Susie and Scott and Billy just loves Pokemon, or Billy loves Paw Patrol or whatever. And so you're starting to like bring these connections into her world. You're starting to show, hey, did you know that like your world does not exist only in your home. Like, look, we can have friends for your kiddo now. And look, you can have a helper on your team and we can get there together. We can partner together to help Johnny get to the end result. Be ready for kindergarten. And anyways, yeah, the class is at, 10 a.m. or whatever, right? And so let me send you the Zoom link really quick right now. And just to hang on, let me send it to your Facebook message. But just in case you don't get it, because, Messenger's kind of crazy, what's your email address? Let me go ahead and do that too. Now you got her. Okay, cool. Your email, I just send it to your email. And this is the Zoom link for tomorrow. And of course, it's got the time on it. And then you could say, there's nothing he needs to bring. He can just show up. Just go ahead and click that link at the right time, and we'll be ready to say hello to Johnny. Okay. Did you get the Facebook message? Let's see if you got that. Oh, be sure to check message requests. Awesome, you got it. Cool. Okay, well, great. You can now that you've gotten it, you can say hi back, and then that way, if you need me before tomorrow, you'll be able to communicate to me that way. It's so great seeing you again, Johnny, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have 5 friends for you. Okay, Johnny, not just me, but 5 friends, He's like, okay, and Johnny, tomorrow, in fact, let's have you bring some. Could you bring your favorite Paw Patrol character? You want Johnny to be bought in. You want Johnny to be talking to his mom about it all night. You want Johnny to remind her that tomorrow I have a preschool class, Mom, and I can't wait to go to preschool. And I'm going to bring my Paw Patrol, my favorite Paw Patrol character. And I don't bring this one, Mom, right? Like, you want them to not get it out of their head. You get what I'm saying? That's what I do. Because online, it's not about like, hey, sign up for my preschool, stick out this marketing in front of you. People are like, scroll right on past that. They don't even look at it. It's just like ad. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, they don't get bought into that. What I think online people want is they want a relationship. They want to get to know you a little bit better, and they need to have that gap presented. Local preschool, it makes sense because it's like, hey, I'm a stay-at-home mom or a part-time working mom, and I totally get the concept that I want my kiddo to go get, schooled by somebody else. I want some free time by myself, whatever it is, right? They understand that. Online preschool, a little bit different. But when you can show to the mom, like, hey, we meet every Tuesday, Thursday for 30 minutes. It's really great. And then you start talking about the benefits, right? It's great because, you're able to like maybe go take a breather, and maybe go lay down for just a few minutes while, your other kiddo's taken care of, or take a quick nap or a little cat nap, or honestly, just, jump in the shower or just take care of yourself for a bit, knowing that Johnny's taken care of, or whatever, right? So hopefully that's helpful to you guys. I am actually probably going to record that as a podcast episode. So if you're listening to it on the podcast, I hope you enjoyed it. And we'll go to the next question. That was a good one. Good question, guys. All right, let's see here. What do you suggest for a location if you cannot use your home? A church is one of the best places because you can do an outdoor preschool. Some people do preschool at the park. Seriously, they'll go to a neighborhood park and they will meet there every Tuesday, Thursday at 10 a.m. And they'll be with those kiddos from 10 to 12 or 10 to 12:30 or whatever. The parents will pack a lunch and that's what they do. A little bit of higher liability. I would want definitely more helpers because I can't contain the kiddos as easily as in a home. But sometimes they'll have the parents stay there too. So that's cool. Anyways, but if you're not going to do it at a park and you're not going to do it in your home, you could certainly rent a space, but I don't recommend it. But a church is kind of that great bridge where, and Vivian, we have in our All-Stars group, as you know, because you're an All-Star, just search for church and you're going to find Quinn's post about how to, what you should say to a church so that they will say yes to you and what you're looking for. So good question. Okay, what other questions do we got coming in here? Yes, this is amazing. Jen Ray, absolutely putting the referral flyers in welcome kits and offering a discount if referrals enroll. So the other thing, and this is one of the biggest things, and I'll say this is kind of like a bonus strategy, is referrals. Now this typically will start snowballing once you've had many years in your preschool because you've already given out so much goodwill and taught so many students that it just starts naturally happening. But I always did a referral credit from the very beginning of my preschool. It was $50. Hey, $50 cash or check. Like it doesn't even go, it's not a credit for their tuition. Like it's literally cash or check. Like no different than when I do Facebook ads for you guys. I'm like, hey, I'll literally like send you $50, or $500 cash. Like I could just give you a credit, but it's not as exciting. It's completely different when you get $500 Venmo on your, on your Venmo. It's like, dang, right? And some people have gotten that recently, just by showing up to my challenges. So congrats to that. And we have $1,000 cash reward for this challenge. So anyways, I just do cash or check, it's like, I don't even do it as a credit. Okay, is there a Canva flyer available? Yes, Laura, all of our Canva flyers are available inside of Preschool All-Stars. Scroll to the bottom of the guides. You'll find Preschool in a Box, and you'll see Instant Preschool Marketing. And all of the Canva flyers are in there. Someone's like, hey, you're still going on strong. Hop on and catch you. I'm here. Yeah, Daniela, I'm so excited to have you in All-Stars soon too. Yes, word of mouth absolutely spreads. And the reason it spreads is because you are offering more value than any other preschool around. And honestly, our program's no different. When you guys come into our world, there's a reason why we have like hundreds of Preschool All-Stars coming to support you during a challenge, because they have been in a challenge before and they got so much support. And it's like, they know what it's like to be on the other side and they just want to give back. I over deliver. I always teach you how to over deliver by showing you what it feels like to be over delivered to, right? To be like, wow, I get this and this and this and this. Holy cow. And that's the same thing with your preschool. You want to give them more than just preschool. Like you get the free t-shirt, you get the free graduation, the free portfolio, the free field trips, just all the free stuff, right? And then of course, you also have higher tuition because you're giving them all the free stuff. Yes? Okay. Do you suggest, hi, Margaret, good to see you, friend. Do you suggest postcard mailing services for flyer distribution? I used to do that, but I don't necessarily recommend it. But it's not like it's completely bad. I'll explain the difference. Hold on. Okay. There's two different ways you could do it. So the way I do not recommend doing it is it's called EDDM, every door direct mail. It was a big old mailer about this big, and it had really bright, colorful, graphics on it that I designed to get people, to like, oh, I want to be in their preschool, whatever. But the problem with that was it went to everybody in a certain, postal code carrier route. So not only was it my city, yes, that's great, but then it was a carrier route. And the carrier route included several subdivisions I would not have delivered flyers to. They just were not, they were kind of more in the dumps. We'll just be honest about it. And they're not a typical family in that socioeconomic group that I would be attracting to my preschool because they couldn't afford it. And so there's definitely certain neighborhoods that you want to target. But here I am spending all this money on EDDM mailers that have got to go to everybody in that carrier route, as I'm wasting money. And it is very expensive in the sense of expenses. Okay. I think I spent $4,000 one time doing this test for EDDM, and I said I will never do it again. It did not produce the results anywhere near what 4,000 flyers would have produced on the doors. Oh, sorry. Got it on the mic. Sorry to like be in your ears coughing and stuff. Okay, next up. I'm still answering your question. Here we go. The other flyer that I do think might be valuable is if you have their addresses. The problem is most people don't have their addresses. I would do that in Preschool All-Stars. Margaret, we have something called new mover names, where you're able to get all the names and addresses of people who just moved into your city, which are prime people. And you can put in like categories of like how much they should make per year, if they're families, if they got kids, stuff like that. And you can put in all those things. So go look into Preschool All-Stars and that will, it's got all the new mover names. And then I would make a specific flyer just for them. In fact, I don't even do flyers. I actually do letters, and we have the entire letter for you as well. So I would send the letter, because a letter, you can put so much more on there, and it's actually going to cost cheaper than a postcard printing usually. Because, postcards, you want to be bold and bright and colorful and shiny, and that costs a lot to do color printing. So a letter, hand addressed to them is actually pretty cool. Okay, we already answered this question earlier, but based on your question of when I answered it, you probably didn't see it. You can share personal pics on your business page. You don't have to, but you certainly can if you want to. Let's see here. Love that. And Tiffany just reiterated, like, what is your biggest concern about your child being ready for kindergarten? Love that. Hey, Jacqueline, me again about the dog situation. Can I open an in home preschool if I have a large dog? Should I start with an online preschool? Yes, you can absolutely have a preschool even with a large dog. And so Charisse Ellison is our prime example of she has a beautiful pit bull who was rescued, and she always felt like she could not start her preschool having her pit bull in the home. I said, yes, you can. Like, it's only for a couple hours. What could your dog be doing somewhere else away from the preschoolers? Because I don't think that, I mean, like my own kiddo is allergic to animals and stuff. So, if we start having cats and dogs mixing with our preschoolers, some kiddos are going to be allergic. Okay. Not everybody, but some. So I always think it's a great idea just to have, animals and pets away from the preschools at preschool time. It's only a couple hours. And so she just decided, hey, we're just going to have the dog be in a different place. And so whether that was in her master bedroom or whether that's outside, because they didn't go outside, the preschoolers never went outside. They just didn't come into contact with the dog. So same for you. It doesn't matter whether it's a big dog like a Mastiff or what are the really big ones? I wanted a really big one. It was like the Great Danes. I always wanted a Great Dane, but I'm also allergic. So that was just too much of the allergy in my house. But anyways, it doesn't matter what kind of a dog it is, right? Like, but I do suggest that they are away from the preschoolers. So to you, you know, guaranteeing how can they be away from the preschoolers where the preschoolers cannot, come into contact with your dog, etc. If that's what you're worried about. If it's a super amazing dog and has never bit anybody and is around 12 crazy preschoolers and with no issues, I mean, my dog would be crazy. Be jumping all around him, probably knocking a kid over or something. So I don't recommend my dog to be there either. But it's really just up to you. But what could your dog be doing during that time outside? So whether your dog is kenneled for a couple hours, whether they go to a doggy daycare and play with other dogs for a couple hours, whether they're just in a separate bedroom with the child safety lock thing on it of a doorknob. Any of those are options, right? Whether they're outside and guaranteed can't get into kiddos and dog don't mix, whatever works for you. All right. Thank you, Tiffany. She's putting out, I'd love to do a free assessment that takes about 5 minutes. Do you want to jump on a Zoom with me? Great job documenting the words. Good job. Yay. Someone's like, yay, these are going to help when I start advertising with flyers in the fall. Oh, I love this. Yes, this is good. Like, let me get your email just in case so it doesn't get lost. Yummy's like, hang in there. Are we still doing the 30-day challenge after the 1K challenge? Yes. So we'll explain this later, what everybody is like, what's that? Well, we're doing our 7-day challenge and it will include this 1K and 1-day script. That's what she's talking about, 1K challenge. Don't worry about it. Just keep showing up and doing the work, and eventually you'll run into it. So don't worry about it. After you join Preschool All-Stars, which is at the end of the challenge, then we are going to continue into what we call our 30-day challenge. And that's where we help you set up your business. So absolutely. Let's see here. Yay. She says it's exactly what I need to hear to get enrollment at my local preschool, digging back into Preschool in a Box. Awesome. Yay. I'm glad this is helpful information. Ooh, good questions. Okay, here we go. When shipping your welcome kit to families, what company has the better deal for bulk? And what company is great for making your logo for your welcome kit? Your logo should be done by you. Your logo you do not need to pay to have somebody do your logo. And in fact, when we go to, when you come into Preschool All Stars, there's a training on how to make a logo, and it's very easy and it's very fun. And it could take as small as 5 minutes. It could take 30 minutes. It just depends on like what picture you want to choose for your logo. But I would not recommend anybody does your logo except for you. When shipping your welcome kit to families, what company is the better deal for bulk? We haven't sourced that out. We don't have a company. We used to actually, that used to do like the craft kits for us. And a lot of our Preschool All-Stars would do the craft kits. But the problem was, she was a Preschool All-Star and doing the service, which was amazing. But she ran into the problem of one of her shipments got lost in the postal office. And she had to fill out all of she's talking probably 100 kits or more. She had to fill out all the claims. She's out all that money. And it was at Christmas time. You know how Christmas is with kits. it was a disaster. And so that was obviously really frustrating for her to have to deal with. And so what I would recommend doing is just researching out, like preschool curriculum kits, preschool art kits, stuff like that. Because I guarantee there's a bunch of them out. I know there's a bunch of them out there that would be inexpensive to do. And I think you get a better deal the more kiddos you obviously do it with. What I love about it though is they are the ones shipping everything out. They're the ones making the kits. They are the ones dealing if somebody didn't get a kit, right? They got to deal with it, not you. It's their problem to deal with. So you don't need any of that frustration. It's not worth your time. Like literally and pennies and stuff like that, it would not be worth your time or money. Let's see here. Doo-doo-doo. When is the last day to invite for the April 17th challenge? You can keep inviting all the way through until April 24th because some people just haven't seen your posts or don't know that there's a challenge going on. And so people will actually continue to join our April 17th challenge for free. They'll continue to join all the way up until April 24th, when is the final day that we will shut off all the points. So keep the referrals coming. Let me post really quickly. You guys can register for our free 7-day challenge. If you haven't already, be sure to register. And that's the same link that, of course, you're going to go to check your points and to keep referring out, keep sending people to us for our challenge. And give me 1 second here. I'm going to make sure that we've got all of our people inside of the group. Sometimes I have to let people in. So 1 second while I do that. Oh, just one person. Sharice must have gotten them all already. We go. And we're back. So the person who just sent me a message really quick, and I just messaged you back, be sure to just communicate with texting or messaging. We don't do phone calls, so just so you know. Okay, next up. Let's see the next question. Okay, Daniela, I'm in a lot of stay-at-home groups, but they don't let you promote in these groups, right? However, there are a lot of parents pulling kids out of daycare because of anxiety. Interesting. How would I go about asking them if they would ever try virtual preschool? Ooh, this is a good one. So this is really interesting. I mean, we're coming up on an entire generation of kiddos that went through COVID, right? That were born during COVID, or, COVID happened during their preschool years and they never went to preschool. And all of a sudden they showed up at kindergarten after a year of not going to school and not being around people, and super delayed. We're talking sometimes, I think I want to say it was a couple years delayed of, I remember having these conversations on TikTok. Do you guys remember that? We were having conversations on TikTok, about, it was all the school teachers, and they were noticing that their kiddos that were coming in, to third, fifth grade or whatever, were acting like 2 years younger than what they actually were. This was obviously once school started coming back into play. And so I can see that this could be a huge issue where you got the kiddos in the, I think it's 2 years. I think it was a 2-year delay socially and emotionally that these school teachers were noticing their kiddos are like, holy crap, like these aren't fifth graders, these are third graders, right? Like that's just how they're presenting themselves socially and emotionally. There was so much regression, not only in academics, but in just like everything that happened during the pandemic. So it doesn't surprise me that we're having issues right now with kiddos being pulled out of daycare because of anxiety or other things like that. I think there's just a huge, mental health crisis for teens, for kids, for just everybody, quite frankly. So how would you go about asking them if they'd ever try virtual preschool? Let me think about this for a sec. Okay. So again, anytime and by the way, I think in short phrases. So you guys have seen my post, right? Let me give you an example really quick. Let me put a social media post up here 1 second. Okay. So what am I going to say? I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So here we go. So here is, okay, if we're making a social media post. Now, you guys know that I do this commonly where I will ask, let's see if I have one recently. Maybe not on here. Okay, here we go. You guys know these ones. I ask short things, don't I? Okay. I say short things, don't I? The reason I do this is because this stops scrolls, guys. I've noticed that this type of format stops scrolls left and right all day, all night. This is why I keep doing it. They're short comments. I'm not doing a bunch of words. My bunch of words get lost in your feed. But if I do short stuff, right, I give you a little hook and then I give you a call to action, hook and story, call to action, etc. Same thing. Okay. You know, like this is literally like my format, isn't it? Like this is just how I put stuff here. Most of it is always this way, right? Comment, blah. So what I would do, let's just make you a little post right now. I would go here into like writing a post, and you notice this little color block. This color block will disappear if you do too many characters. Okay. And so you can just start typing. And eventually, if this disappears, you did too many characters, you got to delete it. I'll rewrite my stuff many, many times just to be able to get a color block. Okay. Color block means I can click that and I can choose a color. I always go solid color. You can do anything you want, but this stuff gets really like hard to read. So it's actually a fine one. But like, you know, a bunch of roses, it's just hard to read. Yeah. So I always do a solid color. Yeah. Super easy to stop the scroll. See, people can see what I'm writing. So here's what I would type. Let's go back to your question. Some alarms going off. A curriculum subscription. Nope. I'll tell you why in a second. Okay. I know that you guys are seeing a bunch of screens. I get it. Hold on. I'm trying to go back to your question. Pulling kids out of daycare because of anxiety. How would they try virtual preschool? Okay. Again, you need a call to the people, right? You need to say something and you need to attract them by calling them something. And you would just say, have you ever considered pulling your kid out of daycare because of their anxiety? That right there is a post. That's going to start conversation. No, I've never actually thought about that. My kid's fine. Yes, actually, because, right? Stuff like that. So you're going to get the yeses, you're going to get the no. Okay. That's one of the posts you could do. Another post you could do. Let's see. And then you could just say, I've heard. I heard that some moms, because again, you're calling to moms, right? I heard that some moms are pulling their kids out of daycare because of their child having anxiety. And you could just literally say thoughts, question mark, right? Anytime you ask somebody for an opinion, guess what? You're going to get it on social media. Okay. You need to ask it though. Like you can't just stop right. Hey, I heard about this thing. And then people are like, so what? I always like to, and this is actually not something that I learned. I think it's from my good friend Richmond Din. I think it came from him. I think you say after every post that you start writing, you say, so what? If my audience saw this, I would ask the question, they might ask the question like, so what does that matter to me? Right? You have to give them a reason to care about your post. So one of the reasons to care is to ask for an opinion. And you can just say thoughts. Okay. You could also say something like, of course, this has to be true, but you would say, if this was true, at my local daycare, 5 moms, and of course, it's got to be true, right? So don't write it if it's not true. 5 moms pulled their kids out because their kids were having like so much anxiety or something, right? Like, and then I don't know what you'd say afterwards, but anyways, do you know what I'm saying? First, you got to call out the people who that might attract, aka moms pulling their kids out of daycare because of anxiety. I also might ask, perhaps that's too niche because I didn't even know that's a thing. And so that's really going pretty darn niche to be like, hey, do you have kids in daycare? And is your life such a thing that you can actually pull them out of daycare and still keep them home with you because their kid had anxiety? That's like so niche. Might be too much. You might just say instead this. You might say instead this. Worried. I always like to start phrases with worried, concerned, scared, stuff like that. You're calling on an emotion. Worried about how your child will do in daycare without you. Now, if you have, again, you're not trying to solve the working parents thing. You could solve the work from home thing. Like, do you work from home? You work from home. And moms. Okay. Moms, do you work from home and are worried about sending your kids to daycare? Okay. Um, because that means that they have needed something because they work from home and clearly they're not getting enough work done, but they don't really want to send their kids to daycare. Now we have a possibility of a conversation. You can't provide full time care. This is online preschool, but you can give them, hey, every single day for 30 minutes, you know, I can keep your kiddo entertained. Even better, I've got free virtual field trips. I've got da 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 da. Pardon me, that they can keep themselves busy for the next hour. Okay. It doesn't always have to be you in front of the computer. You can give them access to your members area with all these great things, the virtual field trips, the substitute teacher lesson plans, the Spanish classes. Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be you physically every single time for 30 minutes. So you can actually give them access to like an hour of curriculum every day, 30 minutes of you and 30 minutes of, another teacher, the Spanish teacher, the substitute teacher, whatever. Do you see where I'm going with this? So you have to say, who are the people that you're trying to attract? What are their pain points? And how can you solve it? That's the goal. All right. Hope that helped you. Okay. Next up. Somebody said I should start a curriculum subscription. It's not lost on me that I am like wide open to do that. I don't want to do that. I have never gotten excited about the subscription kit business. Many people do. I know Terry Johnson does sensory bins. Terry, here's a wide open opportunity for you to take Miranda's place, who used to do curriculum bins for us. No, unless you're a big company, and I don't view myself, I know we're big, but I don't view myself as a big company. It's not like I have a facility in a warehouse where all these kits are going to be produced. I got all the people to do it. I don't view myself like that because that's not who we are. Unless you have that kind of infrastructure, it can just get real headachy. That's headache with a Y, headachy. Dealing with like missing kits and it's just not something I want to deal with, I suppose. But wide open for someone to do it, you bet. Final day to earn points is the last day. Nope, it's just, well, technically, I don't know. It's basically April 24th, whatever that means to you. April 24th is the last day. 100%. Tiffany says they did not get the same development because of all the collective trauma that we have experienced overall. Yeah. And it's not just the children, it's the parents too. We were all experiencing the collective trauma, and heaven knows what happened to us parents during the COVID and pandemic, right? And how that impacted our ability to parent sometimes. Okay. So absolutely. Absolutely. School shootings. Yes, absolutely. All these difficult times. Yep. Great. Tiffany was just putting that on there. Thank you so much. Tiffany's my good scribe. Thanks so much, girl. Let's see here. Give them a reason to care about their post. Ask for their opinion. Yeah. Exactly. There are online curriculum subscriptions. Yeah, totally. So, hey, whoever's here, let's see if I can find your name. Sometimes it doesn't show me. Hey, what's up, Martha? Good to see you, girl. Okay. Well, I've hit the end of my scroll with the questions. Let's reset and do more questions. I'm going to get a quick drink really quick. What are we on right now? 8 hours for me, 7 hours for this live stream, but 8 hours total. I had a different live stream for the first hour. Woo, that is 66% done. We are 2/3 done. Ethan, we're 2/3 done, buddy. He's like, okay. Well, good. What else? Some hot tea with honey and lemon for my throat or water. I gotta chug these. I'm supposed to drink 3 of these a day, guys. I am behind the times. I am still on my first. Gotta chug, chug, chug. Hold up 1 second. Let me get some more here. Okay. What other questions do you guys have for me? Because I can keep going. But my 32 amazing women who are on here. I want to make sure that I'm keeping going for you guys. So here, let's reset really quick by asking you guys a question. Where are you at in the process of your preschool? Post in the comments if you're in the idea phase of starting your preschool. Like you just kind of still figuring out like how preschool might work for you. You're in the idea phase, wondering if it's right for you, etc. If you are in the starting a preschool phase, so you have taken steps, you're like trying to figure out class times and tuition rates, you're like in the starting phase. You don't have any students signed up yet though. If you're in the teaching phase, you've actually signed up students and you're teaching, right? Or if you are in the scaling phase, so you are like, hey, I'm going to grow my preschool. Ooh, we've got ending your first full year. Woohoo. Okay, who was that? That was Gaynell. Awesome. Gaynell, how many students did you have? I am so excited to hear that was your first full year. Daniela is in the starting phase. Tiffany, the starting phase. Generate the starting phase. Awesome. 6 students, Gaynell. That is awesome. Congrats, girl. Nice job. Who's this? Who's this? I can't see your name. Let's see here. Martha, you've helped me start my preschool, and also I have a private kindergarten. I just got my school accredited. Whoa. What are the benefits of franchising? Oh, girl. Come on, Martha. Let's go. That's amazing. You're looking at franchising. Okay. So there are actually several of our preschool all-stars who are also looking into that same concept. I won't mention them because I haven't said it publicly yet, but they're also in the same process of trying to figure that out. Now, let me give you some thoughts that I have about franchising. Franchising, and I'm not saying don't do it. I just want to help you see like all sides, because there was a time when we contemplated franchising our preschool as well, our local preschool. And then we decided, let's just sell it. But when we were looking at the franchising, it's important to understand that there will be a large cost at the beginning of your process to create the systems and legally make your business franchisable. Okay. So to actually allow your business to be franchised, there's quite a lot of fees and legal stuff. And I don't even know where to begin with it, honestly. Definitely go talk to a lawyer. If you're in All Stars, you can ask for our lawyer recommendation, who's helped me with all my business stuff. Anyways, it's an upfront chunk of money, right? We're talking tens of thousands of dollars. And I just, didn't really see like, it's a whole new world for me. And that's why I also didn't venture down it. It was like, wow, that seems like a really long road, and I'm not sure it was going to be super successful. And so for me, it was just easier to sell my preschool, but it could absolutely be the right road for you. You just got your school accredited, girl. That's fantastic. So you're on the right path for all these things. I would definitely talk to the lawyer, and then they're going to know the next steps for you with franchising. What are the benefits? Well, the benefits, of course, is that once your model is out there, and of course, they're going to pay a franchise fee to even be allowed to use your business, right? It could be $20,000. It could be $50,000. It's really whatever you want to have as the first chunk for them to even be allowed to franchise. But then after that, they pay you a royalty, I guess we could call it, or a certain percentage back, let's call that, certain percentage back of all the sales, whether that's 1%, 3%, 5%, it's really 10%. It's depending on how you set up your franchise. But you'll just, in perpetuity, as long as they have that business, you'll just consistently get back a chunk of money in the mail. I don't know about a chunk, but you'll just be getting money from that business owner forever, as long as they operate the business. Now, things to consider. You want to have your systems tight. So for instance, when I sold my preschool, I had to have manuals upon manuals upon manuals. I had to be able to get the new owner trained up so that it could operate without me, right? Your franchise needs to be similar, where you have to have all the roles kind of like clearly communicated. Okay, you're going to need a preschool owner. You're going to need a teacher, et cetera, et cetera. Here's what a preschool owner's roles are. Here's what the teacher's role is. Here's all of your marketing. Here's it is, what's the word? rinse and repeat. Yes, it's rinse and repeat. It's like, I'm going to create this one thing and I document every single step of the way, or I can go back and redocument everything and then give it to these people and they can recreate it over here. So there's obviously a lot of things to think about, right? How to help them be so successful. The more successful they are, the more successful you are, because they have more money that's going to flow to you. Obviously, training your franchisees is going to be a big deal as well. I look to Shark Tank, honestly, for the majority of my knowledge in this concept of franchises, because it's a foreign world to me. So definitely go look at The Lawyer. I guarantee there's some books out there to go, to keep looking at. But I would also follow a proven franchise model. So I would look at other schools that have private kindergarten, whether that is, well, there's a couple of them. La Petite would be one. Obviously, that's more childcare. Most of them are childcare, that have these kind of things. But Challenger, obviously, is a private school that has more grades if you're going to go higher grades, and it's a franchise. So that's where I would be looking at is looking at models, successful models that are already franchising. And then what does a franchise look for them? What do you get, and then just go model it. Meaning if they have an operating manual that says this is how you hire a teacher, you need an operating manual that says how you hire a teacher. You don't steal theirs, you don't copy it, but you just see all the pieces. Shoot, I didn't know I needed all these pieces, right? But a successful franchise has these pieces. So I need to also create these pieces. Okay. I am so pumped for you, Martha. That is just go you. That's awesome. Keep us posted. Okay. Let's see here. Hey, Jenna Ray. Yes, we do have many preschool all-stars using QuickBooks, and QuickBooks integrates into the Hub software. So all of your income and expenses that go out of the Hub and into the Hub, all that stuff can just integrate right into QuickBooks. There's an integration. Hey, let's see. You're interested in the legal recommendation. How do you get that info? Martha, inside of Preschool All-Stars is where we give all of our tips. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. Where are we at here? Okay. Oh, it's still Martha. Here we go. Sorry, I'm trying to track. Okay. I was an all-star. I have your preschool in a box. I remember seeing that as an option. I never knew the benefits. My preschool has been successful and people are asking me to have several different locations. I'm not sure if I want to do that. It's my name and not sure how everyone will run it. So I think we'll stay with my one center. The great thing is, Martha, is like asking yourself, what would it look like? Right. And that at the end of the day, we chose not to franchise either because it just felt like it was going to be more headache than I wanted to manage. I personally did not want to run and be at the head of multiple franchises. It's just not my personality. Like, I do not want to be the boss. I do not want to be the person in charge of other people's success. I understand that I take that role on many times in my own team, hiring, 8 teachers at a time over in my local preschool. I have that responsibility at times, but it doesn't come naturally to me. And I don't want to, even though I need to stretch myself, etc., I'm still going to live in my, what do you call it? Like your strengths, right? So I personally believe strengthen your strengths. Dive deep into those. And yes, still, like, don't be completely unbalanced and don't learn nothing else. You should learn other things. You should, think about what would it look like if these things were in my life. But at the same point, like, I'm not going to go spend all my time trying to be like the most amazing boss ever and and how to be the best manager and franchise owner, etc. If that doesn't naturally come to me, then I will constantly struggle to develop that. I do believe in developing like all of these, obviously, as much as you can, but I'm also going to stay in my lane and say, wow, I do real good in this lane right here. I'm going to keep building that up because the more I can build this up, the more that I will continue to get better as a leader, et cetera, et cetera. But it's not like I'm just not going to be like, ooh, let me go find the worst thing that I am at. And that's the only thing I'm going to work about, right? That's like a 2 to 3 year process, right? Of just becoming an expert at something and something completely new. Let's maybe not do that. Okay. Let's stick to our strengths and feel what feels light and easy to you. Right. And so you literally were saying it. You're like, but I'm not sure if that feels light and easy to me. And of course, some things are going to take time and energy. I get it, but you get what I'm going. Let's see here. And people were coming to me, hey, because I did preschool and I did private kindergarten. And what do you think the next logical step would be? First grade and every grade afterward. There were many years, many years that I did everything I could to create a private school that would go beyond kindergarten. But in the end, I did not have the parents, the preschool families that were going to invest in their child's education at the level that they would have to invest for me to financially make any money after it. It was like, I can't run this as a charity, right? Like, we have salaries to pay, we have our own family to pay. Like, I can't just break even on this thing that eats up all of my time. Okay, we can't do that. And so we had, to have a certain financial obligation to families. And it was like, we just couldn't do it at a certain amount that they were able to pay. Totally fine. Be the best preschool and private kinder that you can, honestly, right? Cool. Okay. So next up, let's see here. Let's see. Let's talk about that. Okay, Jelly, TTV talk. Are we talking about time to value? If that's what you're meaning, let me speak on that a little bit for a second. One-on-one. Okay. Here's something this is just a principle, because come on, you guys don't have any other questions for me. So good. Okay, time to value. Let's talk about that. One of my favorite podcasts is this podcast right here. I'll show it to you. It does have some language in it, so fair warning to everybody. One of my favorite podcasts is Alex Hormozi, The Game. I have learned a lot from him. He is like teaches people how to, grow and scale their businesses, etc., online. One of the principles that I've learned from him is this concept of, the time to value. And this concept was, how fast can we get someone to their result? And I was like, oh, snap. I know that I do a lot. I know that I get people to their result quickly, but this is putting in a new perspective. And so the concept is like, the people that can those who can get someone to a result faster than anyone else will make the most money. He gives this example of health and weight loss, etc. Okay. He says you could go with weight loss two ways. One, you could go get plastic surgery. Okay. How fast is the time to value on that? Well, you've got somebody who shows up at a certain size, and within a couple hours, that's pretty darn time to value fast. That's pretty fast. Within a couple hours, they are a different size. And he said, there's a lot of money people pay for a quick result. Okay. Now, of course, sure, there's recovery time, et cetera. But, the 2-month period or something that someone might have with a start to finish recovery time to be back to quote normal and all of a sudden the size has changed. That's a completely different outcome and time to value than, hey, I'm going to show up at the gym and I'm putting the work every day. I'm going to eat the right every day. And in 6 to 12 months from now, I'm going to be a different size. Okay. Different output that's required from the person. One is I go to sleep and I wake up a certain size. The other is I work my butt off for 6 to 12 months to get a certain size. And you can notice the price discrepancy, and Jelly's spot on by talking about, what's his name again? It's called The Game by Alex Hormozi. So he talked about how quickly can you get the result and how easy is it for the person to get the result? Dang, it's easy for them to go to sleep and wake up a different size. Snap. That's why it costs so much. Also because there's medical professional surgeons involved in order to produce that result. Yes. Versus a gym membership, $100 a month or something, right? Do you get what I'm saying? The output that a person has to do in that regard, lots of work, lots of time. And I was like, oh, snap, I'm getting it. I want you to think about this, Jelly, with your preschool. What's the time to value? And how much effort does the person have to put in to get the result? The fastest ways you can shortcut their process with you is going to get them to that result so much faster and easier. It's two things. It's faster and easier. Faster and easier. Okay. How much work do they have to put in? Hopefully not very much. How much time do they have to put in? Hopefully not very much. And so and honestly, case in point, I heard this when we were thinking about redoing the hub training. Now, for those who don't know, I'm not going to get into it, but basically the hub is like our website management software. And I heard this podcast and I was like, ooh, for some people, the website process was not very fast. And like for some people, it took them days, And I'm like, how can we change that? This was before. This was like probably a year or so ago. It's like, how can we? What if? And I was going with this concept. I was like, what if we could create a website that was a template that was so easy for people to do, only required them to change their name, their logo, their picture, their class times, their tuition rates. Everything else was done for them in less than an hour. Now, this is something that had taken people days before with our software, and obviously without our software, months before. Could I shorten it to an hour? And it was literally based on that podcast episode that I listened to him talking about how fast and easy can you get people to a result. I told Beth and the team, I was like, I want to get their websites done in less than an hour. And they were like, no way, you can't do that. Like, are you serious? I was like, it's good. Because actually I had originally said 1 day. And that didn't feel sexy enough to me. Like, oh, instead of 3 days, it take you 1 day. I'm like, that's still a lot of time. And so we put 1 hour on there. I'm like, but I got to figure out how to do it. And we did. So when you change your perspective of how fast can I get my preschool students results or my tutoring students results, you change all the variables and all of a sudden you can get them faster. So Jelly, to you, I would say, if you do the one-on-one, of course you're going to increase your price, because wouldn't you say that you working one-on-one with a student is going to produce faster, quicker results, easier to them because they're not waiting for other children to wait for their answers. They're going to get that one-on-one immediate, feedback loop from you. Yes, of course. And of course that deserves a higher price point because maybe parents don't have 9 months to get their kid ready for kinder. Maybe parents don't have 3 months for their kid to understand this one math concept that they're literally failing a grade in right now. You see what I'm saying? They want help now. Maybe they have 2 months before kindergarten and they're like, oh my gosh, shoot, I should have done something about that, but I only have 2 months. How fast can you get those results? You got to change your variables. Meeting more times with less students and charging more tuition because of it. Good? Okay. Good tips, everyone. Man, this is like a gold mine when you guys start asking questions. I like it. All right. Okay, Tiffany, I just saw an idea for pricing. She says, include a column with all your free stuff. For us, that would be something like social media posts they can engage with in your free download. Absolutely. And so the other thing is, on our website that we give everybody, it says, here's all the free things that you get. You get this and this and this and this. But I would love to do a value stack. And where's my pen? Hey, Ethan, can you grab me a pen, buddy? Guess what I found? Preschool All-Stars. Do you remember what this is? The yellow paper that I said I wish I had during one of my stories. That yellow paper, it was down here the whole time. For those of you who know, you know. Okay, Pen, thank you so much. Okay. You're amazing. Rah, 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 rah. The ink may be dead. How will that be helpful to me? Here's my paper. Okay. Anytime you're doing a value stack. So yes, you have, yeah, you can see it. Okay, hold up. I got to draw it first. 1 second. Okay. I got to do a lot of lines. He gave me a pen, not a Sharpie, because I didn't ask for a Sharpie. So that's okay. Okay, here's what I like to say. So if I'm doing a value stack, I think this is on our website already. But anyways, we'll call this $397 value. We'll call this free blank, free blank, free blank. Okay, and then 1 second, I'm almost done. total value blank and just blank a month. Okay, here we go. This is horrible handwriting, writing really fast, and I don't know that you guys even going to be able to read it. Yay. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is a value stack, right? So you got preschool at the top, which is like awesome, preschool classes, Tuesday, Thursday, $397 value, whatever, okay? And then you're going to be like free t-shirt, $19 value, free field trips, $24 value, free free portfolio, $49 value, free graduation for your whole family, $97 value. Whatever. You just start listing all the free, right? Down the free. Pardon me. Then you've got all the values next to it. And then at the bottom, you would say total value, and you'd list the whole total value there. And you'd say total value, $9,997. Just joking. Total value, $997. Yours today. I feel salesy, don't you? Not yours today, but just $97 a month. But the concept is you're showing the correlation between, whoa, look at everything I get for free. Okay. Yes, we increased your tuition so that we could call it free. But no, you're just increasing the value. Okay. You're increasing the more stuff. And of course, you have to raise a preschool tuition to accommodate all the stuff you're giving them. That's okay. That's totally okay. In their eyes, preschool costs X and everything else is free. Okay. Hey, I'm finally able to get my LLC. What address should I use on my LLC if my preschool won't be in a permanent location? Will I need to change it in the future? Let me reread that. My brain's operating a little slower. One sec. Oh, I gotcha. You can always change your address in the future, so it really doesn't matter. I would just choose the address that you can get mail to in the next month, because you might have some important docs they're trying to send you, like, hey, congrats, you got your LLC. But honestly, everything is digitized anyways. So even if you didn't get it, you're still okay. But yeah, just in the future, when you move, just change your address. So it doesn't really matter. How much would be a good starting one-on-one price point? The truth is that every preschool is different, right? Tiffany, we talked about this. I think I've said it many times. I can't give you a price because what you offer in your preschool is different than what someone else, offers the preschool. I will say that, let's see here. Nope, it's not a door tag, but it might be. I don't know what a door tag is, but maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, clearly it was for the door. Anyways, okay, back to it. The question, price point. So I would like to look at tutoring prices. Like, what would people charge for tutoring for one-on-one? Honestly, I've seen, $50 per session for tutoring one-on-one, right? 30, 60 minutes. So that's not unheard of. So yeah, something to think about. Hey, Generate, what website do you use for the free t-shirt? Do you get it in bulk? How would you know what sizes to get? So with t-shirts, we actually used to have one of our preschool all-stars do it. And she just had a baby, so she is not doing it right now. But let's see what sizes. I would always get youth. I think extra small. Youth extra small seemed to always work. It was still a little bit baggy, but I'd rather have it baggy than tight, right? And of course, it'll shrink in the wash anyways. Honestly, any service, you can just Google t-shirt, bulk, whatever, or yeah, there's so many of them out there. Jelly, you use tutoring prices, absolutely, 100%. All right. Yes, you can use your Cricut again, says Daniela. Oh, I love t-shirts. In fact, if you have registered for our free 7-day challenge, which I feel like I'm beating a dead horse because all of y'all probably already registered, but I'm going to put it there anyways. If you have registered, then the good news is there we go. Keep getting all of your points. Let's have a little check-in. I want to see who is in the lead for getting points with our challenge. Every time you earn points, you earn prizes. And it's not like you can win it. You literally earn it. So as soon as you earn it, you get it, which is pretty cool. The t-shirt will take a little bit of time because I have to wait for the challenge to be over. And then we're going to submit the t-shirt to be printed and then shipped to you. So the t-shirt's going to take a little bit of time. But as soon as you earn it, you get it. So that's cool. All right, next up, let's look at who is in the lead for our who's in the leaderboard. Ooh, we have I believe it's Celeste Frazier. If I have her email address correct in my head. Hold on, let me double check. Computer's getting all squirrely on me. There we go. Yeah, Celeste Frazier. She's in the lead at 155 points. Alicia Nebeker, congrats, is in the lead at 100 is next in line at 145. And Terry Johnson is kicking it at 120 points. So Terry, you're getting some referrals. Congrats, girl. That is awesome. Let's see. Terry's already gotten, I think, 6 people. And the only difference between you and the top, Terry, or Alicia and the top, is just more referrals. So keep it going. I see your videos. You're doing the great thing. Keep it going. Okay, I did get a private DM from somebody. Let me go ahead and read it, and then we will answer this question. So here we go. Okay, I was a teacher of 14 students in a classroom. Okay, I'm trying to read it. I had one student who has attacked every student in the class, hitting 2 students with a chair as well as myself. He ran off the premise 4 times, tore up my classroom several times since August. Hey, I know kiddos like that, and I feel you. I think we have many preschool all-stars who've had a experience like that in their past too. I threatened to walk out in November. 4 therapists told my boss that the child needs one-on-one services, but she chooses to keep him coming for $688. I get it. All of these are documented by me. Now I'm going to court because I allegedly restricted him to keep him from biting another student who has been biting since the beginning of the year. This is why I asked about licensing. Let's see. And then that's why licensing has said that you're not qualified to care for children, but they don't have all the facts. I have over 20 years of experience. I love children and teaching. Okay, first off, move to Texas. No, just joking. It's like my answer to everything now. Like we're gonna have like an influx of like, we're just gonna set up shop. I'm gonna move over to Texas. We're all just gonna have a preschool all-stars home base over there. Just joking. We'll have like major preschools in every city. No, I hear you. So the truth is that, yeah, if you need to go through licensing, then you're obviously going to have some issues because like, it doesn't matter what he said, she said, you say, like legal stuff is legal stuff. And you can't really get around that unless you're proven like in court to not have an issue. It is what it is. And unfortunately, as unfortunate as it is, like there's nothing you can really do about it unless you like countersue, and dang, that's going to cost a lot of money. So if you don't need to be licensed because of, I don't know what state you're in, but if you don't need to be licensed, you can teach X amount of students without being licensed. Done. Problem solved. Okay. So that's great. Like if you're in Idaho, you can teach 6 students without being licensed. Okay. And licensing can't do anything about it because there's a law that says you can teach X amount of students without being licensed. So nothing they can do about it. If that still, for whatever reason, doesn't work out for you, teach online preschool. Like as long as that situation was not accurate, as long as you were not in the wrong, as long as you are caring toward children, then teach online preschool. And you don't need a license. You don't need anything. Nobody can shut down your preschool online as long as all those facts are accurate. So you get what I'm saying? Awesome. Okay, next question. Let's see here. Yeah, print on demand, says Tiffany. Yep, any print on demand. How do you do the referrals and videos? Yummy, tell me what you mean by that. So I know what you mean by referrals, but like videos? Oh, I know what you're talking about. I go into an accent sometimes and it goes everywhere. It goes from Australia to England to Scotland. Like, okay, we're going to stop that right now. How do you do referrals and videos? Here we go. I'm going to log in to my things so I don't see anybody else's stats. Okay, here we go. Also, I think this live is going to kick out at 8 hours. I think I looked up on Google. I said, how long does a live, how long can you go on Facebook Live? And it said 8 hours everywhere. So I'm pretty sure that at the 8-hour mark, this live stream is going to be done. And honestly, I might also be done. I am really trying to hold on for you guys. But this would be my 9-hour mark. And I can already feel it in my voice that I am probably 30 minutes away from losing my voice. So, and I really have to have my voice for the rest of the challenge. So, for that reason and that reason only, I do believe at the top of the hour here, I'll probably be saying bye to you guys because I have to protect my voice for this challenge. So hopefully get your last questions in because I think that's kind of where we're headed here. I didn't really think about like whether or not I would lose my voice. It was just kind of like whether or not I could keep the energy up is actually my concern. But now I'm like, oh, yeah, I got that voice thing. Okay, here we go. When you come in here, you go to the typical URL, okay, and it's going to redirect you here after you have registered. And so this is your points page. If you don't land on your points page and you just land on the registered page, then what you need to do is just re-register using the same email address you've been using, okay? That way it doesn't mark it as fraud, and that way you can see your points page on the next page, okay? Sorry, guys. Here is where you're going to get your unique link. Don't use mine, obviously. You don't want to do that. But this is where you'll get your unique link. Okay. So this is where you can copy this link. You can make a Facebook post. You can say, hey, Joy, I'm doing this challenge. I'd love for you to join me. Do you guys want to start a preschool? Do you want to stay home with your kids? You could do this challenge. And then here's some other fun ways that you guys can earn points too. Okay. When I was saying videos, that's because Terry Johnson has been really cool to make her own like videos promoting the challenge. And so she's kind of like created her own graphics and videos and stuff to promote the challenge. So I was proud of her for doing that. That's what I meant. Good question though. Yeah. Okay. Let's in fact do this because I think I have the same 37 people here. I don't think I'm going to get anybody new. So let's do this instead. If you have any last questions, go ahead and post them in the chat right now. And I'll answer them before I go. Okay. If we're out of questions, I'll probably say bye to you a little bit earlier. But yeah, do you have any last question? Go ahead and post them in the chat. I'll give you like 30 seconds. So you better write fast. Just joking. And I hope this has been super helpful. #helpful. If you guys have learned a lot, I've learned a lot. I got some cool podcast episodes out of it too. So you guys asked some really good questions. Okay. Let's see. Hat is a micro school. Not sure what that question is. Can you revisit or rewrite your question there? You can do a micro school if that's what you're asking. Good. It's been helpful. That's awesome. Jelly, coming from you, my friend, I'm glad that I was able to still provide some tips. I view you as one of our, top preschool all-stars who already knows a lot and does a lot. And so I'm glad also, Tiffany, this was helpful to you. I appreciate that. I can't see most of your comments, most of your names because the names aren't coming over, but I'm glad that it's been helpful. What is a micro school? Good question. A micro school, just really quickly, I'll share. A micro school is where you just it's like a small school. So instead of going to public school or private school where there's maybe, 20 kids per class, you would have a micro school where kiddos would come and there's only like maybe 4 to 6 kiddos per grade. That's a micro school. And so they're interacting with only, several friends and they don't feel lost and they get really personalized attention and assessments and curriculum. That's a micro school. And you could do that online or local. Okay, wondering about those of us with a small footprint on Facebook, how could we make the challenge work for us? The good news is, Ariel, is our challenge is designed to push your post out beyond your friends and family. The way that we do it, it's a special technique on day 5 that pushes your post. It gets so much engagement, comments, likes, and shares that it pushes it out beyond your friends. In fact, we had one challenger who last time, she had a dead Facebook. Like she hadn't even been on Facebook for, I don't even know, 3 to 5 years. And she was like, I don't even know if this is going to work, guys. She didn't have very many friends on there. She was able to still get students signed up. So don't be thinking that this won't work for you. Always say, well, how can it work for me? And we're gonna do the challenge tasks, and we're gonna see how it works out, knowing that if we want to get even better results in the future, we'll just need to continually add some more Facebook friends or try different strategies. Facebook is not the only strategy; it's just one of them. All right. Hey, awesome. You ran to the grocery store. Nice. Okay, Daniela is super excited. Monday can't come fast enough. I love this. Yes, it was recorded. It's still recording right now. So technically, as soon as I bounce off, give it probably 30 minutes or something to like recoup itself or something, and it will show up on my Facebook profile, my Facebook groups, etc. It's also on our YouTube channel, apparently. Yummy, no worries. What you do is you copy that link and you can put it in a Facebook post, or you can send out a text, or you can send out that link with an email. That link directs them to our challenge sign up page so that they can then sign up. And then after they sign up, there's a little cookie, a little tracking software that connects the person who signed up to you. Okay. So if they clicked your link because you sent it in an email, a social media post, a text, or whatever, and they signed up with their email, then it clicks it to you. And all of a sudden, you get 5 points for that referral because they signed up for the challenge based on your link. So the more people that you refer, the more points that you can get. Okay. That's how some people are getting up there to 155 because they've referred a lot of people. Yay, Jelly is still learning weekly. Appreciate you. Yeah, I have definitely thought about redoing the preschool book and adding even more case studies into it. Daniela, can you be? Yes, you can also post it on other apps. Yeah, anywhere that you could post text, you can post it. Okay, you're awesome. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to bounce off to protect my voice and protect. I was going to say, like, protect you from me. That doesn't make sense. Next week, I just want to make sure that I stay healthy and good to give you the best challenge in this next coming week. I'm going to go rest my voice tonight. I'm going to rest my voice tomorrow. We are going to show up first thing, in the evening on Monday. So mark your calendars, friends. It is every night, Monday on, okay, for 7 nights, except I don't go live on Sunday. So starting Monday, we will be live every night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay. We will give you the training. So that's 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific. I'll give you the training. And during the end of the training, I will literally be walking you through the step to complete your challenge task so that we are actually completing the task while I am live with you. That is the goal. The goal is for 60 minutes, start to end, and be done. Okay. I want this challenge to go quickly for you. I want you to get results quickly. It is my task then to ensure that I give you the most value in the shortest amount of time. Again, the whole goal is get you to the result faster and easier, just like we were talking with Jelly. Oh, the training will be recorded. Yes. So it'll be a Facebook Live. And all the links will always be at preschoolchallengehome.com. So if you ever are like, where's the links, Joy? How do I get to the Facebook Live? Where do I go on Monday? Preschool Challenge Home is going to be your number one go-to for the rest of the challenge. It's got all of your links. Okay. All right, guys. You have, more than 6 hours. It is actually 8 hours and 44 minutes because I was on for an hour before this. So we almost hit it to 9 hours, but I'm good. I'm good. You're good. Have a good night, guys, and we'll see you Monday, 8 Eastern. Bye.